Good morning, everyone. And before we begin this morning, I will go over the emergency response plan for this room. In an emergency, everyone must evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery will take direction from security, and council will take direction from myself. After evacuating the room, please proceed to the stairwell, take the stairs to ground level, and evacuate the building through the doors marked emergency exit and go to the muster point. Do not take an elevator or walk through the city room. Anyone with limited mobility should identify themselves to security during an evacuation, and please speak with security if you require first aid. Thank you.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. It is 9:30. I'll call this meeting to order, and at this time I'd like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and the Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as the Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Iska, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. And I'll start with a roll call. Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Morgan. Good morning. Good morning. Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Clark.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Tang, I believe, is either joining us remote or will be joining us a little late, I believe. And Councillor Palmer.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Burkett.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Elliott.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Good morning. Wonderful. Before we consider today's agenda, I will ask all members of council present if they have any pecuniary or conflicts of interest to declare regarding any of the items to be discussed. A pecuniary interest exists when an item can monetarily affect a member of council, their employer, or family member. A conflict of interest exists when an item could affect a private interest of a member of council, their employer, or family member. Do any members of council have a pecuniary or conflict of interest to declare? Hearing no declared pecuniary or conflicts of interest, we will move to the adoption of the agenda. Let's see, that's, I think, normally Councillor Tang. Councillor Parmar, since you're sitting beside, do you want to move adoption of the agenda? I don't think there's any changes, so I think it's just the standard.
I move to adopt the agenda.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Salvador. Any questions on the adoption of the agenda? Seeing none, please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott. Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. Thank you. That is carried 12-0. Next, I feel like I'm getting an echo from someone's device. Oh, we're there. Okay, excellent. Next up is council protocol or recognition. I don't believe we have any items. Next is going to be explanation of the public hearing process. So, before we begin, I would like to give a brief overview of the public hearing process. The clerk will call out the bylaws, and I will state the number of speakers that are registered to speak to the bylaw. Council will then select the bylaws they wish to discuss and vote on any bylaws that have not been selected for discussion. For each item selected by council, administration will first provide a presentation. Next, I will call the names of each speaker registered and invite them to make their presentations. Each speaker will have 5 minutes to make comments. The clerk will run the official timer, which will be displayed in the virtual meeting and on the screen in chamber. The timer lights will be green for the first 4 minutes, turn yellow when there is 1 minute remaining, and flash red when the 5 minutes are up. When there are multiple speakers registered for an item, speakers will be placed in panels. The first panel will be those in favor, followed by a panel of those in opposition, and continuing in that order until everyone has been heard. When everyone in your panel has had their turn to speak, members of council may ask questions of you and other panel members. After hearing from the public, council may ask questions of administration. After all questions of administration have concluded, I will ask council if they have any clarifying questions as a result of any new information that may have arisen during the public hearing. Finally, council may close the public hearing and debate the bylaw. And so for everyone participating virtually, I ask that you please mute your microphone when you are not speaking. And if you are here in person, city staff will guide you to your seat when it is time for your panel. And clerk, may you please call the bylaws?
Thank you, Mayor. Items 3.1, 3.2, and 3.3 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone here to speak to Charter Bylaw 21356 to amend the West Henday District Plan, Bylaw 21357 to amend the Riverview Area Structure Plan, or Bylaw 21358 to amend the River's Edge Neighborhood Structure Plan?
Yes, and again, if you've been here many times before, this is the second time we're doing it this way. All I'm doing is going to be saying there are 4 speakers registered in favor. There are 4 speakers registered in opposition. We do not call out the names until we now get to that item because it's really redundant. It adds about 45 minutes of useless time for everyone. So we just call out the number now, and then we'll call out names if it's selected for that item. So I have 4 in favor and 4 in opposition.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.14, Bylaw 21318, to allow for a range of small to medium scale housing, King Edward Park?
Thank you. I have 1 speaker registered in favor, none in opposition. The only thing I will do is double check here. Is the speaker in favor here to speak, or are they here to speak only if selected? And that's Burton Yu, I believe. Burton, are you here? Do you want to speak or only if selected? Yeah, only if selected. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you.
Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.5, Bylaw 21339, to allow a range of small-scale housing, Crystalina Nera West?
Yes, I have 2 speakers registered in favor to answer questions only, and I have no speakers registered in opposition.
Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.6, Bylaw 21374, to allow for small-scale commercial centers and a range of small to medium-scale housing, River's Edge?
Yes, I have 1 speaker registered in favor to answer questions only and none in opposition.
Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.7, Bylaw 21372, to allow for a range of small to medium-scale housing, Belgravia?
Yes, I have 1 speaker registered in favor and 3 speakers registered in opposition.
Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.8, Bylaw 21390, to allow for 1 minor digital sign at the Varscona Theatre, Strathcona?
Yes, I have 3 speakers registered in favor to answer questions only and 1 speaker in opposition.
Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.9, Bylaw 21373, to allow for small-scale commercial centers, Crestwood?
Yes, I currently have 2 speakers registered in favor and none in opposition. I'll just do a check on this one as well. I have Dylan Anderson and Sonia Brunn, who are both registered. Are you to speak or only if we select the items?
Hi there. We're available to answer questions and speak if you select the items.
Thank you very much.
Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.10, Bylaw 21378, to allow for medium-scale housing, Eastwood?
Yes, I have 7 speakers registered in favor, all to answer questions only, and I have nobody registered in opposition.
Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.11, Bylaw 21391, to allow for limited and small-scale health services while maintaining the opportunity for residential uses in Grosvenor?
Yes, I have 4 speakers registered to speak in favor, none in opposition. I will do a quick check of the 4 then. Rachel Walker was in person, potentially. Rachel, are you here? Janelle Dychuk, Carly Beaulieu, or
I'm here, Carly.
Hi, Carly. Just to check, are you here to speak, or do you have? If it's not selected, it's just for questions only.
I'm here to speak, yeah.
Okay, you are here to speak. Fantastic. So then we'll continue on.
Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.12, Bylaw 21392, to allow for a range of small to medium-scale housing, Lansdowne?
Yes, I have 3 speakers registered to speak in favor and 1 speaker registered in opposition.
Items 3.13 and 3.14 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone here to speak to Bylaw 21394 to amend the Heritage Valley Town Centre Neighborhood Area Structure Plan, or Bylaw 21395 to allow for medium-scale mixed-use development, Heritage Valley Town Centre?
Yes, I have 1 speaker registered to speak in favor, none in opposition. To our speaker in favor, Marcelo, are you here to speak or only if selected? Only if selected? Okay, thank you.
Items 3.15, 3.16, and 3.17 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone here to speak to Bylaw 21375 to amend the Ellerslie Area Structure Plan, Bylaw 21376 to amend the Orchards at Ellerslie Neighborhood Structure Plan, or Bylaw 21377 to allow for a range of small and medium-scale housing and commercial sites, public open space, natural areas, and utilities, the orchards at Ellerslie.
Yes, I have 2 speakers registered in favor, both to answer questions only, and nobody registered in opposition.
Items 3.18 and 3.19 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone here to speak to Charter Bylaw 21386 to amend the North Central District Plan, or Bylaw 21388 to allow for large-scale institutional facilities with specific regulations, Virginia Park?
Yes, I have 1 speaker registered in favor to answer questions only, and 3 speakers registered in opposition.
Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.20, Charter Bylaw 21369 to amend the Meadows catchment within Charter Bylaw 14380, arterial roads for development?
Yes, I have 1 speaker registered in favor to answer questions only, and nobody registered in opposition.
Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.21, Bylaw 21096 to allow for low-rise, mixed-use development highlines?
Yes, I have 2 speakers registered in favor and 1 speaker registered in opposition.
Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.22, Bylaw 21342 to allow for medium-scale mixed-use development, Queen Alexandra?
Thank you. I have 2 speakers registered in favor and 1 speaker registered in opposition.
Items 3.23 and 3.24 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone here to speak to Charter Bylaw 21361 to amend the Scona District Plan, or Bylaw 21362 to allow for medium-scale residential housing, McKernan?
Yes, I have 5 speakers registered in favor and 2 speakers registered in opposition.
Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.25, Bylaw 21341 to allow for a range of small and medium-scale housing, small-scale commercial centers, and associated public open space and utilities, Kendall?
Yes, I have 3 speakers registered in favor, all to answer questions only, and none registered in opposition.
Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.26, Bylaw 21344 to allow for medium-scale housing, Windsor Park?
Yes, I have 2 speakers registered to speak in favor and 5 speakers registered to speak in opposition.
Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.27, Bylaw 21327 to allow for medium-scale housing, Wellington?
Yes, I have 1 speaker registered in favor to answer questions only, and no speakers registered in opposition.
Items 3.28, 3.29, and 3.30 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone here to speak to Charter Bylaw 21353 to amend the city plan, Charter Bylaw 21354 to amend the West Edmonton District Plan, or Bylaw 21355 to allow for additional commercial and community opportunities, Place LaRue?
Yes, I have 2 speakers registered to speak in favor to answer questions only, and nobody registered to speak in opposition. Okay, great. So we've called that out. Now we are going to select items for debate, and please note that if there were items that got postponed from last agenda to this one, they still need to be selected again. So they are not deemed selected. So if you would like to select the ones that were postponed, please make sure you click on the board. The board was full originally. I know Councillor Principe, I think, was first, and I think Councillor Jansen, and then Councillor Morgan. Or Councillor Wright? Okay, Councillor Wright, then Principe, then Morgan. Councillor Wright?
Thank you. I'd like to select 3.20.
3.20.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, thank you. Anything else?
Nope, that should be it.
No, thank you. I know Councillor Principe was next.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to select item 3.5 just for voting purposes unless someone has any questions.
3.5, just for voting unless. Does anyone have questions on item 3.5? I'm not hearing any. Okay, so that can be sort of broken out in the omnibus piece. Councillor Morgan.
Yeah, I have 3.13, 3.14, and 3.25.
And so that was 3.13 and 14, and then 3.25.
Yep.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador.
Hi, can I select 3.4?
3.4, yes.
3.21.
3.21.
And I'm just looking for Virginia Park. Hang on. 3.18 and 3.19.
3.18 and 3.19, selected by Councillor Salvador. Okay. Next is Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I'll select 3-1, 3-2, 3-3.
That's 3-1, 3-2, and 3-3.
And 3.15.
And
I guess those.
3-1-5, 1-6, 1-7.
Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Jans?
Can I select 3-7, 3-8, 3-12, 3-2-3, 3-2-4, 3-2-6?
Hold on. Let's do 3-7, 3-8,
3-12,
3-12,
3-2-3.
3-2-3, which also includes 3-2-4.
Yep.
Okay.
And then 3-2-6.
And 3-2-6.
Can I confirm though with the clerk, is the speaker in opposition on 3.8? Is that was that in opposition or for questions?
You said 3-8.
3.8.
3.8, I had a speaker in opposition, Colin Campbell.
Okay.
And they were
Then yes, I'm selecting it. Thank you.
perfect, yeah. Okay, I'm going to review, since I don't see any other names on the list, I'm going to review what I've heard so far. Items 3-1, 3-2, and 3-3, which are all dealt with together, selected by Councillor Stevenson. Item 3-4, selected by Councillor Salvador. Item 3-5 is selected only to separate out for voting purposes as part of the omnibus. It doesn't need to be debated since nobody said they had questions. That's by Councillor Principe. I have 3-7 and 3-8, each selected by Councillor Jans. 3-12 selected by Councillor Jans. I have 3-13 and 3-14 selected by Councillor Morgan. I have 3-15, 3-16, 3-17 selected by Councillor Stevenson. 3-18 and 3-19 were selected by Councillor Salvador. 3-20 was selected by Councillor Wright. 3-21 was selected by Councillor Salvador. 3-23 and 3-24 were selected by Councillor Jans. 3-25 was selected by Councillor Morgan. 3-26 was selected by Councillor Jans. And those are the ones I hear selected. I want to just check. Councillor Jans, I believe there is on 322 speaker registered in opposition. Did you say that one when you went through 3-2? Did I miss you? You would also like 322?
Yes,
Thank
my
you. Yep,
apologies, I missed
that's
that.
fine. I thought I was just double checking. I wanted to make sure. And is there anyone else that's? Yeah, I think Councillor Clark, can you just turn on your mic to make sure?
Can.
Thank you.
311.
311.
I think I'm okay on that other one. And then 330, 3.30.
And that'll include all three, 328, 329, and 330. Okay. We're good? All right. I don't see anyone else. I'm just doing a quick scan. I don't see anyone else having clicked on the board. I don't believe we have any others with speakers that were not selected, except for those there. Just doing. Okay, great. And then it's going to be bylaws, not selected for debate. Councillor Rutherford.
Sure, and just to be clear, just for Councillor Principe, I will select 3.5, or I will say 3.5 for closing of the public hearing, but then I'll separate it out.
Fantastic.
For
we
the-
can close all of them together, and then we'll do 3-5 separately
Yes,
for voting.
correct. So I just didn't
Yep.
want. Okay, so I am closing the public hearing, moving to close the public hearing on item 3.5, item 3.6, item 3.9, item 310, item 3.27.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by
Second.
Councillor Salvador. Please vote on closure of the public hearing on those items.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, so I will move first reading of bylaw, the bylaw 3.5.
Okay. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Salvador. Please vote on first reading on item 3.5.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott. Just need one vote. Councillor Palmer? We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 10-2. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, I will move second reading of item 3.5.
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Salvador. Please vote on second reading.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott. The vote is on its way. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 10-2. Councillor Rutherford.
I'll move consideration of third reading on item 3.5.
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Salvador. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. And Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I will move third and final reading of bylaw 21339.
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Salvador. Please vote on third and final reading of that item.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 10-2. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, I will move first reading on item 3.6, 3.9, 310, and 3.27.
Thank you.
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Salvador. Please vote on first reading of those items.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor. Just need one vote. Councillor Stevenson?
3.
We have the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 12-0. Councillor Rutherford.
I'll move second reading of the aforementioned items.
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Salvador. Please vote on second reading.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 12-0. Councillor Rutherford.
I'll move consideration of third reading on the aforementioned items.
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Rutherford. Please vote for consideration on those items.
Point of order. I'm so sorry. Do we have to read out the bylaws for third reading?
It's consideration, and then it'll be third.
So sorry.
It's all good. That's okay. It's okay. It's many moving parts this morning, so consideration. Soon we will read out those.
Just need 2 more votes.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott. Councillor Jans?
Yes.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote.
That was carried 12-0. East Grove just catching up to us.
Thank you. That's all right. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I will move third and final reading of bylaw 21374, bylaw 21373, bylaw 21378, and bylaw 21327.
Second.
That's seconded by Councillor Salvador. Please vote on third reading.
I'm a yes.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 12-0. Okay, next item, or next step here is that we need to make sure we bring forward the items that were postponed from the last public hearing to the start. Should have been done last time when we postponed it, but I think that was left off. So, Councillor Jans?
Yes, and may I just seek clarification? It's not a requirement that we do this legally, but.
It's not a
been-
requirement, but
it's our
we've.
practice?
Correct.
So just making sure, yeah. I'd like to bring forward items 3.21, 3.22, 3.23, 3.24, 3.25, 3.26, 3.27, 3.28, 3.29, and 3.30.
Yeah, everything except 327, since we've already passed that. Do I have a seconder to bring that forward?
Second.
I think Councillor Morgan got there ahead of time. Any questions on that? Oh, perfect. Councillor Principe, please go ahead.
Thank you. I heard that that was practice to move these ahead.
Well, that's
that
where I'll
correct?
seek, to me? Or to-
Yeah, you're the mover.
Yes,
right?
yeah, my understanding is it's practice. We've done this, it's only happened a couple of times that we have, but what I would prefer is we just establish a consistent practice, whatever it is, and maybe even admin reorders the agenda if something's postponed, that it just starts at the top, because I feel bad for some of the speakers who are here for 3.21, but now they may not be here until Wednesday. So whatever it is, I just think it should be consistent, and we should announce it henceforth.
And is that consistent from this term or last term? What are we?
May I defer to the clerk or the chair or the mayor?
You have done it, I would say, for the last public hearing, but I wouldn't say it's been consistent over a full term. It's your choice.
Yeah, it has not been consistent in my experience at this table.
Okay, which date or time or what, I get, what is the question?
And my question is, if we're truly making this a practice, I think we need to be honest in saying that it hasn't consistently been the practice.
So is that a question for me?
If we would like to say going forward, we're going to, we'll do that practice, that's okay. But to say we've consistently done it in the past is not accurate.
Maybe that's.
Is that more speaking to it? Do you want to offer that as a closing comment for speaking to it? Just because it's, yeah, right now we're debating bringing these items forward, so.
Right, so just, I would prefer the terminology to not say this is our practice, but to say going forward, we would like this to be our practice.
Great, thank you very much. Any other questions? Not seeing any. Anyone wishing to speak? I know we sort of started speaking to it. Any other speaking comments on that? Not seeing any. Please vote to bring those items forward.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, oh, it just popped up.
Thank you very much. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote.
That's also carried. The scribe will catch up.
That's carried 12-0. There we are. So just so everyone knows what is happening, so we can all plan our days accordingly. And sadly, the firmness of the public hearing process does not give us a ton of flexibility in how we operate. So we will be starting with item 3.21 and going in order 3.21, 3.22. So this will be the Highlands item, then Queen Alexandra, then we'll be doing the McKernan item, Kendall, Windsor Park, and finally the Place de la Rue. And then we will go back essentially to the beginning of the agenda here, and this is why we've added a second day to this agenda, by the way, just so everyone's aware. So this agenda will continue on to January 28th, and we will go in order. And I know the question that people will have, which sadly I cannot answer, is that when will my item be heard? Sadly, I can't give you an answer because it's dependent upon how long each item takes. There is no way for us to make items time-specific in a public hearing, because if we finish something early, then we can't start the item if we've made it time-specific. Likewise, if we make something time-specific and we haven't finished the other item, we have to finish through that other item before we move into that. It's annoying, I know, I acknowledge it. It's how the provincial system works and how it's governed. So sorry for the pain that shall create, but at least folks can plan. So therefore, you know, if you're later in the agenda, meaning if you're set on items, you know, if I'm looking at the Grosvenor, the Lansdowne items, the Heritage Valley, Ellerslie, the Orchards at Ellerslie, Virginia Park, the arterial roads items, very realistically, likely the Wednesday, not today. There's items that are closer. We're just going to work our way through. We'll keep sort of giving folks a status update as we go along. So as we get to the lunch break, I'll let folks know where they're at so you can plan your day accordingly. But again, I would say anyone that was registered to speak on items 3.1 through 3.3, 3.4, 3.7, 3.8, and then 3.11 through 3.20, at the very, we're not going to hear you until at least after lunch, probably not even until the following day. But if you're here right now and you're here for those items, feel free to either hang out and listen in, or you're welcome to sort of jump off for a while, because I can't see how we get to you to most likely today, but for sure not until after lunch based off the items that are on our agenda. So with that in mind, we're going to keep going, and we'll move as quickly as we can while following our important process that we have. So the first item of business is going to be item 3.21, which is the Highlands item. And I believe we have a presentation.
Good morning. This application proposes to rezone a site in the Highlands neighborhood from the small-scale residential zone, or RS, to the mixed-use zone with a height of 14 meters and a floor area ratio of 1.8. Next slide, please. The site is nearly 800 square meters and located at the corner of 112th Avenue and 63rd Street. ETS provides local bus service on 112th Avenue, and the property is walking distance to both a park and a commercial node. Next slide, please. The proposed MU customizes the height and floor area ratio to reduce the overall building size, resulting in massing and impact comparable to the RSM H12 zone that district policy supports on corner sites along arterial roadways. Importantly, the MU zone introduces more commercial and community uses than permitted under RS. Administration considers these compatible with the surrounding context, as the building itself is small scale and the uses have locational and/or additional development regulations that prohibit or mitigate their potential impacts. Next slide, please. The models shown on the slide compare the built form of the current and proposed zones. The model on the right shows the proposed zone maximizing both the building height at 14 meters and floor area ratio at 1.8. This results in a building with a 3-meter setbacks to the interior, front, and flanking, and a rear setback of roughly 11 meters. Next slide, please. Exploring the flexibility allowed under the proposed zone, this slide shows 2 other ways the MU zone could potentially be developed. The left model demonstrates the building pocket if ground floor commercial uses are developed. The height and floor area ratio are maximized, and the front and flanking setbacks are 1 meter. This shifts the building closer to the corner. The interior setback remains 3 meters, and the rear setback becomes larger. Next slide. Oh, sorry. No, I still need to stay on that slide. Got ahead of myself. The image on the right shows the building pocket if a residential building was constructed to the minimum setbacks while still maximizing floor area ratio. This results in a building that covers more of the site but is shorter at 8 meters. That's 2.5 meters below the maximum height permitted in the RS zone. Next slide, please. The site is within the North Central District Plan and identified as urban mix. Urban mix allows for standalone commercial, residential, and mixed-use buildings and allows for the consideration of additional scale when two criteria are met. The site is located at a corner and along an arterial roadway. Increased development intensity at this location is also supported by the site's proximity to amenities, including the Highlands Commercial Node, 1.5 blocks to the west, and the Highlands Park and Community League, 1 block to the east. This aligns with the city plan's Big City Move, Community of Communities, which enables more Edmontonians to meet their daily needs close to home. Next slide, please. Through engagement, administration heard from 27 community members, 17 in opposition, 4 in support, and 6 with questions. Concerns included the introduction of commercial uses and the potential for a healthcare facility, the scale of the building being too large and that being detrimental to the historical and residential character of the neighborhood. Additional concerns were related to traffic, parking, property values, safety, the alley, boulevard trees, and infrastructure. Those in support thought that the introduction of commercial uses would be positive for the neighborhood. Next slide, please. Administration supports this application. The building size and uses are compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. It aligns with the district plan policy for urban mix, and it aligns with the Big City Move, Community of Communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we will hear from our speakers, starting with those in favor. I have 2 speakers registered in favor. Jacob DeWong, are you here with us, in person or remote? No. Do I have Aman Hamid?
Yes, I'm available.
Yeah, I think I heard you very, very quietly, Aman. So you will have up to 5 minutes to speak, but just make sure you're close to your microphone as you were whisper quiet. So we weren't able to really hear you. So, but you'll be able to start us off, and then we'll go to our speakers in opposition. So Aman, please go ahead. You'll have 5 minutes.
Appreciate everyone's time.
Sorry, just hang on, Aman. I'm still going to ask you to get a little closer to your microphone. It's coming through very, very quietly. Can you try again, or see if you're connected to some headphones that are further away?
We may need to reach out to Aman.
Yeah, can you try? Aman, can you hear us? You may need to exit the meeting. Try that again.
Sorry, my apologies. I'm just in transit, so unfortunately I'm just faced with a little bit of network connectivity issues. It might be just easier for the sake of the process where I can address questions if asked. A lot of city administration's application itself is what we are looking to speak on in our presentation. We meet the city policy, we meet the district plan. Our plan is to develop this corner lot for the 100 years that are to come. But just due to my network connectivity issues, just for the sake of time and for everyone's efforts, if it is easier just to address questions, I can do that as well.
Okay, well, we'll see. Although we're hearing you clearly now, so if you do want to take some time and provide any comments, you're welcome to. It's coming through clear.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so if you don't mind just switching the slides, and I can just go through the presentation here.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Perfect. Can we go to slide 3, please?
Yeah, they'll keep that moving. You can just keep talking on your end, and they'll sort it out.
Sure. Yeah. So why this rezoning matters? City administration has reviewed the application in detail and recommends the approval of bylaw 21096. The core components are that we do meet the district policy. The proposal aligns with policy 2.5, which allows for additional scale in specific locations. We did meet the criteria. We are located on an arterial road on 112th Avenue on a corner site off of 63rd Street. And the site allows for appropriate transition for surrounding development. And ultimately, we have passed the technical review with no outstanding barriers to approval from development services. Next slide, please. Currently, Edmonton is facing a housing shortage, and this proposal that we have supports the 15-minute district that allows for walkable access to housing, service, and transit. The MU zone supports residential and compatible commercial urban mixed policy under the North Central District Plan. And the proposed MU zone encourages ground-oriented commercial alongside the arterial roads. It will enable a modest scale of mixed-use development supporting housing and potentially at-grade health services and or commercial. Edmonton has grown significantly, as we all have seen on our roads. The city of Edmonton has grown by 100,000 residents from the year 2021 to 2024, with continued growth expected, which ultimately leads to an increased demand for housing. Our vacancy rates are at 2.5% as of 2024, the lowest in many, many years, signaling a high demand for available options. Rent has increased, and there were 16,000 new housing permits issued in 2024, with a significant focus on multifamily developments. Edmonton needs about 70,000 new housing units by 2030 to meet the demand. Next slide, please. The site context is the corner site off of 112th Avenue and
We've lost you for the last
63rd Street.
Sorry, Aman. We've
112th Avenue, as mentioned before, but it's within walking distance. Within 50 meters of. Sorry. Unfortunately, the connectivity is going to be a bit of an issue.
we just lost you for about the last 15 seconds. If you want to take, you've got up to a minute left if there's anything else you want to try.
Sure. No, ultimately, why this rezoning makes sense, I'll kind of wrap it up with the minute that I have left. It meets two criteria underneath the city plan district. It supports gentle density, and we're adding housing options near transit, schools, parks, and shops. And ultimately, we're going to be encouraging small business opportunities. Thank you for all your time. This is a quick update to our program. We submitted in 2024, and we're hoping as of today, January 26, 2026, we can get our approval. Thank you for all your time.
Thank you very much. We'll see if there are, and I still don't see Jacob DeWong, so we're going to just go to questions of our speakers in favor. Councillor Salvador, do you have questions? Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to ask a few questions. So to Speaker Aman, I know there have been some ongoing questions in the community just about what is the intention? And recognizing that obviously there's a degree of flexibility built into the zoning, and we don't know exactly what that will look like. But is there anything that you can share around the intended uses or what the vision is for the site?
Of course, and from the initial conversations that we've had with the property owner who currently lives at the site, he does want to develop potentially a modest 3-story mixed-use development where on the
hang on. We'll grab you. We'll try again. We just lost the last sort of 5 seconds. Try answering that again.
It would be a mixed-use development with either health services, depending on the community's response. But as of right now, it's proposed for commercial and residential above, 6 units total, give or take, depending on what we can develop. But we're going to work with the community as the property owner lives in the community to actually develop something that'd be there for the next 50, 60 years.
Okay, thank you for that. That's helpful context. So yeah, the intention is for that mixed use. Any consideration given to, I know parking has been a concern as well. Are there plans for some parking on site?
Oh, we're just going to try one more time there.
Design state. Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, let's try it again. Yep.
Sorry about the connectivity. Yeah, as far as parking, as we get to the design stage, we will ensure that there are parking stalls available, whether that's above ground and or depending on the feasibility of underground, but parking would be something that'd be a part of the designs.
Okay, thank you for those answers. I don't have anything further at this time, but may it new information. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Next will be our speaker in opposition. I believe that was Jeff Allen. Jeff Allen, you are here. Nice.
I am.
Perfect. You'll have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Excellent. Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak again. My name is Jeff Allen. I live on the same street as the property in question. I want to begin by grounding my comments in Council's own direction from the May 2025 hearing on the same bylaw. At that meeting, Council passed the following motion: that bylaw 21096 be referred back to administration to return after recommendations are provided to Council on District Policy 2.5 addressing small-scale residential zoning. This motion was not procedural. It reflected a substantive concern from the Council that a policy framework being relied upon to justify additional scale was not yet strong or clear enough. Several councillors expressed discomfort of how easily sites could qualify for increased height and mixed use under District Policy 2.5.2.6, particularly within established residential neighborhoods. When the bylaw returned, however, the June 2025 update to District Policy 2.5 did not address that discomfort by strengthening the criteria. Instead, it moved in the opposite direction. The threshold remained at 2 out of 5 criteria, despite Council questioning whether that bar was too low. And the roadway criterion was broadened from arterial roads to arterial or collector roads, expanding eligibility rather than refining it. This is important context because the updated policy does not resolve the concerns that led Council to defer this application in May. It simply makes it easier for sites to qualify for additional scale. Administration continues to rely on the classification of 112th Avenue as an arterial roadway in support of this rezoning, yet Council questioned that classification in May for good reason. This stretch of 112th Avenue is a 50K speed limit, permits on-street parking, and terminates at a T intersection at 50th Street, characteristics that are far more typical of a collector roadway than a true arterial. That question has not gone away. In fact, the city itself is now formally reviewing the classification of 112th Ave. This study is currently underway and a report is scheduled to return to the Urban Planning Committee in May of 2026. This means the roadway classification being relied upon today is not settled. While the June policy update now allows additional scale along either arterial or collector roads, that change does not answer the question Council raised in May, it avoids it. The arterial designation was central to how this site qualified under the previous policy, and that designation is now under active review. Approving a permanent rezoning before that review concludes risks locking in additional height and commercial use based on assumptions that may soon change. At its core, this application relies on meeting the minimum possible interpretation of 2 policy criteria, one of which relates to a roadway under review, the other is simply being on a corner lot. In my opinion, is a very weak foundation for rezoning that would permanently alter the scale and function of a residential block. Beyond policy mechanics, the physical impacts are significant. This block is composed entirely of low-scale residential homes. Introducing a 14-meter mixed-use building would represent a dramatic and irreversible change to the streetscape and does not reflect the surrounding context. There are also practical infrastructure concerns that remain unresolved. The streets and alleys in this area are narrow and constrained. On-street parking is heavily relied upon already by residents and visitors. Pedestrian activity is high and access for emergency services is limited, including deficient fire protection that's noted in administration's own report. These localized conditions matter and are not easily mitigated through policy alone. In addition, there's no demonstrated need to extend commercial zoning into this block. A commercial node already exists less than 2 blocks away with existing vacancies. Extending commercial use deeper into a residential area risks dispersing activity rather than strengthening established centers. I would like to close with a broader observation about timing. In 2024, Council adopted the most significant rezoning reform in Edmonton's history through citywide blanket upzoning A little more than a year has passed since those changes came into effect. Council has already needed to make follow-up corrections, and further district policy refinements are expected in 2026. At the same time, the city is actively reviewing the functionality of 112th Avenue. All of this tells us policy environment is still evolving. Yet this application asks Council to make a permanent rezoning decision today under a recently weakened policy framework before key studies are complete and before the impacts of recent changes are fully understood. This is not a question of whether development should occur. Far denser residential development is already enabled on this site. The question is whether it's prudent to allow additional height, scale, and commercial use at this time. For those reasons, I respectfully ask Council to reject bylaw 21096. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll see if there are questions. Councillor Salvador, do you have questions?
That was quite comprehensive. I'll direct them to administration.
Fantastic, thank you. I don't see anyone else on the board for questions of our speaker, so we can move to questions of administration now. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. So I just want to follow up on some of the points that were raised by our speaker, understanding that there's still some potentially unanswered policy questions related to 212th Avenue. I know that's coming back, I believe, May 12th. I think that's scheduled to come back to Urban Planning Committee. Looking for administration's thoughts around sort of that active policy conversation that's still underway and just the timing of this conversation in relation to that.
Councillor Salvador, I think it's important to recognize the changes the updates that were made to the policy in the interim since the motion was made. That was to allow for more intense small scale on corner sites and really restricting more intense forms of development mid-block. So there were many, many locations where mid-block developments were restricted. So within that time frame, that's when we reviewed this application, and it was under that policy context. And given the zone that's proposed and in terms of the flexibility, you could see like the height can range anywhere from 8 meters to 14, and there are balances and there are challenges and opportunities with both of those types of designs.
Right, and I understand that side of the policy conversation about 2526 and corner sites versus interiors, but I was asking more so about the work that's underway around the classification of 112th Avenue.
The collectors, sorry.
Yeah.
So that work is underway at the moment and targeted for second quarter of this year. Administration has conducted some surveys in terms of parking utilization, traffic surveys, and that data is being analyzed as we move forward to finalize that recommendation.
Right, and I guess this is where I'm a little bit hung up, knowing that one of the two criteria for supporting this particular application is related to the classification of 112th Avenue. And I'm wondering if it would be prudent to wait for that answer to come back and that work to be completed before these kinds of decisions are made. And again, it's just like sort of that sequencing and timing.
Yeah, we're pretty consistent, Councillor Salvador, when it comes to arterials and collectors in terms of their capacity and where they fit in the neighborhood and how they fit in an integrated land use sense with more intense forms of development.
Fair. I think the challenge for me is that work has been directed, right? And it is now sort of an open, there's a question mark there attached to that work that I would like to see cleaned up and sort of resolved. So that, as our speaker said, it's not sort of an open policy environment and question.
So if I can add, in terms of whether end of the day, this is an arterial or collector, there are a lot of policies within the district plan that speaks to both of them together. what can change in terms of if it is downgraded to a collector is from access perspective, there may be some changes to that. Overall, the functionality of this stretch of road will not substantially change how we look at the land use. I think the transit is there. This site is within 50 meters of walking distance. Collectors may have, will impact the speeding requirement. Collectors will have more tools such as traffic calming to be implemented. And I see that as those are the kind of design elements within the road, more so impacted by that recommendation compared to substantial change of what land use we can or cannot approve.
Okay, so you're sort of suggesting that regardless of where it lands, arterial collector, et cetera, the expectations for the kinds of appropriate land uses would not shift along the avenue?
Just given the qualities and the amenities that are in the area, this site offers a lot of those outside of whether or not it's a collector or an arterial. So some of those ingredients, so to speak, in terms of supporting intensification are present, whether it's a collector or an arterial.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you very much. There's a nuance that I hadn't picked up on the last time we were looking at this application. So I appreciate administration's assessment of it meeting, two of the listed criteria. But when I look at the wording of 2.5.2.7, it speaks about considering additional scale of low-rise where the site size and context allow for appropriate transition. And so that's different from 2.5.2.6, which is sort of, it doesn't have that preamble in the higher order policy. So just wondering if administration could talk to how you feel that this site is meeting the site size and context to allow for appropriate transition.
Really, it's in the customization of the MU zone itself. So even though the height seems tall, at 14 or taller than what might be surrounding it, immediately surrounding it, it's the floor area ratio at 1.8 that in combination with the other regulations in the zone restrict the overall massing of the building. So it can respond quite well in terms of many different designs to the site and surrounding properties. As we went through in the presentation, right, if, say, there's many scenarios because MU is so flexible. If it's commercial on the bottom, it sinks up closer to the corner, allowing more room between the interior property and at the rear of the site.
Okay,
That's
so
just one example.
Sure. So it's not really the site itself that offers the suitability through its size or context. It's the zone that's being applied.
Well, the two speak to each other, right? So the site is it's an average size site, but with a reduced FAR than what would be like a base level FAR or comparative site coverage. It makes the building even more small scale in its ability to respond. Does that help, or is there something specific, Councillor Stevenson?
Well, I think when I see the wording and when I've thought about this type of phrasing in the past, so site size and context, I think we've discussed that in the in relation to lot consolidation. So that if you have a consolidated lot, a larger site, context, there's an alleyway that provides separation, for example. For me, those are the site size and contextual pieces that come to mind when I'd be looking at this, rather than the regulations of the zone that modify the build form, I guess.
Okay, that's fair. That is how the zone is designed. It's designed to be able to be customized. It's at 800 square meters. It is larger than a lot of what we see on typical corner sites. If I could just ask clerks to bring up slide 21. Try again. Councillor Stevenson, what the slide depicts is this corridor development over time, and really the proximity to the commercial node with the MUN zoning with a height of 16, recently approved RSM H12, and where this falls in the mix of that.
Okay, yeah, no, thank you. I follow that logic. I think I'm just kind of going back to that exact wording of the policy and just trying to reflect on how this potentially fits, but appreciate that rationale. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Where did slide 21 come from?
Slide 21 is a backup slide.
Oh, okay, so
Yeah.
it wasn't anything in our report?
No, it's not. They're not publicly available since they wouldn't necessarily be relevant to the discussion. It's only really to support Q&A.
I see, okay. And I do have a question. It's kind of a general question. In our planning report that's presented, and I know anyone can sign up to speak for public hearing, but in our planning report that we read, the community insight, do we know that that's directly from the community, or can can responses come from anyone?
Responses can come from anyone. Right?
Right, so
if
it's
you
not
consider,
necessarily the community.
yeah, there's a rezoning site sign on the site that's viewable and has the font size for people who are driving by and can see it. It can be anybody in the city at any time.
Okay, and we don't track where they're from?
We don't. What we track is our radius, where we're intentional with our postcards to the surrounding neighbors, so that we know they get a postcard. The rest of the time, no.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. And my question is for admin. Mr. Allen mentioned concerns regarding fire coverage in the area. That's something I picked up unless I misunderstood his comment, specifically around this project. Are you able to provide any insight? Are there concerns about fire coverage in that neighborhood? Because if there is, I just want to find out, is it larger than this, or is it something site-specific?
EFRS has reviewed the application from a technical sense. They didn't note any specific concerns aside from hydrant spacing, which is what we hear a lot in redeveloping neighborhoods. And then at the development permit stage, they would be able to do a more detailed analysis to determine if that's an issue based on actual fire flows. So EFRS, in terms of response, is like one potential comment that they might make, but then mainly what we hear from them is about fire flows.
So if I understand you correctly, so they have or have not done a more comprehensive study to determine if there are any concerns. I just want to make sure I understood your comments to me.
Right, okay. So when they look at the standards and they look at what their standard fire flow is, a lot of times what we hear back is that the hydrants don't have enough capacity. But there is a more detailed analysis that can be done, and it looks at the actual fire flow of water in the area at the time of development permit. And many times that...
Sorry, Councillor, any deficiency is required by the developer to make sure that there's an upgrade to support the development. So there are two analyses that are generally done. So yes, there's been a deficiency identified at this stage. There'll be further information gathered at the development permit stage, and if it is determined that that deficiency still exists, the developer is required to perform the upgrade to support the development.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you. And just because, I'm going to ask this to admin, just because the developer's got some issues on connectivity and directing question to them, but has there been any additional information on what they want to build on this site? If this is pretty specific, I know that, and I heard health services, modest scale, but has there been anything shared with admin on a little more detail on that?
They have suggested that they would like a form of development that has commercial on the ground floor and residential above. But the details of that are determined at the development permit stage.
Okay, fair enough. And then, I don't know if you can answer this as well, but has this applicant ever built anything in this zone or anything else? I couldn't really find any background information on this. but has there been anything come to the city beforehand?
Not that I know of.
That's it, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm just double checking, see, Councillor Clark, do you want to move another round of questions? For our speaker, yeah, or somebody can move another round of questions?
Yeah, I'll move another round of questions, please.
Second?
Thank you, moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote for another round of questions.
I am a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. We have all the votes.
Thank you, please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. Councillor Salvador, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to follow up on the line of questioning that was raised by Councillor Stevenson about 2527. So, and I appreciate administration's answer about how the zone itself, through the FAR, the floor area ratio allows for that. I guess I'm just struggling. The site itself, average size site, would you say?
Greater than average.
At 800 square meters for the area?
For a corner site? That's this, so if we consider the range of sites, even like if we take our mental image back to that corridor, these corner sites, in terms of their site area, really range, right? From 300 meters all the way up to sometimes 1,200. This is the customizability of the zone is there for a reason.
Okay, so beyond the customizability of the zone, if I was looking for the answer to how the site size and context beyond the zone itself allows for appropriate transition, what about the site size and context did we use to justify that?
So say an average corner site is around 600 square meters. This is 200 meters greater than that. It is a corner site that fronts an arterial and a collector. It has an alley, so that's roadways, road right-of-way on 3 sides with a minimum interior side setback of 3 meters.
And in terms of context, the elements that Fazil had mentioned earlier in terms of access to transit, that all plays a role as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I see nobody else on the board for questions of administration. Now I'll check to see if any members of council have any questions of our speakers or administration related specifically to new information arising during the public hearing. Anyone wishing to ask questions related to new information? Not seeing any on the board. I will see if there's a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Jans to close the public hearing. Seconded by Councillor Rutherford. Please vote to close the public hearing.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0.
Mr. Chair, I'll move first reading.
Councillor Jans has moved first reading. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Rutherford. Now would be the time, if folks want to speak to it, to please click on the board to speak to the item. I think people are clicking on. I heard deep sighs, so that sounds like clicking. Councillor Stevenson.
Well, I'll just take up some time, I think, because I'm still grappling with this one. I think the overall outcome is not a bad one. I think it's true that this corridor has a great opportunity to redevelop the existing germ, I guess, of, well, I mean, it is a local node, and I can see that growing throughout the corridor. I think where I'm just really struggling is the wording and the policy around site size and context. And again, just looking at some of the other lots in this corridor, corner lots. This one for me doesn't have some of those unique features that I had in mind when I think about the wording of that motion. So I think that's just the tension I'm feeling. I think that, again, it's a reasonable outcome. I think it contributes to walkable communities and a more sustainable city. And just trying to grapple with a bit of the tension that I feel with how the policy is worded. So look forward to other colleagues' thoughts, especially the ward councillors. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. You know, I've also been struggling with this one. When I look at the way that this corridor has been evolving and changing over the years, and it's been changing actually quite quickly. There's been a lot of rezonings that have come forward on 112. I think about the existing local node over near Gibbard Block, which has been fantastic for the surrounding community. It's so wonderful to be able to have local amenities for community members to walk to, that are close to home, that are accessible. So on one hand, the addition of some more retail and commercial space, I can see the value in that, absolutely. I think what I'm struggling with there's a few things. So even hearing administration's rationale about the work that's underway on 112, that may not really change in a substantial way the recommendation that is in front of us. I think from just a trust and transparency perspective, the fact that work is open, that there hasn't been a conclusion to that work yet, and that this application is in front of us today, that makes me uncomfortable. I think the points raised about 2527 are also raising questions about, you know, the language, as Councillor Stevenson mentioned. It does specifically reference site size and context, and I appreciate that the zone itself was used as one of the rationales for why this makes sense, and that there's some flexibility embedded through the tool of floor area ratio to allow for some context sensitivity. However, when I think about site size and context, I might think about things like, is this a consolidated lot? Or is there an adjacent site or property that is already zoned for greater size and scale? And in this case, those kinds of features aren't present. So at this time, I'm leaning towards not supporting this. Although this is a tough one, because I could see why colleagues might. But again, at this time, I would still be looking for that work to come forward as it relates to 112. And I think there might need to be a conversation about the language and intention of 2527 and what that really means for communities, and what would be considered appropriate transition, and what we would be looking for in site size and context to justify additional height. So I will leave it there. I appreciate this has been an ongoing conversation. This has been in front of us a few times at this point. So yeah, I thank you for the speakers who have come out multiple times, as well as the applicant too, for their patience as we've tried to work through this. But I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Morgan, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Thank you. So I'm reflecting on what I'm. So here's my challenge, is that, so I think directly diagonal from this lot on the other side of 112, we approved a 12-meter high project that's on a half of this size lot. Now there's the benefit being that it's separated from the arterial roads in terms of sun shadowing and things like that. So I hear the height piece. Where I think I'm struggling is that this zone has a much larger setback than your typical zone. So if we did a 12-meter high building, it would be able to be likely 1.5 meters away. This is a 14-meter, up to a 14-meter high building, depending on how they choose to use the floor area ratio. And so even in the most large case scenario, you could have 14-meter high, but then you would have to be separated an additional 1.5 meters away from the properties to the north. Whether this road becomes defined as a collector or arterial wouldn't change administration's recommendation, and I think the way I view this is a larger than normal site that has a requirement for a larger setback no matter what they end up building. So even if they only build a 10.5 meter high mixed use development, they still, the way I would understand the zone, because the zone requires a 3 meter setback interior regardless. So they might not build a 14-meter high building and are still required to be further away from the property on a road that is either an arterial or, even in a modified version in May, a collector. And I could see the argument for either. But for the sake of the argument, let's call it a collector. But this would be a collector, this would not be a local collector road, to be clear. This would be considered more of a, although we don't technically have the definition of local versus major, but this would be more of a major collector road where we have typically done this size of scale of development for decades with a larger setback requirement. So that's why I want to hear and appreciate the ward councillor, but I'm not sure I'm seeing how, even if this is defined as a collector with the setback, how this should not be something we say yes to. I think if it were a 16-meter high, I think if we were talking a different zone that didn't have those types of nuance and that type of setback adjustments, that to me feels a lot different. But I'm not sure I see what happens in May that changes this conversation. In May, we would have either an arterial road or a major collector road where we would still have normally approved density like this. So happy to hear others if others have feedback, but at the moment I think this is something we've approved for arguably decades alongside a major roadway with a larger setback requirement than we used to have in the past, which is something that has changed over the decades. So, but happy to hear some other thoughts to get any other perspective. So thank you. I'll take the chair back.
You have the chair.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
I'll be pretty brief. Just wanted to jump on and say, I think one of the things that really excites me about this rezoning is the mixed use component of it. When I think about the Highlands and I think about 112th and how it draws people from all over the city because of the cute little shops and the space that it creates, I actually think something like this with another little shop, another little restaurant, or whatever it ends up being, could be another great thing to add to that already great, vibrant business node that we have there. And so, you know, this is that tension we're constantly grappling with as we try to create a box and then let people build within that box what makes sense. It doesn't allow the same level of certainty, but it does allow for more creativity, more innovation, and more potential for the kind of city we're trying to create. And so I think, you know, I'm not going to speak about the condo. I agree with the ward councillor. I think their points were very valid about what they consider context, and that isn't here. Your points are really valid. At the end of the day, it is a really well-serviced road for transit and accessibility to the city, and we need more housing still. And so from that perspective, I think that to me is clear, but I still want to have that ongoing conversation, because I think the interpretation of our policies, if we as council, as a collective, are seeing a different interpretation of our policies and administration, then there is something that needs to be rectified there on a go-forward basis. But I just wanted to hop on about the mixed-use component of this because I do see real potential here to add both residential and another great business that could complement the already great business district that exists on 112th. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see anyone else on the board, so Councillor Jans to close.
Nothing further, but for me, a couple of factors that I haven't heard is the proximity to Concordia University. I've heard from Concordia students about the need for more housing choices in more places. I think that should have been emphasized by the applicant and maybe highlighted more by administration. I also see we're going to be putting massive infrastructure investments into exhibition lands, a new LRT station just up at the Coliseum, and again, great connectivity to Stadium Station, Commonwealth Rec Center, the River Valley, many of these other places. This is a very strong location for slightly higher density, and I'll note that I did hear, well, where we have satisfactory commercial now and there is vacancy, but when we're making these decisions, we're not making decisions for today or 5 years from now. We're making decisions for 50 to 100 years from now. And we can't keep saying that we want to curb urban sprawl and build in, not out, without taking opportunities like this on in a core area with excellent transit, excellent amenities, walking to the River Valley, some of the most beautiful places, and allowing a couple extra housing units and a couple extra shops. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 8-4.
I'll move to second reading.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Rutherford. Please vote.
Councillor Paquette?
Still wait. Councillor Paquette, are you there? Not hearing Councillor Paquette. We'll mark Councillor Paquette as... oh, wait. No, I saw an unmute. Just hang on. Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, I am speaking. You can't hear me?
Now we can.
Yes.
You're a yes. Okay, thank you.
We have all the votes
Thank
now.
you. Please display the vote. That is carried 8-4. Councillor Jans?
I'll move consideration of third reading.
Consideration of third reading moved. Seconded
Second.
by Councillor Rutherford. Please vote for consideration. Hold on, everyone's clicking.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. Councillor Jans?
Third and final reading.
Of which, please read out the bylaw number, Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I move third and final reading of 21096.
Second.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Rutherford. Please vote on third reading.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 8-4. Okay, thank you. All right, so the next item of business is 3.22, which is the Queen Alexandra item. And I think we've got a presentation. I'm just going to go through. We'll have some speakers. And again, just doing a quick agenda piece, just again, being very, very realistic now. If you were here for items 3.1 all the way through to 3.20, which includes the amendment to the River's Edge Neighborhood Structure Plan, that includes King Edward Park, Belgravia, Strathcona, Grosvenor, Lansdowne, Heritage Valley, the orchards at Ellerslie, the Virginia Park or the arterial roads development items. I can safely say for sure we're not getting to you before lunch. We still have a number of items, so if you're here in person or virtually, you, again, still welcome to stay. I just want to give you some general outlines on time. So we'll continue on with the presentation for Queen Alexandra. Please go ahead.
Good morning. This application proposes to rezone a site in the Queen Alexandra neighborhood from the mixed-use zone to the mixed-use zone. These changes include removing the commercial frontage modifier and increasing height and floor area ratio. Next slide, please. Located within the White Avenue primary corridor, this site offers easy access to a variety of shopping and entertainment amenities, all within walking distance. It also benefits from access to a variety of transportation options, from frequent bus service on White Avenue, local service on Calgary Trail, and a protected bike lane on 83rd Avenue. Next slide, please. Engagement included mailing notices to residents, site signage, and making information available on the city's website. 198 recipients were notified with no responses being received. Next slide, please. The Scona District Plan designates the property as being within the White Avenue primary corridor, where low and mid-rise buildings can be supported throughout. It also has the commercial frontage classification, with ground-level street-oriented businesses being encouraged. Next slide, please. The property is also subject to the area-specific policy for the White Avenue commercial area. The property forms part of the urbanization sub-area, where the focus is on directing larger, taller, and more intensive developments to be south of White Avenue, where underutilized parcels, accessibility, and greater servicing can support the surrounding community and businesses. The proposed zone aligns with the maximum height of 21 meters directed by the sub-area policy. Next slide, please. The main differences between the current and proposed zone are the increased height and floor area ratio, which will allow for a larger building and ground floor businesses to become optional rather than required. Next slide, please. Administration supports this application. It proposes a scale supported in a primary corridor and a maximum height that aligns with area-specific policy for the White Avenue commercial area, and enables more housing in an area well served by transit and amenities while retaining the option for commercial development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we will go to our speakers. I'm just looking to the board. In favor, we will start with speaker, I don't know if they're here. They're here at all, Jacob Dewan. I don't see them on the list, so, but I do see Allison Rosalind. Yes, come on down. Actually, I think you're going to be on this side. Yep, come on down. And then afterwards, as Allison's getting settled in, we'll go to speakers in opposition. Jason Tryon. Jason, are you here with us today? Jason Tryon? Okay. Well, we'll ask again once we get to speakers in opposition. In the meantime, I will go to our speaker in favor. Presentation's on. Please take your 5 minutes. Go ahead.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Mayor and members of Council. My name is Allison Roseland from Situate, here on behalf of the Michael Pavone Realty Group. Michael and his team bring many years of experience in real estate and home building here in Edmonton, and they approach their projects with a strong interest in contributing positively to the neighborhoods they work in, including Queen Alexandra, where this application is. They're actually currently building a 4-story building nearby on 107th Street and 78th Avenue, which is shown on this slide here. This application supports Council's city building goals, more housing in the redeveloping area, better use of existing infrastructure, and directing growth to the places identified in City Plan. Next slide, please. The subject site is located at 10541 81st Avenue in Queen Alexandra, approximately 1,618 square meters in size, and it is currently zoned mixed use for low-rise development up to 4 stories. The site is located in the White Avenue primary corridor, where mid-rise buildings are encouraged. Despite this strong policy direction, the existing zoning underdelivers on these objectives. This is the gap we're here to close today. This site is a good fit for more homes. Not only is it within a primary corridor, it's also served by several transportation options, including frequent bus service, bike routes, and it's within the Communauto car share zone. It's also just 1 block away from the proposed future bus rapid transit routes on White Avenue, placing it within walking distance of a major transit investment. The site is also located within walking distance of schools, parks, and the shops in the White Ave commercial area. City Plan and the District Plan both identify this area for more residents and more housing choice. This rezoning helps deliver on that direction. Next slide, please. To support this application, we reached out to the community members by creating a project webpage, mailing postcards to 277 nearby residents, and connecting with the Queen Alexandra Community League as well as the Old Strathcona Business Association. We did not directly hear from the Community League or nearby neighbors, but we did hear back from the Business Association, who did not identify concerns with the application, but noted their interest in future discussions if ground floor commercial uses are pursued. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, the site is located in the White Avenue primary corridor, where mid-rise buildings 5 to 8 stories are encouraged. The proposed zoning applies a standard mixed-use zone already used on the site, nearby properties on 81st Avenue, as well as White Avenue. It's a straightforward way to allow more homes on a site that the city has planned for growth, while still fitting into the surrounding area. The height would increase to 21 meters to allow for a 6-story building, which is about 2 additional stories from what is allowed right now. This extra height makes it easier to design functional apartments and provide more homes. The zone itself already includes built-in rules to manage transitions, including setbacks and stepbacks. Next slide, please. We're also proposing to remove the requirement for commercial space along the entire ground floor. This doesn't eliminate commercial uses, they would still be allowed, but it provides flexibility to respond to what actually works in the market. That helps avoid empty storefronts while still supporting commercial activity where it makes sense. As part of our application preparation, we consulted a commercial real estate professional regarding vacancies in the area, which you can see here, and their assessment supports removing the ground floor commercial requirement based on current and anticipated market viability. Taken together with the policy direction for primary corridors, this rezoning supports a practical, mixed-use building that fits the city's plans for White Avenue and creates a more feasible path to redevelopment. Next slide, please. Approving this rezoning helps advance city plan by adding much-needed homes in a great location. It brings new residents closer to transit and amenities and supports the gradual transition envisioned for this area. Next slide, please. For these reasons, we respectfully ask Council to support administration's recommendation and approve this rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just do one final check for Jacob DeWong. Seeing none. Questions for speakers in favor? Councillor Jansen, do you have any questions? Nope, not seeing any. Nobody else has clicked on for questions of our speaker. Thank you. There's no questions for you. I will do a final check-in for our speaker in opposition, Jason Tryon. And I just should confirm with the clerks, when we notify all the speakers about their items, so they have opportunity to join us remotely, because I think they were originally planning remotely, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. Last call, Jason Tryon. Not seeing Jason speak up either in person or online, and their name's not on here, so we will move to questions of speakers, questions to our administration. Councillor Principe. I'll check with the ward councillor. Councillor Jans, do you have any questions? No? Councillor Principe, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In the planning report, under the subject site, under current development, it says mixed use height 21. But what is actually currently there right now? That's not currently there, a building of the height 21 meters, is there?
The zone, the zoning and the development rights that currently apply to the site are H16, a height of 16.
Okay, but in the planning report, it says the current development for the subject site.
Just looking for where that might be, Councillor Principe, but
sorry,
no,
page 2.
That isn't the height of the building that's on site right now.
Okay, so it isn't. I wasn't sure. What is the height of the building that's there right now? Do we know?
We think it's about 1 story.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And from my understanding, the current zoning must have commercial, where with the rezoning, it's optional, correct?
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any other questions for our administration, so I'll do a, oh, just hang on, because they have joined.
I'm
Yep.
on here if you see me now.
Yeah, I just saw your name jump on the list here, so, because they're here before we've closed, we will give, Jason Tryon, 5 minutes to speak. Jason, you'll have 5 minutes, as soon as you begin.
Okay. I'm not really opposed to you guys building this facility or anything like that. I think there is I have more of a concern. Even though I'm not living in Edmonton, I am I'm lord of a condo and everything like that. I guess what my question is to you guys is, how's the parking and everything like that? Is the parking going to be a concern for some people? Because you guys have a building that's already on 63rd there that's really, really, really high right now. You can see it from 63rd Ave when you're coming down the from 63rd Ave, down by the old Strathcona and all that kind of stuff. You could see it. But I guess my question would be like, is parking going to be a concern? Because my tenants do have driver's license, but they don't have vehicles. And I know some people were saying in the condo that parking is a little bit of a tightness in there. That's basically all I have to say, really.
Okay, no, that's great. I appreciate that. I'll see if we have questions for you. Councillor Jans is going to click on. Councillor Jans, please go ahead. Questions of our speaker.
Thank you. Yeah, I was going to say it's, I don't know if you mean 63rd or potentially 81st. Are you referring to the Sidex Tower north of this site? Like over
there's a red building. There's a red brick building, and then right beside the red brick building, there's a big condo or some kind of complex that's being built there. Like it's a really big one.
Yeah, that one actually is the first of 3 towers, and it actually has not just parking for the building, but also 150 additional stalls of public parking as well too. So certainly as this proceeds and in the area we're reviewing, making sure we have the right amount of parking, we have parking enforcement, etc. I'd be happy to follow up with you offline. If you reached out to my office, I could phone you and talk about how we can manage parking. But I guess for this meeting today, I just wanted to clarify I had the location correct that we were talking about.
Yeah, that is correct. Yeah, that is correct. Like I said, there was a brick building, and then right beside the brick building is this big. I'm not sure, like I said, if it's a condo complex or if it's a work area or whatever like that. Like it's pretty tall. I know that.
Yeah, duly noted. I will. I'll follow up with you offline, sir, and I have nothing further for the chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I see no other questions for you, Mr. Tryon, so thank you very much for joining us today. I'll do a quick check-in with my council colleagues if there's any questions related to new information that has arisen during the public hearing.
Oh, the other question I was going to ask, though. Sorry,
Mr. Tryon. I know we're in this odd spot, but I'll figure out a way to do this by giving the chair to Councillor Morgan.
I'll take the chair.
Sorry. Well, do you have anything you'd like to add, Mr. Tryon?
Yeah, I was just going to ask. I know you said it was commercial. Is it like going to be like retail that's going to go in there, or is it like something else, like daycares, whatever, like a dentist, whoever is going in there? Is that what that is?
So it always
just out of curiosity.
So this is the challenge is with all of our zoning, and so that's still to be determined what type of retail or office or so the idea behind most of our zones is that they are mixed use, and so there's flexibility in terms of what people want to do, and so. That's it. So that's the idea behind a lot of these properties is that they will go through a permitting process, at which point that's when it'll be decided what type of development would be there.
Oh, okay. Perfect. That's all I needed to know. Thanks, guys. I appreciate that.
Thank you. I'll take the chair back.
You can have the chair.
Thank you. Perfect. No other questions for our administration on new information. So at this point, I'll take a motion to close the public hearing. Councillor Jans?
So moved.
Thank you. Motion by Councillor Jans.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Morgan to close the public hearing. Please vote to close the public hearing.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. Councillor Jans.
I'll move first reading.
First reading has been moved. I need a seconder. Councillor Morgan had seconded last time.
I can second it.
You'll second it again this time. Thank you. Excuse me. And anyone wishing to speak to this item? I'll let you click on. Any member of council wishing to speak to the item? Not seeing any. I'll go to Councillor Jan. Oh, sorry.
My apologies. I've been trying to click on.
That's okay. Well, good news. I hadn't started Councillor Jan's time yet. So, Councillor Paquette, you get up to 5 minutes to close.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And thank you to our speaker. I just wanted to clarify a couple things in the time I have, and that is that the city generally does not build any of the developments that people would see in their neighborhood, especially when we're going through a zoning process. That will be the applicant, a private entity, will be building. And as such, I just wanted to make that very clear that, I heard the phrase, like, if you guys want to build this, that's okay with me. So I think that is sort of a common perception in the public, that sometimes through these zoning processes, it's the city deciding to put forward a structure or a concept and then build it, when really this is all market capitalism. It's just private entities coming to the council saying they would like to rezone an area in order to build. The other thing I wanted to touch on was the public parking. We are in the process of densifying, and what that means is that the ample and ready availability of an overabundance of public parking may not be as overabundant going forward as we've seen in the past, simply because there are more people in the city. We're getting a little bit more dense, and there will be, some folks who are choosing to drive more and more as we get more people in the city, which is also why we are offering more transit and more modes of transportation other than vehicles in areas, especially areas that are dense and have a lot of amenities already in them. This is the reality in many cities, especially larger cities that are growing. And Edmonton is sort of, one of those prairie city stories where just due to our remoteness, personal vehicle tends to be something that is very, very important. But at the same time, it does cost all of the folks who do not drive. They are essentially subsidizing the public parking, the free public parking, quote unquote, for those who do. So there is a lot of checks and balances and discussions in the future on it. So just want to touch on those two things that were raised. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Jans to close.
Nothing further.
Thank you very much. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
I'm yes.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Clark.
Yes, it was just loading.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. Councillor Jans.
I'll move second reading.
Thank you.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Morgan. Please vote on second reading.
Yes.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford and Councillor Paquette.
Yes, for me.
And Councillor Clark. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. Councillor Jans.
I'll move consideration third reading.
Consideration of third reading has been moved, seconded by Councillor Morgan again.
Sorry, yes.
Thank you. Please vote on consideration of third reading.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
Yes, for me as well. Sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 12-0. Councillor Jans.
I will move third and final reading of bylaw 21342.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Jans.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Morgan. Please vote on third and final reading.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. Thank you. So that item is complete. We will be moving on next to items 3.23 and 3.24 as they will be dealt with together. This is the McKernan item, followed by the Kendall item, then Windsor Park, and then finally Place LaRue. Those would be the items that had been postponed. So next, McKernan item, please go ahead.
Good morning. This application proposes to rezone a portion of a site in the McKernan neighborhood from the Parks and Services zone to the medium-scale residential zone with a maximum height of 16 meters. Next slide, please. The site is located within the 111th to 114th Street secondary corridor as identified in the Scona District Plan. The site is situated close to several green spaces, including Gowan and McKernan Parks, and is 300 meters walking distance to the McKernan-Belgravia LRT station. The area also benefits from quick access to a pair of employment areas in the University of Alberta Hospital and South Campus. Next slide, please. The Scona District Plan designates the property as being within the 114th Street secondary corridor. 4-story low-rise buildings can be supported anywhere in a secondary corridor. Additionally, as the site is over a hectare in size, a plan amendment is proposed to apply the large site designation. This allows for comprehensive development, including publicly accessible open space and connections into the site that integrate it with the surrounding urban structure. Next slide, please. The property is also subject to area-specific policy for the 114th Street and University Avenue areas. While most policies are either related to public realm improvements or the use and design of future developments, it specifically directs the relocation of the St. Peter Sports Field to the east side of the site at the time of redevelopment. Next slide, please. Engagement included mailing notices to residents, site signage, making information available on the city's website, and one-to-one conversations with residents. Common concerns we heard included the desire to retain the existing green space for local soccer groups, that increased traffic could lead to more congestion in the area, and that there might be a loss of neighborhood character. Next slide, please. Administration supports this application. It aligns with district policy direction to support low-rise development in a secondary corridor. It allows more Edmontonians to live adjacent to an LRT station. And it meets area-specific policy to retain publicly accessible green space on the eastern side of the site. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will go to our speakers, starting with those in favor. We have, I'll again do another check for Jacob DeWong, who I don't see on the list here, or on the virtual piece. Brad Thiessen. Brad, are you with us? I don't see Brad's name on here. Neil Ozaduk from the city, hello. I'm going to do my best this term to not butcher your name after so many years. Thank you for using the phonetic piece. Appreciate that. Janice Lee from the city of Edmonton to answer questions only as well. And Rob Cairns. I think I saw Rob's name on the virtual attendees. Rob, are you here with us? Can you hear us? You're in attendance, so I just want to see if you are here with us. Rob Cairns. I'm going to do one more quick note to Rob Cairns. Okay, well, we can start with, because our two speakers from the city were registered to answer questions only. So at this point, since we don't have any of the other speakers in favor, unless Rob Cairns can hear me and can unmute. I'm not seeing them. So we'll go to questions of our speakers in favor. Councillor Jans, do you have questions?
Yeah, and I believe we received correspondence, Mr. Chair, from Rob Cairns in our email about this, and the gist of the which is my question to the applicant or administration.
Only applicants and speakers in favor right now. So our applicants are here, and then you might have to ask a question of administration after.
So I'm wary of quoting directly because I don't have the email open, but I believe and I've heard this from a couple of people, so I won't attribute it to Mr. Cairns directly, but this is such a prime site, right close to right close to the LRT. Why it seems almost underzoned, or this is not an appropriate land use because it's not the highest and best use. That it should be larger or taller or something to that effect. What? How did you arrive at the plan you have?
So back in 2023, when we sought approval from council to acquire the site, the ARP hadn't actually been repealed yet, so the intention was to align with that at the time. That was the community expectation that was coming out of the council decision that was made, or what was communicated to the community at the time as well. So we thought this was a great way to align with the ARP while still increasing density and diversifying the built forms in this neighborhood. The ARP had called for essentially like four-story apartment buildings fronting onto 114th, and then townhouses to the rear between the apartment sites and the park site, just for context of that. The RMH 16 also provides a gentler transition within the context of the single family to the north and the south, and the park space that's going to be existing, which is currently planned as just passive park space. As well, when we were consulting with Affordable Housing and Homelessness for their portion of the 0.9 hectare site, they identified only a need for the 4-story as part of the RMH 16 as more appropriate than the 23. So to not create sort of an awkward site that was both 23 and 16, we decided to kind of accommodate their needs as well as still increasing the density in this area off of that corridor.
But since I guess we started this journey, council has approved 2 6-story buildings just north, on 76 Ave, and there's also an additional 7, almost 7-story just behind it, and then there's others around who are even pushing up to 8. I wonder if it's could you remind me again what the timeline was for when you made the decision to this height?
It was back in 2023, and then into 2024.
Okay.
Yeah.
I suppose, though, that any applicant because we'll have the affordable housing on potentially one half, and then the other half, the market half, if an applicant did so desire, they could always apply for a rezoning if they felt it was more appropriate close to 114th Street.
Yeah, they could apply for a rezoning in that case.
Okay. All right. Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see nobody else on the board for questions for our speakers in favor. I will do just a final call to Mr. Cairns, who is showing on the screen. No video, but I just see their name. Okay, we've given them their chance, more than ample chances. We'll now move to our speakers in opposition. I believe Mr. John Solstice is here for sure. Are you here, John? I thought I saw you on camera somewhere.
Yes, I'm here.
Fantastic, and I'll just do a quick check with our other speaker. I believe it's Alo Duha. Are you with us, Alo? I don't see their name on the list of remote attendees, so we will proceed with Mr. Solstice. John, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Dear council members, I live close to the site and received the postcards and flyer. The plan is to upzone and then build a large-scale apartment with a proportion to be affordable housing. I'll be speaking to both bylaws and proposed development at the same time, if that's okay. To start, I realize this is a tantalizing piece of land to place a big block of housing by an LRT station, but please hear me out. First, this proposal was not in the original Scona district plan, that's why we're here today. so we are not necessarily tied to this application in any way. What alternative uses have been considered for this space? This piece of green space could be developed for a wide variety of uses. Let's do a study what the options could be. There's no rush, as I will point out in a minute. Second, this would be a major loss of a well-used public green space, the only one from far around of its size on foot or even on bike. Others in the area, such as Gowan Park, are either part of school grounds or used by school groups or as university land. Yes, there will be partial green space left over, but that would be very small. And luckily, on the bright side, there are 7 major mature trees that were left standing during the demolition of the St. Peter's Center. So thank you for keeping those trees. I've heard in the proposal to move the soccer field to the east portion, but also keep the space as, quote, passive green space, I think. So so I'm not sure which if somebody could clarify what the plan is for that. So in the end, you could walk there and maybe sit on a bench with no room for organized recreational activities. As a former Canadian national team athlete, this concerns me. Several recent major studies found negative health consequences due to lack of adequate green space in urban areas. For example, research at Vanderbilt University in 2023 indicates that city dwellers lacking green space are 21% more likely to develop anxiety disorders and 39% more likely to develop mood disorders. Yes, there's the River Valley nearby, but it's over a kilometer away, and the trails are icebound 6 months a year. As a runner, I can attest to that. I really miss it in the winter. Nor is it close enough to the green space in question today. In terms of distance, a 2024 study at the Wales National Institute of Health found that lower greenness within 200 to 300 meters of a home is associated with a higher risk of anxiety and depression. And we often look to Scandinavia for models to follow in terms of things like bike lanes, urbanism, and living in winter cities, which we are. In 2024, data from the Swedish National Prescribed Drug Register found that lower amounts of green space in the immediate residential area, defined as just 50 meters, were associated with higher incidences of antidepressant medication prescriptions. So I have to ask, is unit count our only concern? We already lose all the trees on a lot with each new infill when the developer cuts down all the trees. So let's not lose this great green space as well, or soon there will be very little left in McKernan. Keep the full size and develop it so we can play large group and team sports on it, promote a wide range of activities on it, and host cultural events like a Central Park in New York or Vondel Park in Amsterdam or Luxembourg Gardens in Paris. That would be quite a draw for people to live there, giving them more to do that promotes physical and mental health, and at the same time ensure all the many new infill going in the area will be filled as a draw, because at the moment they aren't. Third, infill is moving too fast around this node. There's over 1,000 new units in the works in the area, but 93% are not finished. This includes 17 eightplexes, the 71 unit going into the southeast corner of 114 and 76 Ave, and the 6-story one kitty corner to that, plus the 90 unit Pinto property, 1 block north of that, a new 41 unit going in 1 block north of that, and so on. There are signs of saturation already. The prime property at the southeast corner of University Ave and 114th Street has gone undeveloped and went up for sale in the fall and is still for sale. The Edmonton population growth rate is way down from when the Scona district plan was written, and the city's own projection is for growth to be below 1% for the near future. None of us here today want this to become a half-empty white elephant building. Fourth, onto some technical matters. Where would vehicles enter and leave the proposed building? Are we planning to expropriate nearby properties to allow proper access? Parking and traffic congestion in the entire area is already very bad. There is a Belgravia traffic study commissioned by Councillor Jans, currently in progress. Let's wait for the results. All the feedback posted publicly on that study's website points to untenable congestion in the greater area. Of the many infills going in, none have parking for all the tenants and most have none. I realize the hope is that limited parking near LRT will convince or perhaps force people to take transit, but let's be realistic. 95% of households have 1 car per unit, according to the city commissioned, at least 1 car per unit, according to the city commission's parking study done by Advanis in 2019. Finally, a third of the units in the building will be designated as affordable. That will mean city subsidies, if I understand correctly. Can the city currently afford to commit to that? Is there funding set aside in the budget? Thank you for your time and consideration.
Appreciate that. Questions for our speaker? I'll just do one last check for our other speaker in opposition. That was Alo Duha. Are you with us? No. So any questions for our speaker in opposition? Okay, I'm not, sorry, we do have questions? Yeah, Councillor Clark, please go ahead.
Thank you. For John, kind of hearing your concerns, and I appreciate that with parking and population growth slowing and the desire for this. But I think kind of where I really want to pick your brain on with your expertise. What about moving the soccer pitch? What's your concerns with that? That's not going to be the same size and scale of what currently is?
Yeah, that's right. So what used to be there before was the St. Peter's Resource Center, and it was surrounded by very tall, mature pine trees. And I was really happy to see those kept. During when they did the demolition, they were very careful to keep those and not disturb them. So with those, and I do hope the trees are kept, there isn't enough, you can't make a big enough rectangle for a soccer field.
So, sorry, are you saying in your opinion there's not enough space for a pitch at all?
That's right. The trees, I mean, I like the trees, but I don't want to put them in a negative light. But if you're keeping those trees, then you can't draw a big enough rectangle for a proper soccer pitch.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Morgan, can you take the chair? Oh, Councillor Morgan is not here, and I know Councillor Tang is also not.
Councillor Salvador.
Councillor Salvador, can you grab the chair?
I have the chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Solso, I just want to double check the transportation number you mentioned. You said, was it the 20, were you referencing a 2018 study about the 95%? Sorry, I wanted to just double check.
2019.
2019. And which study was that, sorry?
It was done by Advanis.
And that one said it was 95% of households had one car?
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to try to track that
one. It found that, just got the numbers here. So you have to add them up. So 32% of households have 3 vehicles, 41% have 2, 22% have 1. So if you add those up.
Oh, I see. Okay, that was the that was the citywide number. I get it. Okay. The reason I ask, I was just curious. I know, you know, part of me still wishes we did city census, but I also understand it's a cost issue and not always the best thing. The last time we did a city one back in 2016, I know it showed that particularly in what was the old Ward 8, about 55%, I think. I'm just trying to pull up the number here. I think it was 55% of folks own a car in that area, and because of the sort of the central connection. And I'm just curious if you notice a difference sort of where you're located in the central areas versus maybe what I mean. I know certainly outside in the suburbs it's far more common where it's closer to that 85-90%. Do you find that, or you know, as someone that's been living there for a while?
Yeah, it just keeps going up every year. Thank you for raising that.
Okay. All right. Those are all my.
Yeah, and so if I can add that the congestion morning and evenings is people shortcut. I know they don't live in the area, but I fear if we add yet another major building, and some of them will have cars inevitably, whether we like it or not. Plus the congestion, plus all those major buildings are listed which aren't done yet, so they're all going to come online around the same time, and we could hit this sort of perfect storm of new residents, some with cars. And that's why I referenced the Belgravia traffic study, which is currently in progress. It has a public website, and you can read all the comments, and it's quite strong. So I just want to pause and see if we've considered this.
I appreciate that. I think, and I'd be curious as to your thoughts, I think one of the tension points we always run into when we have this traffic conversation, because you even touched on vehicles shortcutting through that obviously aren't living there, is in a world where people are going to keep moving to our city, if, let's say, you don't build centrally and you keep just building further and further out, where transit usage is much lower because sometimes it doesn't exist for 10, 15, 20 years before a community gets it. You see car ownership essentially, close to 100%, and those cars are then driving through our central neighborhood. I also live in a central neighborhood, and so the tension we often run into is that if if we're only focusing or focusing heavily on the development outskirts, that creates a greater amount of traffic congestion on those roads that we're using, a greater amount of shortcutting possibility, because you have folks who are coming through our neighborhoods or on those main roads to get back to the edges of the city at the end of the day. And so this is part of what we always face in some of these tension points, that if we don't try to change that trajectory, congestion is absolutely guaranteed to be worse than if we try to do more centrally where we have this existing infrastructure. And I guess I wanted to just get your thoughts on that.
Well, I'm not saying we take this building, put it in the outskirts to spread things out. It's just the current situation is quite untenable. And if we're going to keep adding, of course, I'm going to speak up because I live there, and that's what I have to see and live with every day. Yeah. And I thought this would be a minor point in my presentation.
Okay, no, that's fine. Yeah, I was just curious.
More about the mental health aspects and so on.
That's fair.
But also, if we could get clarification, the application says we're moving the soccer field, but then at the same time, it says it's just going to be a passive, I forget the term, passive.
Yeah, great question. I think that's going to come up in our questions.
What is the plan?
Yeah, we'll ask that.
You can't move the soccer pitch unless it's like a really small, sort of Timbit size.
Yeah, that we'll make sure that question gets asked of him. And thank you very much. I'll take the chair back.
Returned.
Thank you.
Thank you. There's no further questions for our speaker, so we will go to questions of admin, and I'll go to Councillor Jans first, I think. I imagine there's some questions.
Just same line of questioning to the applicant, just kind of, given the area, it seems almost underzoned.
We did work with the applicant at a pre-application stage and throughout the application, and made suggestions for higher heights, more intensity. Ultimately, they decided this was the height that worked for them at the plan that they have moving forward. There is subsequent development applications that could come in, like subdivision and that type of thing after it's sold. It could change how the policy is applied to the site. So I think without having more design details than what they largely know right now, which is they'll have lot 1 and lot 2, I think ultimately that's their decision. And it fits the policy.
Okay, excellent. Nothing further.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Salvador, can you take the chair?
Yes, I have the chair.
Unless Councillor Clark was going to go ask about the same question. Do you want to do it? Councillor Clark, go ahead. Oh, sorry, no, Councillor Prince-Pay's on. Everyone wants to ask the same question. Councillor Clark, why don't you take the lead on that one? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Let's talk about the soccer pitch. That's the question that we have here. Big proponent of sports, big proponent in keeping that. So I see it's going to be moved. So my understanding when I was reading all these reports that it was like, okay, I think it could be a great site for development, but it was just going to move it over. If that's not the case, and it's turning into a smaller or a different residential park. Not that we don't need green space, but when you look at this site, it's a soccer pitch. That's basically what it is with some trees around it. So just give me the details on that, please.
Right, yeah, so there's a couple pieces in the open space analysis. So not only does it fit the policy, it does just flip over to the eastern side. So if there's a reduction in size, it would be almost imperceptible to the eye. So we know that the size stays the same, the location just moves inwards to the neighborhood, and this improves the quality of the space because it's not butting up against an arterial roadway. You have better access from the interior of the neighborhood. Now, at this time, because it's redevelopment and it's now in the city inventory, right? It used to be school board inventory. We need triggers in order to start to look at the future design and functionality and programming of the space. So the answer today is to be determined based on future budget decisions, future analysis of the neighborhood, the larger needs of the neighborhood in terms of recreation, athletics. Like it is a soccer field today. If our open space team takes a broader look and finds there might be gaps in other types of programming or functions, that'll all be determined at future stages.
Thank you for that. I think that clarifies it. It's just, if we're thinking about it for today, it's moving over with very similar dimensions to what it is, and then we progress from there, potentially.
That's right. It's very similar. You wouldn't be able to tell to the naked eye.
Thank you. Councillor Principe, do you have questions?
Well, I think you answered my question, because I was going to say, at first I couldn't even tell that it was PS in the white box, because it was kind of whited out there a little bit. But that the area in the white box is PS, and under the PS zone, there are, like, it is allowed to have a library, child care service, so you're allowed to actually have a building on there. But from what I heard you say now, right now, the idea is to have a soccer pitch there. However, in the future, the needs could change. Is that correct? Like, everything would be taken into consideration in a neighborhood context?
No, currently there's a soccer pitch, but when it moves interior to the neighborhood, that's when it'll be reassessed to determine functionality. So in the meantime, it would be like when I heard somebody mention the level around, the language around passive recreation. That's how it would be developed in the interim until budget and design and assessment are done.
Right, so that building that's currently there is being removed?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Sorry.
And then at that time, they'll determine the best use for that space?
That's right. It'll be triggered through our open space team and process.
Okay, so we're not guaranteed that it's going to be a soccer pitch?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Salvador, or no, Morgan is back. Can you take the chair?
I can take the chair.
Thank you. Sorry to be a little picky just on the soccer field piece here, because I think maybe where the confusion is, and this is my interpretation, that field, the actual sort of the goalposts are more centrally located in the entire parcel, but I don't believe the entire field is used for soccer because it's a so is that why you're suggesting? Because if you're shifting that field essentially to the east, closer to the parking lot and to the school, there's a fence located there. From how it is normally used on a day-to-day, we would expect the same size, even though if you actually look at the placement of the goalposts, it's more centrally located to the entire parcel. But I don't think it's used in that full size of a field. Anytime I've gone by over the years, I don't know if that's the case, but can you give me a little more certainty on that?
I don't. I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay.
I'll have to check with the open space team. Okay. What we do know is that the site size is almost exactly the same as the green space that exists today. So I can understand if the goalposts are centered and it looks like a larger field, even though a field itself may be designed perfectly, wouldn't need as much space. Either way, these are all of the details that are going to take place at a later time.
Yeah, so we would go through that and review that. I just want to make sure, because I get, like, again, I can only speak to, every time I've taken the LRT past or driven by, you see a lot of people sitting in that space, so I don't know if it's, I think it's primarily used for younger players, and so the field size isn't as might not be used in the full size. Are you getting any information that we can?
I am not getting anything that helps right now, but I can come back around to it, Mayor Knack.
Okay, all right, I will, there's no other questions, so we might just have to patiently wait for a few seconds if somebody's sending that over. I don't know if it's something our applicants have looked into, and if when I get to new information, I can maybe ask them if they've looked into that. I'm seeing nodding heads maybe, so why don't I take the chair back for a moment?
You have the chair.
Thank you, and then I will go to questions related to new information, and if it's okay with you, Councillor Morgan, can you take the chair again?
I can take the chair.
I'm going to go to the applicants who might have done some work on this. I saw potentially nodding heads. Can you share any more information on that?
So the current plan is the open space piece will function as passive space. The soccer pitch won't be moving over quite yet. In the future, as open space gets budget and they've done some work with the community to understand what their needs are, then they'll determine what the use would be at that time. But for the meantime, it will function as passive space.
So if this is rezoned, you're not closing down the field.
It'll stay there until the site's redeveloped.
And then, but as part of a redevelopment, what would have to happen to maintain it? Because I think the concern that you're probably going to hear in this, because like obviously it's a great location for development. Like you know, I understand Councillor Jan's questions. You should probably be looking for something much larger scale than this. I also appreciate that we have a lot of soccer needs in our city and space. So would that be part of any agreement that we would make that somebody would be putting, I mean, because really all we're talking about is a couple of posts to move. And I know in the past that's been challenging to do in some fields, but I would hope as part of any type of future plan, we would be wanting to do that.
I don't think the limitation is on, like, a soccer field could technically fit on the open space piece that's going to be retained. In order to do that, you'd probably have to remove the trees. So as with any open space analysis, those are the kind of things that they would be evaluating. Do people want open space? Do they want to retain their trees? Do they want a soccer pitch? Do they want some other form of active space? That's the kind of thing that would come out in their process.
Okay, so before anything changes, before any type of closure changes, there would have to be an engagement process with the, you know, to determine how what that usable space would be, whether the community wants to retain it as a soccer field or if they want to do something else. But that there would be a conversation related to that before development would occur.
Correct. So there's definitely people who would love to see it turned into an open space, but there's other people in the community who would like to see it retained as passive space. There's people who would like to see it turned into something else even more. So it's one of those things where they do that work, they engage, and we understand what the needs are of the community before they move forward with something.
And that's the key. So before anybody moves forward, that engagement takes place, the community gets involved. So they're going to be the ones that help shape the future of that. It's not dooming this to nothing happening, is what I've heard. Correct? There will be there's engagement happening after this.
Yeah, correct.
Okay,
Councillor.
great.
And budget, that would have to come along with any substantial changes to the site as well.
Yeah, if we're talking about moving goalposts, that's probably different than if you wanted to suddenly build a playground and the community said, we want a playground there. Different story, that's a budget requirement. I hear that. Okay, I just want to get clarification on that. Thank you. I'll take the chair back.
Yeah, the chair.
Thank you very much. Any other questions related to new information of our speakers? Any member of council have questions related to new information? Councillor Morgan, please go ahead.
Do we have knowledge on like how often that soccer field is used?
No, we weren't able to find usage data for it.
No. Okay, cool. And do we know like what I know Mayor Knack alluded to a deficit in soccer fields in our city right now. As a coach previously, I know that deficit is real. Do we have any numbers at all we can share?
We don't have any numbers about just general soccer field usage in the city.
Okay.
I should note, Councillor Morgan, you can also direct that question to admin, who might be able to answer that because they might have received more information.
Yes, sorry, just about the size of the site, it sounds like the standard fields are actually at Gowan, and this soccer pitch is an irregular, so it is not a standard size, like a regulation size, but it's bookable.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of, the little guys play on smaller fields and the bigger guys play on the bigger fields, right? So, does admin have any knowledge on how often it's booked, this particular soccer field?
I'm asking.
Yeah?
Sorry, Councillor Morgan, it might take a minute.
Okay, cool. Do we, in the meantime, are we also asking about the deficit of soccer fields in the city right now?
Yes, though that one I think is a little more unrealistic, right, as a quick answer to find out right now.
Okay. How can I make this longer to find out that information?
We can patiently wait for a few moments
while silence.
Awkward silence is allowed. It is your time.
Yeah.
And so if we want to wait to get an answer.
I'm going to sit and think.
Or if you're okay, we have another councillor on the board who has questions.
Yeah, I can pass it on to
fantastic, and that might free up some time for other answers to arise. Thank you. Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, I don't view this as a bailout by any means. But so I do have a quick question about Just I know that it's been provided in the past, but I don't know what it is anymore. Sort of the recommended amount of green space per population. And so as we densify in the area, are we ensuring that we're going to retain the amount of green space that is necessary for the well-being and health of the neighborhood?
Councillor Paquette, so in shifting to our breathe policy for open space implementation, there are 4 considerations. So it's not entirely based on supply. It's distribution, quality, diversity, and supply. But I think a useful metric that we sometimes go back to is the Urban Parks Management Plan. That's for building new neighborhoods, and that standard is 2 hectares per 1,000 people. This area has 2.8 hectares per 1,000 people, including this site.
And Councillor, sorry, I'll just add, McKernan School is about 225 meters away, and McKernan Park is roughly the same from this site.
Okay, so 2.8 hectares per 1,000 people, 2 hectares per 1,000 people, but as we densify, and I don't know what that number could look like, are we building in that sort of resilient amount that we might require?
We look to those other criteria in breathe in addition to supply, because supply eventually does become more and more constrained, right? And it depends on the area. There's also open space has many different functions and potential for amenities. So when we talk about diversity, they can be smaller spaces, but function in a different way for different people and different needs.
Sure.
That also includes quality and distribution throughout the neighborhood. So those things are all considered in redeveloping neighborhoods and open space.
Okay, and so I guess, and maybe there's another forum for this, another way to talk about this, but I guess as far as the land use, I'm just wondering about city projections for population growth in the area through densification, and then how that ratio is affected, and if we are pretty confident we're always going to be on the right side of that ratio of population to hectare.
So, Councillor, that's it's Travis here.
Yeah.
That's work outside of the public hearing process here.
Okay.
That's ongoing policy work that looks to achieve our open space goals with our densification goals and how they merge, and then also those ongoing funding requests to ensure that we can acquire spaces or activate spaces differently to meet the needs of the community. In this specific application, the open space is staying the same. It's being transferred over to the school site. So there isn't an overall loss of open space here.
Right. I do worry a little bit about just little bites here and there.
Yep, similarly to transportation infrastructure, that parks and open space infrastructure piece is being looked at through policy work.
Yeah. Okay. That satisfies that. Thank you very much. And at some point, Mr. Mayor, maybe we do have a little bit more information on that.
Yeah. Thank you. With a minute 16, instead of moving for a second round, did you want to ask Councillor Morgan's question? Because I think administration might have an answer to that.
I can't recall specifically what the question was, but if administration remembers, Councillor Morgan had a question. Do you recall what it is, and you might have an answer on that?
Yes, it's so we know that it's reasonably well used by adults, but since it doesn't fit into like the regular statistics where we would count like standard use of regulation-sized soccer fields, we don't have precise statistics. The other thing that I can tell you is that we've got an approach to outdoor recreation, rectangular fields from our open space group, and the analysis from 2018, so it's going back a little ways now, didn't recommend any new fields at that time. So the recommendation was that the city should maintain the current level of provision for outdoor rectangular fields. As the city grows, more fields may be considered, but there is no short-term need for additional fields in the city as a whole.
Great. Any other questions, Councillor Paquette?
No, that was fantastic. Thank you.
Councillor Morgan, do you have additional questions? Do we have to move us another round? I just want to double check, or did that answer your question? Yeah. Thank you. I see no other questions on the board for new information. Therefore, this would be an appropriate time to take a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Jans to close public hearing. Do I have a seconder? Second. Seconded by Councillor Rutherford. Please vote on closure of the public hearing.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott.
Sorry.
Waiting for one more vote. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. Councillor Jans?
I'll move first reading.
You've moved first reading of the public hearing. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Rutherford?
Yes.
Moved, seconded by Councillor Rutherford. Those wishing to speak, please click on. I'm not seeing anyone, so I can go to Councillor Jans to close.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Please vote.
I just need one more vote. Councillor Stevenson?
I'm a yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 11-1. Councillor Jans?
I will move second reading.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rutherford. Please vote.
Councillor Rutherford?
Yes.
We have all the votes. Thank you.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 11-1. Councillor Jans?
I'll move consideration of third reading, please.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Rutherford. Please vote on consideration.
I'm yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. Councillor Jans?
I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 21362.
And 213 charter bylaw.
21361 and 21362.
Second.
Thank you. And that's seconded by Councillor Rutherford. Please vote on the third reading of those.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 11-1. Okay, we are 11:57. I'm just going to do a quick agenda refresher for everyone. So after the recess, we will be on recess until 1:30 for the lunch break. So at 1:30, we will begin with item 3.25, which is the Kendall item. On that one, there are only speakers to answer questions only and no one opposed, so it is likely that one finishes relatively quickly. The next item would be item 3.26, which is the Windsor Park item. There are up to 5 speakers registered in favor, or opposed, and 2 in favor. That one might take a little bit longer. And then we would move to items 328, 329, and 30, which are all cross-referenced. In that one, there are 2 speakers registered in favor, both to answer questions only, no opposed. So again, likely reasonable speed-ish. And once we finish that item, then we would move on to the items at the top of the agenda, which would be items 31, 32, 33, which is the River's Edge. And then we would go to King Edward Park, followed by Belgravia and then Strathcona. We won't get through everything today, to be clear, but that is sort of the order of operations. There's a very good chance that before the end of today, I could very much see us getting to the River's Edge, King Edward Park, potentially even Belgravia and Strathcona at least. if not some of the ones after. So that includes Grosvenor, Lansdowne, but we'll keep working our way through. But just so folks have a sense, if you've heard your item, we'll be working in that order. So at this point, we are on recess until 1:30 in the afternoon, at which point we will deal with Kendall and then the Windsor Park item. Thank you. Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Jans.
Hello.
Hello, Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning. Good afternoon.
Whatever, it can be morning to you. Councillor Clark.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Tang. Councillor Parmar.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Paquette. Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Elliott.
Present.
And Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Excellent. Okay. We have enough to continue on. So as mentioned at the start, what we are dealing with right now is item 3.25, the Kendall item, followed by the Windsor Park item, then the Place La Rue item, and then we will move back to item 3.1 of the agenda at the top. So we'll start with Kendall. There are no speakers in opposition on this item, so I guess I do just want to do a quick check. Councillor Morgan, did you want a presentation, or did you have... perfectly reasonable if you want one. I just wanted to check, or if your question...
I have questions for admin,
Yeah.
I guess, on this, but they can do a presentation if they like.
Sure. Well, let's do it.
Yeah.
You got it handy. It's literally there, so let's go.
Good afternoon. This application proposes to rezone land from the agricultural zone to a variety of urban development zones that would allow for a range of small and medium-scale housing, small commercial centers, and associated public open space and utilities. Public engagement included a mailed notice and information on the city's webpage, and no responses were received. Next slide, please. The site is located west of 170th Street Southwest and south of 28th Avenue Southwest in the Kendall neighborhood. The site is vacant, and the surrounding area in Kendall is currently used for agricultural purposes. The Keswick neighborhood to the north and the Glenridding Ravine neighborhood to the east are under development. Transit service and a shared pathway are currently available along 28th Avenue. Next slide, please. The Kendall Neighborhood Structure Plan was approved by City Council in April 2025 and is the last neighborhood developing in the broader Windermere planning area within the Southwest District Plan. The proposed rezoning allows for a mix of housing types, a school and park site, small-scale commercial opportunities, a stormwater management facility, and an underground water reservoir, which is all in general conformance with the Kendall NSP. Next slide, please. To manage increasing traffic and development in the Windermere area, future subdivisions in the Kendall neighborhood will be required to construct the priority arterial road improvements, including widening portions of 170th Street and Ellerslie Road, and improving the intersection at Ellerslie Road and Rabbit Hill Road. This map shows the future arterial road improvements associated with this application, as well as ongoing improvements that are already required with nearby subdivisions. The owner will be required to construct the transportation road network, including the collector roadway, shared pathways, and safe crossings within the site boundary as per the Kendall NSP. Transit in Kendall is likely to begin with on-demand transit service before a staged implementation of conventional local bus service as the neighborhood develops. A bus stop will be required on the collector road within the site boundary with future stages of development. Next slide, please. Administration recommends that this application be approved as it is compatible with surrounding planned land uses and is in general conformance with the Kendall Neighborhood Structure Plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just to check, Councillor Morgan, do you have questions for any of the speakers in favor? They were all to answer questions only.
No, it's going to be just for admin.
Just for admin? Okay, no, that's great. I just wanted to double check. So we will go to questions of admin, and Councillor Morgan can start. Please go ahead.
Okay, cool. So I'm just, thanks for the presentation there and bringing it to council now. To start with, I'm just confirming here, this neighborhood, once fully built out, we're looking at about 7,500 dwelling units and 18,000 residents. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay, cool. All right, so to understand this cumulative impact on infrastructure, can administration provide the current total population of the Heritage Valley catchment area right now? That, I guess, and specifically that rely on 41st Ave as primary arterial route.
Councilor, I don't think we have specific stats on who would be relying on that route. Kendall is the last neighborhood in the Windermere area that's going to be developing. It'll develop over 15 to 25 years. As mentioned through the future subdivisions, there'll be lots of improvements that'll happen to our arterials, and those can be evaluated as development happens to reprioritize and see what needs to happen.
Okay, yeah, so I guess what I'm getting right now, what I'm understanding is about 70,000 people in Heritage Valley right now. Does that sound accurate at all, or?
That sounds close. And are you referring to Heritage Valley or sort of Windermere South?
I would say there's probably some Windermere South in there too as well, so.
Yeah, there's I'd say that's an approximate. That could be accurate, yes.
Yeah, okay, cool. Do we have average daily traffic counts for 41 Ave between Ellerslie and 170th Street? Handy?
Don't have handy, but we can provide you that information.
I would love that information, for sure. Has that been done, like a baseline count on that?
Sorry, we're just looking at what we've got.
It has
here
been
for-
done, though. It has been done.
Well, through our transportation pack assessments and as subdivisions progress, we would be looking at that impact to the roads, and that's how we determine the improvements that are necessary that Andrew mentioned. And so that's all based on as units come online, what we need to do for the neighboring road networks to make those improvements. And they're all conditioned upon subdivision.
Okay, so the numbers I've got, and I've kind of looked into it a little bit, about 15,000 trips a day. It's probably a little bit on the high end, but with 70,000 people living in the area there that would potentially rely on that, we're adding another almost 20,000 people to the area. And I did a little bit of rough math here, and so that would push up our trips. Adding that extra 20,000 people would push up our daily trips to almost 20,000. I'm just gonna throw it at you there, and you can do with that information what you like, I guess, but that's what I've gotten, and I'd love to hear your perspective on that as well.
So maybe I can walk you through how different assessments are done at different point in time in terms of supporting the planning and development in this area. Starting off with the Windermere Area Structure Plan, the entire population was taken into consideration and arterial network was drawn out to support that population. With Candle, which is the last neighborhood, another transportation impact assessment was conducted. And the findings of that clearly indicated that 41 Avenue will require 4 lanes as the area develops. Not only that, there are interim assessments that are done to prioritize and stage the network, which is the infrastructure projection study that was completed in 2019. What Andrew mentioned during his presentation, the 2 priorities that you see on the slide were identified through that study that are going to be condition of future developments in this area. As we go forward, Councillor, we have to take into account as well what initiatives and efforts are being made to make all neighborhoods in the city multimodal, and not only just rely on vehicular traffic, but provide them with some options. Part of it is the BRD construction that is underway. There is a transit center that is planned for Ambleside, south of Windermere Boulevard. The expansion of LRT into Heritage Valley is on the horizon. The construction of new bridge along Ellerslie will also provide the ability to reroute the buses and provide better transit in this area.
Thank you. Councillor Elliott?
Thank you. My question, I think, for admin, I just wanted more clarity, and if you can't provide it, maybe to one of the speakers on this, but I guess I'll go to admin, Mayor, first.
Yeah, do admin, and then we'll call for new information after to go to questions of the speakers after that. So,
thank you, Mayor. It's my understanding, because when we look at, I'm just looking at slide 4 right now, which is like the mobility slide, you call it. And I know that we've encountered some, I'll say, issues in regards to the Ellerslie Road and Rabbit Hill Road, because there was a parcel of land that was owned by a homeowner who wasn't selling at that time, and that looks like it's been rectified through Everred and through consultations. I believe, if my information is correct, there's also a site down in Kendall that there's a sliver of land that's currently owned by private ownership, And my question is, will that be rectified in any upgrades to the roads that are going to be built up? Because, like I said, the Ellerslie has been postponed. I'll use that terminology right now because you couldn't really upgrade until some agreement was made with the private ownership. And I believe there's a private ownership piece of land down in the Kendall area as well that may impact the road upgrades. And I just want to verify, is that correct? And two, will that be rectified moving forward? And I don't know if I have, well, one, I'll say, can you verify the information? And two, if so, will that be rectified?
So, so if I understand correctly, the parcel that you're talking about is Ever Red, which is the northwest of Ellerslie and Rapid Hill Road.
Well, that's been rectified now,
Correct.
I understand. But
Yes.
what I'm looking at now is down in Kendall. It's my understanding there's I'll call it like a small piece of land that's currently owned and not sold, which may interfere, I'll use that word, with the road upgrades or construction on 170th. And I just want to find out, has that been rectified, or will that cause an issue with any road upgrades as we're encountering the issues previously with the Ellerslie Road one? I hope I explained that correctly.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for the clarification. So if we look at the, if clerks can bring up slide 4 on screen. So looking at the subject side that is in front of us today, its primary access is off of 28th Avenue, and it is adjacent to 170th Street. In order to serve this parcel, some upgrades will be needed by the developer in terms of upgrading the intersection, constructing Collector Road. There are no land issues associated with that. This is under one ownership, and whatever is needed in terms of dedicating and constructing the road is within the realm, and I think applicant can confirm that as well.
Okay, thank you. Because at the end of the day, I just want to make sure that we're not going to encounter the same similar issue that we encountered at Rabbit Hill and Ellerslie.
Outside of this site, within Candle, there are other ownerships that I cannot speak to, but I can confirm on this site.
Okay, thank you kindly.
Thank you very much. I think Councillor Wright was next. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm just wondering about those arterial roads. It was mentioned that there was a study completed in 2019. Is that sort of when the costs were determined?
2019 study was primarily to look at the priorities and staging of the area overall. Yes, the associated cost was identified as well, but these are developer obligations, so they were already part of ARA bylaw.
Okay, so in the ARA bylaw, it says that the developers would either do the construction or pay into the ARA reserve, right?
Correct.
Okay, so those costs in 2019, how much have those costs escalated now in 2026?
I can speak to the process. So every year the ARA levy gets updated. It is informed by the capital projects that city does. It is also informed by our collaboration with the developers, their primary contractors. So it is a much more a collaborative process where we look at the updated rates that takes into account any inflation, any other considerations that could impact the costing, and the rate gets updated on an yearly basis.
And then those developers that have already paid into the ARA, are they required then to pay those escalating costs as well, or once they pay into it, they're done?
City administration can only charge levy once.
Okay.
We don't have ability to go back and recharge any differential.
Okay, so then I guess, how much of a gap are we at from what the developers have paid in over the past 7 years to the actual cost? And then who's responsible for covering that gap?
So it is the entire catchment. It is a shared responsibility for all the developers in this area. Currently, with all the subdivision approvals, these two priorities are conditioned, and whoever developer commits to it, they will proceed and use the funds to complete the work.
So the funds that have been paid into it? What I'm getting at is there enough money in the reserve to cover the current cost of construction? Or is the developer, the last one in, responsible for covering all those escalating costs over the years?
I'm wondering, just looking at Ms. Inkman, if that is a question, it's an interesting question, but I'm not sure it's relevant to the land use.
Mr. Mayor and Councillor, I can answer this pretty quickly.
Okay, sure.
So through the ARA bylaw, those cost escalations, as Fazil had said, every year those ARA rates are recalculated, and the remaining balance of landowners and subdivisions that have yet to come pay those new rates, which are equivalent to what is the infrastructure cost of the remaining infrastructure. So the system is self-sustaining. The costs do escalate as they move forward, and those are captured in the ARA rate changes.
Okay, so the city is not at risk of those escalating costs.
Correct.
It's basically the last developer in that has to cover the escalating costs.
It's the remaining developers in the basin and the amount of infrastructure left.
Okay, I think that answers my question. Thank you.
Perfect. Do you want to move another round of questions, Councillor Wright?
Yes, I will move a second round.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Stevenson. Please vote for another round.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. Councillor Morgan?
Appreciate the second round, everybody. I guess, do we have an idea of the traffic patterns that people living in Kendall would be, or the direction they would be going to get down to Highway 2, downtown, Nisku?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All that is part of our regional travel model that takes into account the origins and destinations across the city, and whether it is Kendall or the entire ASP area. And that gets included, or that model informs the transportation assessment, and that's how we then estimate volumes along different corridors within subject area and across the city. So if you're looking for vehicles per day kind of a threshold, 40 Avenue with the development of Kendall will carry in the realm of about 40,000 vehicles in that area, which triggers a need for 4 lanes. Mm-hmm. 2 lanes are part of Kendall development or within the basin. The remaining 2 lanes will be the future development to the south.
And there's no way to attach this development to 41 Ave.
So this development is paying into the ARA contributions, so it is contributing to 41 Avenue upgrades.
It is already, Kendall is. So I'm looking at it, are we not, and pardon my ignorance, are we not putting it into for the Ellerslie upgrades and 170th Street upgrades?
Yes, so it is a bucket of money that you can consider that is used for the entire.
But not prioritized for 41 though, right?
Whichever gets prioritized, the money goes towards that. The entire neighborhood is still yet to develop, and then there are other areas within the ASP, such as Glenridding Ravine and other areas that are remaining. Mm-hmm. So as Travis was mentioning, that it will be the responsibility of all the remaining developments and the developers to
continue to contribute and take care of the remaining infrastructure.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Palmer?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have a question in regards, I pulled up the Kendall Integrated Infrastructure Management Plan, and it says here that the results show the cumulative revenues are projected to be 1.42 billion, and the costs are projected to be 1.08 billion in year 50. And this is reports just from last year. I'm wondering if that continues to be the case.
So with the IMP, that's information that's provided at the stage that the neighborhood structure plan comes to council for consideration. We don't necessarily go back and review that. That's information that helps us at the time.
Okay.
And so, yes, based on information that we had when we brought that forward, and it hasn't been that long, so it should be as current as it can be.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I see no other questions for our administration. Are there any questions for, now we'll go to questions of new information that arose during the public hearing. Does anyone have questions for either the applicants or administration at this point related to the new information? No, not seeing any. I'll take a motion to close public hearing. Kendall's, do you want to go? I'll go to the ward councillor, I think.
So moved.
Thank you. Seconder?
Second.
Please vote. Seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote for closure.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. I'll take a motion for first reading to the ward councillor. Are you comfortable with moving first reading?
So move for first reading.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar. Anyone wishing to speak to it, please click on if you would wish to speak. Maybe? Are you clicking on to speak? Were you clicking on, Councillor Morgan? It looks like you are. I feel like you're looking like you're trying to click on. Okay, Councillor Morgan, please go ahead.
I'll tell you, I'll support this, but I continue to be frustrated with our transportation network in the Southwest, and you know, whether we do it now or 20 years from now when Kendall's done, we are our 41 Ave arterial is overburdened as it is right now. And we have traffic going through Allard and Desrochers and Chappelle and doing dangerous things right now. And I'm hearing it from residents daily. And so I'm really concerned about that. And so, and our prioritization of our roads and our developer-led infrastructure related to what's being built in the south. So I'll just say that. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Paquette.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And, you know, it's a very, very interesting discussion. In my time, I would just like to talk a little bit about developer responsibility and infrastructure and amenities and things like that. So just for folks who don't know, there are a lot of different ways to approach developer responsibility for initial infrastructure. And Edmonton has, you know, chose one direction, and a good comparator would be Calgary that chose another. In Calgary, they front load a lot of infrastructure onto the developer responsibility. What this translates into, and my old information was $200,000 additional price tag on typical residential property. I've heard since from developers there's now $250,000 extra cost compared to Edmonton. So what that means is that the initial cost of infrastructure is still being paid by the homeowner, but it's being paid through their mortgage. In Edmonton, we chose a different route where we have a different amount of developer responsibility, and then The amenities and extra infrastructure is decided by council and paid for on the property tax. Now, the difference being that a municipality generally gets a much better rate for building infrastructure and things like that and carrying those costs of it than you would get on a mortgage. So there's tax saving, or there's actual real dollar savings for people living in Edmonton on that infrastructure when it's built, as long as the can isn't kicked too far into the future. Because the further it goes into the future, the more the cost of that infrastructure is. And so the deferral costs are what can eat away at those savings. Now, all that being said, it is about $9,000 more affordable for an average typical residential property in Edmonton as far as your annual cost than compared to Calgary, which I'm only using Calgary as a comparator because they're right next to us, and we've had similar timelines for construction since the inception of Alberta and the cities. So, all that being said, if there are concerns about infrastructure, if there are concerns about what is the right level of developer responsibility for initial infrastructure, those are really good conversations to have, but we need to keep in mind that there is the dollar factor and the convenience factor, and finding the right balance there for both the municipality and the people. So, and that is a very long way of saying anything is possible. Anything is possible. And as for congestion, yes, that is a very real thing, but nothing actually exists rationally without a comparator. So what do we compare congestion with? What other municipalities, what other experiences? And then what is the right balance? Like, do we expect that people wait 5, 10, 15 minutes in traffic? Do we expect that people wait no time in traffic? And what is the correct balance for that as well? And how do we determine that in comparison to the experience in other municipalities, right? So I love these conversations. I did go a little bit far afield, but in speaking to, I'm kind of allowed to, as long as it's somewhat germane to the conversation at hand, and I think it was germane to the questions that were asked. And so as far as this particular issue in front of us, I support it. I recommend and hope that the rest of council supports it. And these larger conversations, I think they're important to have in the future, and we need to have a overall discussion policy around that, because it is kind of dangerous to start one-offing on things that are before us and reducing certainty with our partners and certainty in the marketplace, because the last thing we want to do is scare away investment at a time when we need it so desperately. There's room for all of these conversations in the proper order. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'm going back and forth. I think we'll introduce our guests first before Councillor Elliott gets to close here. So, very excited. I see some guests here today in City Hall chambers. We are looking at the grade 2 class, it sounds like, from Jackson Heights School in Ward Supomi-Tapi. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Your city councillor is Councillor Joanne Wright, who has turned on her camera. She is there in that little square in the middle on the right. You can see her there. She's very happy to see you, as we all are. We're all happy to see you here today. And so you are here for City Hall School. What day of, is this just day one? Day one of City Hall School. So you're in for a week of really fun things. And that will include, I think, they'll do a mock city council too, maybe? In May, okay, so all right. So we haven't decided who's going to be the mayor yet, have we? No. What's on the list? What have you been doing so far in day one? What did you? Oh, you just rode the LRT. Fantastic. I love hearing about that. Did you have fun? Yeah, I love. Which one did you ride then? The Valley Line? Oh, yes, the big windows, you get a great view. It's so much fun to ride that valley. I love both LRTs, but the Valley Line, I'm a little biased because it's coming out west to my home. I can't wait to see it. So, well, we're so excited to have you here today. Thank you all very much for being with us, and look forward to hearing what happens when you come back in May as well for your mock city council. So welcome, everyone. Thank you. Wonderful. Excellent. And now you're in for a treat because you get to hear newly elected City Councilor Mike Elliott with some inspiring closing remarks on this item here. Please go ahead, Councilor Elliott, with your wisdom.
I'm glad everyone's sitting down. I just want to echo my colleague, Councilor Morgan, and his concerns and comments in regards to transportation on the south side. We share our boundaries over in their wards, and we both hear and feel the same stressors and pressures in regards to the roadway. I do support this, the Kendall project, but I just want to say out loud that I certainly hope that with construction, I can see similar construction starting at the Ellerslie Road intersection as well, because if one starts to develop and the other does not in regards to the roadways, I think John, or I should say Councillor Morgan, and I are going to feel the wrath of our constituents. But I do appreciate the development. I know our city is growing, and I know there's always those pressures about going up, going out, and there's more areas to clear, cover, etc. But at this juncture, I do support this, and I hope my colleagues can as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please vote, everyone.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 12-0. Councillor Elliott, would you like to move second reading?
Second reading, please.
Thank you. Councillor Parmar, do you want to second that?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote on second reading.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. Councillor Elliott?
Consideration for third reading.
Thank you. Councillor Parmar?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote for consideration. You scribes having a little nap today. A little slow.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 12-0. Councillor Elliott?
And third reading for bylaw 21341.
Second.
Thank you. And seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote on third and final reading.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. And please display the vote. And that is carried 12-0. So to our grade twos who are here, we've just passed a bylaw which allows for more homes to be built on the south side of the city. And so it seems very, it feels like it should be more exciting, like we should have confetti go off when we do that. But there's nothing like that. Just we've now allowed more homes to get built, and some folks are going to try to build those homes in the near future. So, all right, we'll continue on with our next item of business, which is Windsor Park, followed by Place LaRue. So Windsor Park will be our next item here. I know there's a presentation. We will get that presentation, please.
Good afternoon. This application proposes to rezone a site in the Windsor Park neighborhood from the small-scale residential zone to the medium-scale residential zone with a height of 16 meters. Next slide, please. The site is located on the southwest corner of 120th Street and 87th Avenue. 87th Avenue is an arterial road with transit service connecting to the nearby University of Alberta. There is a bus stop located adjacent to the site across the service road within the median. Next slide, please. Administration reached out to the public with a mailed notice, site signage, and information on the city's website. Through this engagement, 3 people in opposition, including from the Windsor Park Community League, were heard from. Concerns with this proposal included traffic safety and congestion issues, that the proposal is not in character with the neighborhood, and suggestions to consider a more appropriate zone such as the small medium scale transition residential zone. Next slide, please. The RM-H16 zone is considered compatible with the surrounding small-scale residential buildings adjacent to this site. While both the current and proposed zones would allow for small multi-unit housing development, this change in zoning could result in a taller and longer three-story building. Consequently, the development might contain either more units than allowed under the current RS zone or a similar number of larger units. The maximum floor area ratio means the development cannot simultaneously achieve both the proposed zone's maximum height and its minimum setbacks. Next slide, please. The site, identified in the Scona District Plan as urban mix, is located approximately 2 blocks from the University Garneau major node. District policy allows for low-rise development to be supported through policy 2.5.2.6 when at least one of the criteria of the policy are met. This site is a corner lot located on an arterial roadway and is accessed from the site that allows for development greater than small scale. Therefore, this property satisfies 2 of the required criteria, and the low-rise built form is supportable at this location. Next slide, please. In conclusion, administration recommends support for this application because it aligns with the city plan and the Scona District Plan, provides additional housing options within the Windsor Park neighborhood and proximity to transit, active modes, open space, and amenities, and is compatible in scale with surrounding development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we will go to our speakers. So, I'm just pulling up my list. I see a speaker in favor, although I still don't think they're with us today, Jacob DeWong. I'm still not seeing anyone on the list for that. Next speaker was to answer questions only, which was William Yin from BM Homes. You're there, William. You were to answer questions only. I'll just check before you make your way down. Those are the only 2 speakers. Are there questions for the speakers in favor? Look to the ward councillor first and then see if others have questions in favor. Councillor Jans, are you going to have any questions to our applicant?
Nope.
No, okay. Anyone else have any questions? I don't see anyone having clicked on the board for those in favor. Okay, so we will proceed to those in opposition. So we have 5 speakers listed here. Joe Miller, number 1, come on down. David Alton. Won't be here, thank you. Julia Parker, I think is online.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you, yeah, I see
online.
You there. Fantastic. Danica Wolko also won't be here. But I do think we have our other speaker, who is Susanna Biro.
Yes, I'm online.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll just get Mr. Miller settled in his seat, and then so he will begin to speak. Once he'll have 5 minutes, and then Julia and Susanna, you will each have 5 minutes as well. We will go in order. Once you're settled in, you're ready to go, Mr. Miller?
So we should have a PowerPoint that all 3 of us will be using.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, well, let's get the PowerPoint up first, and then we'll start your time. Just to be clear, each person still gets 5 minutes, but absolutely you can go through a multi-part presentation here.
Mayor, we may have to follow up. We didn't receive that one. So
We're just going to see if we can either follow up or track down that presentation. Do you know who sent it from your group, Mr. Miller? Was it yourself?
I sent it in. I sent 3 versions. The last version was sent in yesterday.
Yesterday? Okay, perfect. Then that way we can track it down from our clerks. I'm sure they will be able to find that knowing the day. And we'll get that up first before we start your time, just because I imagine you'll want to reference slides on that presentation. So. It'll take just a few seconds. The clerks are tracking it down and then putting it in the system and then putting it on the screen. I have no jokes.
Don't do it.
I was like, do I go to Councilor? No, I don't. No, we'll let him off the hook. He's busy anyways. While we're awaiting the upload, again, just a agenda refresh. We will be doing the Windsor Park item, followed by Place LaRue, then the River's Edge item, which is items 31, 32, 33, will be the next item after Place LaRue, followed by King Edward Park, and then Belgravia, Strathcona, Grosvenor, Lansdowne, Heritage Valley Town Center, the Orchards at Ellerslie, Virginia Park, and finally the arterial road, the Meadows Catchment arterial roads for development. That's the order we'll be continuing. Whatever we don't finish today moves over to the agenda on Wednesday.
We don't have anything, but I'll connect with the speaker and see if we can have it reset, and we'll make sure we distribute it to you right away.
Okay, do you want to, it looks like the clerks do not see it in their inbox from yesterday. Are you able to hit the resend button on your email? Do you have it on, or someone from the online crowd that can send it over?
I think I also sent one in on Friday. The one on Sunday corrected a couple of mistakes, but we could use the one on Friday, understanding that it's got a couple of mistakes in it.
Okay.
If that's easier or doable.
We'll see if they have.
We don't have any.
They're not seeing any of them. Okay, that's all right. Is there someone from the online team that can hit the forward button to, or yourself from the phone just to forward to council@edmonton.ca, because then we can just grab it off our emails?
Yeah, I don't use cell phones.
No? Okay.
So I'd have to get back to the office now and resend it.
Okay. Because I imagine the presentation is an important part of your component. Do you want to have that?
It'd be useful, but I don't want to delay things.
Well, the thing I'm thinking is that the next item of business has no speakers in opposition, so it probably won't take more than, I'm guessing, 10 to 20 minutes, which could give us time to get your presentation, if you're okay. So we'll still get to you today, but then we can actually have it. Would that be preferable if we took the next 10, 15 minutes to get your presentation? We'll move on to the next item and come right back?
Certainly.
Is that fine? Okay, so can I take a motion to bring forward items 328, 329, and 330?
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Paquette, seconded by Councillor Palmer. Let's bring forward those items, and then our clerks will work with Mr. Miller and team to get all of that. But you can vote on bringing forward those items. There we go. The vote has just gone live. That's just to bring forward those items.
I need 4 more votes.
We need more votes.
Yes. Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. So now we are on those 3 items. Is there a presentation? And I'm going to just look to Ward Councillor. Would you like the presentation?
Sure, quick presentation would be great.
Absolutely. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. This application proposes to rezone a site in the Place LaRue neighborhood from 3 direct control zones to a new direct control zone to allow for cannabis retail store and special event uses in an existing commercial development. Administrative amendments to the city plan and West Edmonton district plan are also proposed to correct an error in concept mapping and to facilitate this rezoning. Next slide, please. The rezoning site and plan amendment area are located in Place LaRue, a commercial neighborhood located between Stony Plain Road and 100th Avenue, both arterial roadways. Existing development on site consists of large format retail, vehicle sales, restaurants, and associated parking. Surrounding development to the north and east is characterized by similar large format commercial development. To the south of the site, development consists of offices and hotels, while the residential neighborhood of La Pearl is located further south, separated by 100th Avenue. Next slide, please. Public engagement for this application included a pre-application notice from the applicant, a mailed notice, site signage, and information on the city's webpage. Administration received one response which raised concerns with bars as a listed use in the proposed direct control zone. This was addressed in a subsequent submission, leaving them as accessory uses, which is the same as the current zone. Next slide, please. The city plan shows the site located within a residential land use area. An administrative amendment is proposed to correct the land use designation to non-residential. The proposed rezoning and plan amendment supports city plan objectives by facilitating the continuous improvement and evolution of non-residential lands. Next slide, please. A corresponding administrative amendment to correct the West Edmonton District Plan is also proposed. The amendment redesignates a portion of the neighborhood from urban mix to commercial industrial employment. The proposed amendment aligns with district policy, which discourages residential use in commercial industrial employment areas outside of nodes and corridors, and which supports commercial business development with higher design standards along arterial roads. Next slide, please. The Place La Rue Neighborhood Area Structure Plan is also in effect for this site. A primary objective of this plan is to maintain Place La Rue as a business and employment area with an emphasis on commercial uses. The proposed DC zone contains similar development regulations to those currently in place. However, cannabis retail store and special event uses are proposed additions. The new DC zone also improves clarity of regulation and improves the structure and formatting to align with the new zoning bylaw 20,001 standards. The proposed zone conforms with the Place La Rue West NASP. Next slide, please. Administration recommends supporting the application because it supports city plan and district plan objectives, aligns with the Place La Rue West NASP, updates regulations to the zoning bylaw 20,001 standards, and is compatible with the surrounding land uses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First, I'll just check to see if anyone has any questions for our speakers who were to answer questions only. Councillor Clark, or any members of council, any questions for applicants? Nope. Not seeing anyone else click on the board for our speakers in favor. So, and of course, sorry, there's nobody registered in opposition, so we can go directly to questions of administration. Councillor Clark, please go ahead for questions of administration.
Yeah, sure. Just click, just to keep it official. Yeah, just a couple questions. So this is pretty straightforward. I think my questions are just, just to kind of cut through it. So we're amending this so we can get a little bit more flexibility in what we want for the zones. Cannabis retail, what's special events usage? Can you give me a little bit of clarity on that?
Think of this as like farmers markets that pop in within like a parking lot at, thinking Westmount Mall or something like that.
Okay. And then my other question was just kind of about ETS and transit, because I know it's there. Is this going to change anything, do we expect, in terms of transit frequency or usage?
No changes with this amendment.
Okay, and then last question. I know that this is kind of correcting maybe how the zoning was before. Just some clarity, like, do we anticipate other kind of zones that are going to be coming up to us? So like they're going to identify this in other locations as well?
This particular, I'll say this at a high level, and you can let me know if you'd like me to dive in a little bit deeper. But because of the high level that the plans are prepared at for our municipal development plan, which is now called the city plan, when we changed some stylistic variants between them, we added 100th Avenue onto that map at a very high level without necessarily accounting for the fact that where that land use was had shifted slightly. And so I think there's always the potential for small errors like that to come up. I don't think they're particularly common, and this one was a relatively easy fix. I would suggest that there's the possibility in the future of potentially exploring repealing that particular plan, as a lot of it has been satisfied, but it just wasn't appropriate to settle this particular applicant with anything so large scale as that.
All right, thank you. That's it.
Thank you very much. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is there a daycare in this area at all?
I'm sorry, I don't have that information in front of me, Councillor.
Oh,
I can try and find out for you.
And what are the regulations of the distance of cannabis store to a daycare or school?
From school, I believe it's 200 meters? I'm sorry, it's been a while since I've had that question handy. But I think it's 200 meters. But because daycares are not
Daycare, it's different.
subject
There's
to, yeah, the lands change and they open more like regular business, they're also less likely to be there without an adult present. And so the same kinds of regulations just don't apply to daycares.
And so do we know if there's a daycare in this area?
I know there's an application to add that use quite nearby at the eastern edge of Place LaRue. But I don't know if we found the answer as to whether it's here specifically in this block. Nothing's coming up on the Google.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I see no further questions for administration. I'll do a final call for new information. For members of council, if you have any questions related to new information for either our applicants or administration, not seeing anyone click on the board. Councillor Clark, did you want to make a motion to close the public hearing?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Morgan. Please vote to close the public hearing.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. Councillor Clark, first reading. Do you want to move that?
Yeah, I'll move that.
And Councillor Morgan, do you want to second
Second.
that?
Yep.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak to it?
No, nothing further.
All right, I don't see anyone else on the board, so please vote for first reading on that.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. Councillor Clark, did you want to move second reading?
So moved.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Morgan. Please vote on second reading.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. Councillor Clark, consideration of third.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Morgan. Please vote for consideration of third reading on the selected items.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is moved 12 or approved 12-0. Councillor Clark for third reading of the bylaws, and please list those out.
For third and final reading of bylaw 21355.
And the two before on the other page there, 328 and 329, the charter bylaw.
21353 and 21354.
Thank you. Is that seconded? Seconded by Councillor Morgan. Please vote on third and final reading of those three bylaws, please.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0, and so those items are finished. Did we have any luck getting the presentations from Mr. Miller and company?
It has just come in, so I'm just trying to stall and give Julius a minute to pull it up.
Fantastic. And Mr. Miller left the room, but I imagine left the room to get that sorted out and is probably going to then walk back in the room very soon, I would hope.
Mr. Mayor, he did tell me on the way out that he was going back to the office, so he said 20 minutes would be a tight turnaround. So I'm not sure if he'll be right back or not.
I would want to be careful to not start the next items, which would be 3-1 through 3-3, as we do have numerous speakers in opposition. Can I look to Councillor Salvador about item 3-4? Do you have a lot of questions?
I don't have a ton of questions, but I might have a motion, like an amendment.
Okay, so that could, there might be needing to make a motion. What else has been selected that doesn't, I just don't want to get too far down any one path of items where we have numerous or any speakers in opposition, as that could start to tie up our time. We could probably do, I think it could be safe as we wait for Mr. Miller to sign back online to do 3-4. It would, it's better for us to do something than nothing. But I would not like our something to include any speakers in opposition. So if we're okay with it, I think we could take a motion to bring forward 3.4, since all of our speakers are to answer questions only.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Salvador. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Stevenson. Please vote to bring forward 3.4. Sorry to admin, as we'll keep moving you around. But we're just going to wait for Mr. Miller, and I don't want to have Mr. Miller be rushed. Plus, he's literally not on our meeting yet, so.
Yes. Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 12-0. Do you need a presentation, Councillor Salvador? No? Okay, well, that will also save us some time. Wonderful. Do you have questions for our speakers in favor? Yes, so for our applicants. So we had two speakers, Burton Yu and William Yin. I think both of you are here. We'll ask you to come down, as Councillor Salvador does have a question for both of you, or at least one of you. All right, Councillor Salvador, please go ahead with your questions.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to ask a few questions. So just to the applicant, understanding that, you know, the application in front of us is for RSM H12. I'm just wondering about why you landed on H12, or sorry, H14 instead of H12. And you'll just need to turn
Can you
your
hear
mic
me? Okay. Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, so the application in front of us is for RSM H14. And my question is, why not H12, just given the mid-block context and that this is what appears to be about a 33 wide lot?
I think it's okay, right? 14 and 12.
Or either option viable?
Yes, we can do that.
Okay, so either option would be viable?
Yeah.
Okay, that clears it up for me.
Thank you. Those are all the questions for the speakers in favor. So you're good. I might still stay seated just in case there's questions of new information. I'll go to questions for administration. Councilor Salvador, questions for admin?
Yeah, just a few questions. I think that really cleared things up for me. My primary question was around just the context and the site size for the justification of H14 versus H12, and totally recognize that this is within a primary corridor where we'd expect to see increases in density. At the same time, I'm just looking at the mid-block context, and it's not a consolidated lot. It's a little bit more narrow than some of the others in the area.
Yeah, I think you really fundamentally summed that up. It's well within what we would expect within this location, transitioning well. It's still within the corridor, but still transitioning down from what would be higher up. And so the H14 was just seen as an opportunity to, again, support more of that density where we expect to see and would like to see that change. And again, it is kind of blending down. We're starting to see other places nearby that have already been rezoned that are under development.
Sure. And I guess maybe just a procedural question. If I was interested in making an amendment from H14 to H12, I can just do that. There's no need to re-advertise since it's not actually changing the underlying zone, and it would be a slight decrease.
So I think from the procedural fairness standpoint, Councillor, you're correct. So if this was a direct control and we were moving the height from 14 to 12, I would say go right ahead. The issue with this is the way that it's drafted in the bylaw, right? So the map appended to the bylaw is actually saying RMH 14. And so typically we don't do map amendments on the fly. The idea is that you folks have to have the correct map in front of you in order to be able to pass it. So that's the tricky part, is I actually don't disagree with, from a procedural fairness, that going down 2 meters would be all right. It's the sticky part of that map piece.
What would you recommend if that's my intention?
I would suggest that, you know, subject to any comments of the clerks, like I think probably a referral, or can I just have a little check of some of my notes?
And maybe just while you're chatting, sorry to interrupt, just recognizing that this is a 2-day public hearing, is there an opportunity there?
That's what we're talking about right now, is if we could get a map before you folks between either today or Wednesday, I think then we could proceed in that fashion. So we're just caucusing on that piece right now.
So if we can get a map to you, what you can do is make the amendment and then just change it, just amend the bylaw to make the change from 14 to 12 and then replace the map. We just need to physically have the map to put in front of you, so just give them a bit of time.
Yeah, I agree with Nancy, yep.
Okay, so then would we want to postpone this item? Or can I make?
Just till later in the agenda.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So I will move that we.
Well, why don't we I'll do one last, because I see one other member of council that might have questions, noting that we haven't made a motion yet. So I'll go to Councillor Wright, and then we can take a motion to postpone so that can be done in that time. Councillor Wright?
Hi, thank you. I'm just wondering if the proponent at a later time wanted to increase it back to the 14, is that something that would have to come back to council for approval, or would that be done through a development officer?
No, that's a change to the zoning bylaw, Councillor Wright, so that would have to come through the public hearing process once again.
Okay, thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador, do you want to move to postpone this item till later in the agenda?
Yes, I'll move to postpone until, do we have to specify a time?
We might just leave it back in its original order. How about that?
There we go, perfect.
To back in the original order. So, perfect. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote to postpone this back to its original placement in the agenda, which should give everyone enough time to take care of those things in the meantime.
Yes. Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
I see
Councillor
eyes looking
Paquette?
for their...
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. No, they do not take telepathic votes yet. That is passed 12-0. So that item will be heard back. So we'll take a little bit of a break. We'll go to some other items, and when we come back, we'll make that adjustment to our speakers. So hang tight, because Mr. Miller is back in the house here and can come down, because I hear the presentation has been acquired. We filled a little time while you were away. It worked out well for us. Thank you for that. And now that we are back to item 3.26, and so again, just while Mr. Miller is sitting down, we will finish now the work on item 3.26. We have already completed 328, 329, and 30. Once we finish Windsor Park, we will then move over to the River's Edge item, which is 3.1 through 3.3, and then we will move back to the King Edward Park item we have just postponed, which will likely include an amendment, as has been alluded to by the ward councillor. So, without further ado, I see a presentation on the screen. Mr. Miller, we'll start with you, and your 5 minutes begins whenever you start.
Thank you, Mayor Knack, city councilors, and thank you for the indulgence while we worked out the technical difficulties which I expect I created. I'm presenting today in my capacity as a civics director of the Windsor Park Community League. Over the last 10 years, the number of dwelling units in Windsor Park, including those under construction, has more than doubled from 488 to over 1,100. And most of those will be on lands, pardon me, designated as urban mix. In addition to that, there are two more large projects being proposed, including a 27-floor apartment that you may recall was dealt with by City Council this fall. This rapid development exceeds the 60% target for increased population density set out in the Scona District Plan. The impact of this rapid increase in dwelling units on all aspects of life in Windsor Park, parking, traffic, schools, quality of life, is yet to be studied and quantified. So before Windsor Park endorses a further proposal for further increase in dwelling units, we must carefully scrutinize to determine if the rezoning meets the district policy requirements. Next slide, please. In this case, it does not. Next slide. Under the Scona District Plan, there are two relevant considerations. First of all, the land in question is designated as urban mix. Secondly, it sets out the specific boundaries of Windsor Park. Next slide. Administration has relied upon section 2.5.2.6 in support of the application, and specifically subsections A and B. I'll address subsection A. Next slide, please. Subsection A applies to corner sites at the edge of the neighborhood where the block face fronts onto an arterial roadway or collector roadway. Next slide, please. There are 4 criteria that must be met before subsection A applies. First of all, it has to be a corner site, which this is. It has to be at the edge of the neighborhood, which this is not. And it must have a block face fronting an arterial or collector roadway, which it does not. Next slide. If it does not meet all 4 criteria, then this subsection does not apply. In this case, it is not at the edge of the neighborhood. I've attached a map from the Scona District Plan. That's map number 1. And one of the specific purposes of map number 1 is to set out the boundaries of the neighborhood. Windsor Park's up there on the north left side. Next slide. The map from the planning report also specifically shows Windsor Park, you see it in red there, and it's all one neighborhood. And at the bottom you'll see where the site is located. The easy conclusion is this particular site is not at the edge of the Windsor Park neighborhood. Next slide. The second component is that the block face must front onto an arterial or collector roadway. You'll note that the wording is "the," which means that for any given property, there is one block face. Block face is not defined, so therefore you turn to the ordinary grammatical meaning of what block face is. The ordinary meaning is to suggest it is the front of the property. Here the address is 8730 120th Street. The block face fronts onto 120th Street, a local road, not an arterial or collector. In summary, the criteria for subsection A has not been met. It's not at the edge of the neighborhood, and the block face fronts 120th Street, not a collector or arterial roadway. The next speaker will deal with subsection B of the policy.
Thank you very much, and we'll go to our next speaker, Julia Parker. Please go ahead.
Thanks very much, everybody. Following up from Joe, just to summarize again our point here, in order to qualify under 2526 for the rezoning that's been requested, the site must meet, must meet one of the criteria set out in that provision. According to the planning report, it meets criterion A and also meets criterion B. Joe has explained why it does not meet A, and I will explain why it does not meet B. Could you please go to the next slide? Thank you. So this is subsection B. You can see that the requirement there is that the site be on or adjacent to sites zoned for greater than small scale development or for commercial and mixed use development, and along an arterial roadway or collector roadway. Next slide, please. So you need all those conditions in place in order for B to apply. Next slide, please. Starting at the beginning of those provisions, adjacent to a site zoned for greater than small scale development is the first thing we have to look at. The term adjacent is not defined in the district policy. So therefore, it's logical and correct to look at the ordinary grammatical meaning of that term. Next slide, please. The term adjacent, in its ordinary meaning as defined by the Oxford English Dictionary, means next to or adjoining something else, as in adjacent rooms. And from the perspective of a definition that would apply in geometry, in the geometry sense, such as adjacent angles, having a common vertex and a common side. Next slide, please. This particular site, to the north, there's a service road. To the west, there's a bungalow. To the south, there's an alley. And to the east, there's 120th Street. These are the elements that are adjacent to the site. The site, therefore, is not adjacent to any site that has been zoned for greater than small scale development. Next slide, please. The next provision requires that this site be along an arterial or collector roadway. Our position is that it is not along an arterial or collector roadway. If we look at the roads that abut this site, to the east, there's 120th Street, and directly to the north is a service road. Next slide, please. The service road between the site and 87th Avenue is not an arterial or collector roadway. And our basis for saying that is the city map itself, which defines the nature of roads in Edmonton. Next slide, please. This is the legend that accompanies the map, which I'm about to show you. But showing the legend first, you can see that arterial and collector roads both are designated by yellow bands, and local roads have a different, just an off-white color associated with them. Next slide, please. So this is the map on the city site, which shows us how the city of Edmonton's defining various road types. And you can see that 87th Avenue, yes, it is in yellow. So it meets the requirement of arterial or collector road. However, the road that runs right in front of the property is a beige color, a white color on this slide. And that is a local road. That's a completely different category of roadway. And that's separate from the arterial and collector road designation. So the site, in fact, is on a corner, but on both sides of that site are local roads. So our position here, yeah. Thank you.
No problem. We'll get to your last speaker, Susanna Biro. Please go ahead. You've got 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to be continuing. Oh, good afternoon, Mayor Knack and City Council.
I'll be continuing with the Windsor Park Community League's presentation, dealing with the city's district policy section 2.5.2.7, which states the following as shown on this slide. I won't go through and read it all, as we'll be speaking more about it in the slides to come. Next slide, please. Oops, there we go. So this proposal has been analyzed by city administration under section 2.5.2.6, as you've heard. And you've heard why we believe it does not apply under that section. We have also reviewed section 2.5.2.7. However, this section has not been analyzed by city administration per its report. If council is at all inclined to consider section 2.5.2.7, then we feel the application must be returned to city administration for thorough analysis. In addition, please note that we do believe that section 2.5.2.7 also does not apply. Next slide, please. As mentioned, Windsor Park Community League believes that section 2.5.2.7 does not apply. Note that the district policy explicitly states consider. This section allows you to consider additional scale where two conditions exist. Appropriate transition is in place and 2 of the 5 listed criteria are met. Next slide, please. Regarding the first condition, the site does not allow for appropriate transition. The property is a standard sized lot and it is surrounded by single family bungalows. Next slide, please. A 4-floor apartment on a standard sized lot is not an appropriate transition to the surrounding developments that are all single family bungalows. Next slide, please. Regarding the second condition, the proposed development meets only 1 of the 5 criteria, whereas it's required to meet 2. Next slide, please. We recall that section 2.5.2.7 uses the word consider. This requires the exercise of discretion in weighing the pros and cons, as you know. In this case, neither of section 2.5.2.7's 2 conditions is met. Next slide, please. First, regarding condition 1, a 4-floor building does not fit next to single-family bungalows. An appropriate transition is not in place. And second, regarding condition 2, the application meets only 1 of 5 criteria as noted previously. Next slide, please. Therefore, the Windsor Park Community League submits that the proposed rezoning does not meet the criteria of section 2.5.2.6 of the district policy. And as city administration did not reference section 2.5.2.7 in its analysis, this section should not be considered in this hearing. And furthermore, if section 2.5.2.7 is considered, the conditions of 2.5.2.7 have not been met. Council should not exercise its discretion to allow this proposed rezoning. Thank you very much for the opportunity to have presented on this proposal.
Thank you very much. And those are our 3 speakers. Now we'll move on to questions of our speakers in opposition. I'll go to see if Councillor Jantz has any questions first. No? Okay. Are there others that have questions that are clicking on? We'll just wait for the board to clear, or rather the board to open up. Councillor Clark, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I guess when I was looking at this application, I mean, you know, what kind of jumps off it is across the street is that there's already in our 16 zone approved, right? So looking at that kind of had my context. I guess just to you, Joe, since you're here. So how did, if you're saying it didn't meet these criteria, how did we get there with that zoning? We just decided that was appropriate from council?
The prior zoning?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I can't speak to that.
Okay.
I wasn't part of the civics committee.
Okay, fair enough. And next one, I guess we're talking about transition. I guess what would be appropriate transitional zoning if this is too much? What do you think?
Well, I think what had been presented to the developer by the Windsor Park Community League before my direct involvement was simply a lower building, an R12 rather than an R16. I can't say that the Community League would accept that, I don't know, but that was certainly presented to the developer months ago.
Okay, and kind of hearing your group and your assessment, basically what I'm saying is like, I mean, if we count the side streets, it doesn't fit the criteria that's outlined by the city, right?
Right, and part of the background is what's been happening in Windsor Park. There's been this tremendous shift over the last 10 years where we basically doubled our urban dwelling units. And it is still unclear, and some of them will be coming on in the future. So it's unclear what effect that's going to have on the community on many different areas. So our basic position is before we add more to the mix, we want to be sure that a proposed development actually complies with the four corners of the district policy. And if it doesn't, and I know this is taking a strict and technical point of view, but if it doesn't, then it should not be allowed by City Council. We have to be entitled to rely upon what's set out in the very policy that we use to determine rezoning.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Janus, you have questions?
Nope, just want to thank the speakers for, well, actually, one small question.
Then
Yeah, I
yes,
wanted
if
to-
you have
yes.
questions, you're allowed to go
Yeah,
ahead. If you just want to thank people, then no.
No,
Go ahead.
I have one small one. I mean, I do want to thank the speakers for the presentation. It's obviously very clear, the point of view. I was wondering how the community league sought feedback from the neighbors on, or the community on this item.
I can only, so I became civics director in October, and this had been on the books for some time prior to that, so I can't really speak to what's happened before then, but we do have a civics committee that is made up of 8 members of the community that I think do have a pretty good sense of where the community, where the members of the community sit on any proposed development.
So there's 8 members of the community league who come together and then provide.
Sorry, 8 members of the civics committee.
8 members of the civics committee
Right.
that come together and provide feedback.
Provide feedback to the Windsor Park Community Executive, which would have more members in it. So in total, you've probably got 13, 14, 15 members and residents of Windsor Park who are providing input on the decision to be made by the Community League. So I think that's pretty good input from the committee.
Okay. The one, I would agree, I think you used the adjective technical to describe the presentation today, and I would agree with that. The 87th Ave, however, I think in other presentations from the Windsor Park Community League has been referred to as kind of the edge of the neighborhood. I was thinking about presenters previously who referred to, when we were talking about another project on 87th Ave, didn't want it interior, sort of into the block. They didn't want it to extend in. So I guess I'm looking for clarity. Is 87th Ave, how do you, maybe I'll ask you, how do you define 87th Ave, or how do you think of 87th Ave? Is it
On the edge of the neighborhood issue?
or in general?
Okay.
Yeah.
So the way you determine the neighborhood boundaries is you go to the Scona District Plan. And the map that I've attached is map 1 from the Scona District Plan, sets out the boundaries of each neighborhood. And the boundaries set out on the Scona District Plan for Windsor Park are clear. It is not divided into North Windsor Park or South Windsor Park. It is Windsor Park. This proposed development is nowhere near the edge of the Windsor Park as set out in the Scona District Plan. I agree that 87th Avenue, not including the local roads, is an arterial roadway. It is what it is. But it doesn't divide Windsor Park, according to the use of the word neighborhood, into a north and south. In other words, there's not 2 Windsor Park neighborhoods, there's 1.
Okay, I appreciate the clarity. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Morgan, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Thanks. Yeah, Mr. Miller, I guess I mean, you've attended a lot of these meetings, and so I think you have some insight on this. I think I'm struggling with the notion that an arterial road, and like I'm hearing the suggestion that the service road should essentially negate that this is an arterial road. And I don't think we've seen land use be applied that way throughout the most of our city. Like, I mean, I can think of numerous spots, including, you know, the community league I used to run in Meadowlark that we did, you know, we did one, a service road of 16-meter high that's on a service road. You know, there's numerous examples of how the service road just typically provides a greater buffer to help mitigate impacts for homes that might be impacted by sun shadow, which this one, because there's a service road and an arterial road, you know, you wouldn't see any sun shadow impact to anyone on the other side of 87th Ave. And so I guess I want to, like, there's a little bit of like, if not on an arterial road, then where? Where do we put 4-story buildings if we're not putting them on arterial roads?
Well, I think it's begging the question whether the particular road that's beside this site is by definition arterial road. And using the city's own maps, it is not.
So you're suggesting that if you add a service road, that you shouldn't take into account the main road that's there? Like anything that has a service road in front of it shouldn't matter if it's adjacent to an arterial road.
Well,
That's what I'm trying to, because like we have on University Avenue, much larger developments that have a service road right in front of it. Like I'm trying to get a sense of what does the service road do other than just provide an additional buffer to help mitigate impacts of a higher building?
Well, I think I'm coming at it in a bit of a different way. It took a long time to prepare the district policy. And it would have been a very simple thing in those situations which you say are probably not uncommon. It would have been a very simple thing for 2.5, 2.6, or 2.7 to make it clear, either in that section or by the definition section, that when it refers to arterial road, it also refers to the service road beside it. It did not. And so based upon the wording of the district policy, this particular site is not on a service road. It's on a local road.
So, well, I mean, I'll ask administration about the definition piece. I guess what I'm trying to sort of play out here is that we're arguing sort of the technical piece, but this lot is adjacent to an arterial road, of which 4-story buildings have been on arterial roads for decades, and so that's the part I think I feel like I'm not quite understanding. Like, your view is that because it's a service road and a local road, even though the arterial road is there, like that shouldn't be factored into the equation of a land use decision here.
No, I start off by looking at what is specifically set out in the district policy. And I think, going by memory, that the district policy makes reference to a site fronting onto a particular type of road, arterial or collector. That's the wording of the district policy. That's where you start. The next question is, does this particular site front onto an arterial or collector road? And the answer is no, because the city's own maps show that this is not an arterial collector road. It is a local road. That's what it fronts onto. If you're going to like read things in, it takes away the trust that we have in being able to rely upon what is specifically written in the district policy. If that doesn't sit right, then the policy should be changed.
Okay. All right. I appreciate that. Councillor Parmar? Oh, sorry. I'll take the chair back.
You can have the chair back.
Then I'll go to Councillor Parmar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, speakers Joe, Julia, and Susanna. I feel a lot of sympathy. because it sounds from the presentation that there's been a lot of change in your neighborhood, and it's truly understand that a few neighborhoods that have been severely impacted by the infill and the zoning changes. Not everybody, but the ones that have been impacted greatly. You shared that there should be some time in between when we see the changes to understand the impact to the neighborhood. What would be your thought about how long that could be? Like, how is that years? Is it what is that? When you say we should wait to add more density to see what the impacts of the existing density?
So in Windsor Park, there's two major developments that are still under construction. The one across from the school, which I think should be completed within the next few months. And then there's one on 116th Street that should be done, I'm guessing, within a year or two. So I think what I would personally say is it would make sense to start the analysis even now, recognizing that it would take some time, and by the time that it's concluded, certainly the one across from the school, which is a huge development, certainly it should be on board, and possibly even the one on 116th. Recognizing that there's also this 27th floor apartment that's still kind of looming out there that is going to come on stream if it's passed by City Council at some point in time.
Thank you for that. I'll ask questions to admin after.
Thank you very much. I don't see anyone else on the board for questions, so we'll move to for questions of our speakers in opposition. So now we can move over to questions for administration. And you can just hang out there, Mr. Miller, if you want, in case there's questions of new information. You're welcome to go back if you want, but hang out if you'd like. Councillor Jans, we'll go to you first. As the ward councillor, please go ahead.
Thank you, and I guess my question is to legal. I'm hearing the opposition speakers share kind of a very technical kind of this is out of order because of these pieces, and I guess I'm wondering, when we're making a land use decision, there's the administrative recommendation, which they interpret the policy to the best of their ability, and then there's also, council at any time has to enter into any land use planning decision with an open mind, regardless of the policy, right? Like, there's...
Well, I would just even take a step back from that, Councillor John. So that policy is actually direction to administration. It's not direction to council. Council, when they come, they look at like you've pointed out, every application fresh, and they say, is this the right land use? Looking at all the considerations, they can absolutely look to the policy, they can look to council or to administration's recommendation, but ultimately you come with an open mind and you hear the representations and make your decisions after that. But it's not a binding policy on you, it's just direction to administration in terms of what they should consider or support.
So when we're getting into a word, say abutting or something like that, there's interpretation around that or not. The impacts of that are impacting administration's recommendation to us.
Correct, and at the end of the day, it's your decision if you want to proceed with a particular rezoning or not, regardless of how you feel about a particular policy that's directing administration.
So the criticisms that you heard from the opposition speakers are not necessarily disqualifying in the sense of that, like, what was shared deems that this is somehow out of order or against the MGA or something like that.
No, not from a legal standpoint, Councillor. Like, it's more of a political discussion for you guys to take on, or for the Assembly to take on board and make the determination on the particular land use today.
And at what point would, because at any time, this is a judicial body, we make a decision if we, and stepping aside from this, say hypothetical, we have a disagreement or something about a word like, say, abutting, and then if the decision is made here, there's still legal recourse available to the community or not. That's what I'm trying to understand. Could this be then go from public hearing to, say, a court, and the court rules, well, actually, no, that's not the definition of abutting, so therefore this item should be disqualified or something?
I think sort of based on the policy and the way that it is worded, the one that we're talking about here, that this is not something that is binding on council. It's direction to administration, and so however council wants to interpret it for their own decision-making processes would be up to them.
So requesting something for future, like say clarity in terms of definitions or words or things like that, that could be.
You're always open to make a subsequent motion, or a referral motion. The whole panoply of options are on the table to you, Councillor.
Okay, and maybe to someone else in administration then, in the past, how have service roads, because when I think about many other cases around when we do look at adjacent or something, service roads are kind of considered the appendage of the road that they are the arterial or something else. Is that not the case, or have we had, I'm thinking of 95th and others, like.
Councillor, for the time that we've been interpreting district policy and the city plan, and we've been very consistent. The service road is part of the arterial road right-of-way for the purpose of this kind of policy. You know, the arterial here is a 40-meter wide road right-of-way that includes the main lanes of traffic along the main road and the service road and the boulevard in between. So, you know, there's differences in interpretation here between what you've heard from the speakers and ours, but I think administration's been very consistently applying the interpretation of the arterial road to include the service road adjacent to it.
If our colleagues here were from IIS and they were talking about an arterial road renewal, would that include the service road, yes or no?
Yes, it would. And so the road right-of-way, so the legal description that's given to the road is it's one road right-of-way, and it's 87th Avenue.
Okay. Okay. Clear as mud, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you. I think maybe just to follow on that thread further, what I'm hearing, I just want to reiterate back, is administration is really looking at the functional way that these neighborhood pieces are working together, right? So again, this is a functional edge of a neighborhood, even if not by the administrative boundaries necessarily. Is that?
That's correct, yeah, and you know, again, I respectful of those interpretations. We've just got a different set of interpretations, right? So when it comes to that edge of the neighborhood, you know, we would look at what is an edge condition, right? And so certainly a busy arterial with transit and service roads and 40 meters of road right-of-way is an edge, you know, and I look further south, like University Avenue has almost the exact same cross-section, but happens to be the boundary between Windsor Park and Belgravia. But I don't think that needs to be a major factor in what built form is appropriate on a corner site with that exact same context, just because that happens to be where the boundary of the neighborhoods is. So that would be our interpretation relative to the edge.
Oh yeah, so that's really well articulated. So it's edge conditions, not, again, administrative boundaries.
Yeah, because I think there's a lot of neighborhoods where the actual boundary between neighborhoods is a little bit arbitrary. I mean, if you look at Belgravia and McKernan, it winds through a bunch of local roads, edging over block by block. Like, these things aren't always logical to factor in quite so literally into interpretations for this type of built form.
Right. So if I'm thinking actually, some of my colleagues would remember, but I'm thinking there's some neighborhoods in Dakota East, I think, south of 95th that are they're not separated by a collector or arterial, I don't think. So again, we wouldn't necessarily consider that street a neighborhood edge, even though. And
it wouldn't function that way. And,
yeah.
you know, there's probably a lot of people in the neighborhoods that might not even know that's where the actual boundary is.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you. That really helps as well. And I think the question around the roads was well explored. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Parmar.
Thank you. Just a question, just how are we measuring kind of the impact of infill in neighborhoods? You heard from the speaker that Windsor Park has been affected more so maybe than other areas. And so is there the assessments, you know, like the traffic assessments, those things with each individual application, or are we looking at that as a holistic view?
Yeah, certainly not with every application do we go and run like an entirely new analysis of the neighborhood. But these things are constantly being monitored in terms of building permits being issued and recalculating density numbers for neighborhoods. And so, yeah, those things are happening as buildings come on board. There's certainly no denying that Windsor Park along 87th Avenue with some of the reference projects has had a lot happen in a shorter period of time. And as was alluded to, there's more applications on the way. So we're going to be looking at those numbers as those things come online. But right now with this application, considering the relative small scale of it, I don't think it's something that needs to be too concerning for this particular application.
Can you share with me the density number of Windsor Park as it currently stands?
Windsor Park, I think we've got 2023 numbers, is about 18 units per residential hectare, which is certainly one of the lower ones in the city.
Okay, thank you. I know that where we're developing, it's like 45 units.
Yeah, the minimum for a new neighborhood would be 45, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Morgan, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
Yeah, just on that, I don't think that would take into account the newer building that I think didn't quite open up since 2013. I don't know if that would measurably move the needle anywhere close to the 45, but I just want to, that would have been pre the newer building, correct?
It's possible, it might not. I don't quite have that specific level of detail, but suffice to say, Windsor Park has quite a large land area for the number of units there in general, just with very large lots, mostly single-family lots.
Okay. I wanted to ask, I know we were talking about a few of the different definitions. The other one I wanted to check on is just the street, the frontage piece, because I think the point that was being raised is that the current home fronts onto the street, not the avenue. But I guess I wanted to double check, because I think the way we've sort of approached that in the past is that what we're talking about is that a future development would have to front on essentially both. Like there's been developments that are 4 stories on a lot like this that when they're rebuilt, they have to face both the arterial and the street. There has to be activation on both sides, right?
Yeah, there's the new zones would have regulations requiring sort of frontage on both. But we don't always look at exactly what the house happens to be doing there. But it's also about the rest of the block. So it's all of 87th Avenue has houses fronting onto it.
Facing onto the avenue. So the fact that this one faces the street, it's because the rest of 87th Ave faces, or the rest of the homes along 87th Ave face that. Whereas I think, we had a conversation in Park Allen where a lot of the homes along, I think it's like 122nd Street, they don't face onto 122nd Street, they face onto 121st. And so we look at that differently if the block face doesn't actually sort of lean into the arterial. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, I think that's accurate. And, when this house was built, it probably had the option, right? It could have faced 87th Avenue like its neighbor or faced 120th Street. But from a perspective of implementing that policy, we want to see that incremental change that's, in line. 87th Avenue has a lot of fronting lots, and lots are oriented with their front lot lines facing that roadway, right, with alleys in behind. And so future development along 87th Avenue, not on corner sites, is also going to face 87th Avenue.
Yeah, it would have, I see, okay. And even if something, I guess I would want to check even something in a lower zone, a 12 or a 14, you would still be required if you're redeveloping that site to have frontage on both the street and the avenue. Like you'd have to have activation on both sides.
It would depend on the scale of the development.
If it's a single family home different versus if it's a duplex or a row housing or a multi-unit development, you would have to have, especially with the changes back in July, any type of multi-unit would have to have activation on both.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, I just wanted to make sure. Okay, I think the other definition piece I wanted to just make sure we asked about. So the service road. Okay, no, I think I've had all my questions answered on this. Okay, thank you. Councillor Morgan, I'll take back the chair.
Ms. Mayor, you can have the chair back.
Thank you very much. I don't see anyone else on the board for questions of administration, so now would be an appropriate time to call to see if members of council have questions of either our speakers, both in favor or opposed, as well as administration related to new information that's arisen during the public hearing. This would be your time to click on if you have questions related to new information. Members of council. I'm not seeing anyone click on the board for new information, so this would be an appropriate time to take a motion to close the public hearing. Councillor Jans, do you want to make a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Do I have a seconder to close the public hearing?
Second.
Seconded by, I think it was, that was like synchronized perfectly. Councillor Parmar, though, I was looking at, so I'll give it to her. Please vote to close the public hearing.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott.
I'm a yes.
Thank you,
I'm a
Councillor
yes.
Jans, and Councillor Clark. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. Now I can take a motion for first reading on this bylaw, which would be item 3.26. Councillor Stevenson?
I'm happy to move first reading, item 3.26.
Councillor Stevenson's moved first reading of item 3.26, seconded by Councillor Rutherford. Please feel free to click on for those wishing to speak. I'll wait just a moment.
If I could speak as well, sorry, I've got a little issue with.
You'll be clicking on as well? Yep. Do you want to, Councillor Jant, do you want to start us off? Or I'll go Councillor Clark first. Please go ahead then.
Yeah, I think, looking at this and reviewing it all, it's pretty clear, definitions and how we define that and the subjectivity to that is something that needs to be cleared up because, if a community of Windsor Park who's fair to say, very engaged in this process and before, is unclear what the rules are or how they're being interpreted and compared to how admin is interpreting them and giving back the recommendation to council, and then how we take all that information and look at it from both sides and do it. There's a gap there, right? And I think, the point I want to make with this is, as we look to, further alter or have discussions about zoning, and this is going to keep going on for a while, that we have to get that right so everybody's really clear on what that is and what the wiggle room is between all these interpretations on how we do it, where we're talking about arterial roads adjacent, where the house is facing, just so everybody knows exactly. And I say that from a community standpoint and a developer standpoint, because it can be a little bit confusing as I'm hearing this specific case right now. So that's just my thoughts on as we kind of close this one up. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Jans?
Yeah, thank you. From talking to many members knocking on doors during the election in Windsor Park, I heard one of the themes I heard was that we understand that the neighborhood needs to densify. We understand that we're right beside the U of A, beside two transit stations, possibly the largest employer in the city with the university and the hospital. People get that it's a major node, and what I heard most frequently was, well, can you try and push the density towards 87? Can you try and push the density towards 116? Can you try and push the density around the University Avenue and less interior into the community, and many neighbors define that as the parts north of 87th, like 89, 90, 92, and the parts south of 87th in the other 85th, 84th, 83rd, etc. So I think from talking to neighbors, I think the idea that a slightly larger building on 87th here would not be as disagreeable as, say, if it was middle of Edinburgh Road. So I heard in general a lot of support from folks about wanting, just across the city, across the ward for sure, about wanting more housing choices closer to the university, about being closer to transit, being closer to the U of A. I think one thing that is often forgot is that many of these more dense student housing opportunities actually free up an enormous amount of homes for other families to move into. Like, for example, 40 bedrooms of one-bedroom student rental. I'm not sure how many are in this one, but in another example, it was like a 40-bedroom unit or a 40-bedroom building. Well, those 40 bedrooms are the equivalent of 5 groups of friends getting 8 separate houses. Like this, in theory, if this was a 40-bedroom unit, 40 students living in a building like this opens up 8 entirely new houses with front yards and backyards and playgrounds and garages and everything for families. And I think one thing I heard about in the election is that there's a number of folks who are very overhoused. There's a number of folks who are very underhoused, and we have to make sure that we're providing the spectrum of choices where people want to live. This could be another group of 35 or 40 students walking to the university or taking transit or not congesting the road because they had to live down in another neighborhood somewhere else further and further away. Even talking to students in Pleasant View down on 63rd Ave saying we would like to be closer to campus if there was an option that better suited us here. So I'm prepared to support the recommendation. I think a lot of other buildings like this exist already in Garneau, in Old Strathcona, and thinking about how we can make sure that we can reduce the need for people to drive by letting them live where they want to live, closer to the amenities that they need to study, work, and play. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Morgan, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
Thanks. I think, and my colleagues will probably get sick of me saying this at some point, but I think part of why I often am very firm on trying to really concentrate higher forms of density on arterial roads is because, we do hear, similar to what Councillor Jans talks about, that nervousness around what happens interior to communities. And so part of why I expressed a desire to look at how we make adjustments in the conversation that's going to be coming up in February and some refinements for the mid-block pieces is at the same time needing to make sure we're staying very true to continuing to allow that type of density on the main roads. If we're going to make a refinement on a mid-block next month or whenever that comes, we sure better continue to do the work that we're doing on the main roads. We better continue to enhance those main roads, those choices where you have access to transit, where you're closer to nodes. And so, while I appreciate Councillor Clark's point around, making sure everyone looks at the definitions piece and if there can be some refinements as we're tweaking these, great. But at the end of the day, this is an arterial road. This is where we have focused density for many years. This is, as a councillor, I've often would beat this drum about the importance of being very focused on higher density on the main roads. And then that will allow us that opportunity to have some flexibility around what we do in the middle of a block as we go forward, hearing that feedback. But I think there's a strong case to continue what we have done over many years, which is continue to focus higher forms of density on the main arterial roads, while we do minor work throughout the communities overall. So I will be supporting this, and you'll hear me say this oftentimes when we're talking about densification on major roadways. So thank you very much. I'll take the chair back.
The chair is yours, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, and Councillor Stevenson to close.
Nothing further. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 9-3. Councillor Stevenson?
I'll move second reading.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Rutherford. Please vote on second reading.
We have all the votes.
Thank you, and please display the vote. That is carried 9-3. Councillor Stevenson?
I'll move consideration of third reading.
Second.
And seconded by Councillor Rutherford. Please vote on consideration.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. I don't see it on the screen. Oh, there we go. So that is defeated 11-1.
I might have to recall that.
We might have to okay, Councillor Clark would like to vote, recall that vote and hit the vote again button. I don't have the list anymore when we hit the wrong button. I'll restart it. The list. This is true. So please vote for consideration of third reading on the board. I call that list the Councillor Paquette list of.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. Councillor Stevenson.
I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 21344.
Second.
And second by Councillor Rutherford. Please vote on third and final reading of that bylaw, please.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 9-3. So we'll do a quick agenda review, by the way, just before we go on our 15-minute recess. Just as a quick reminder, what will happen next is when we come back at 3:45, we will be going to items 3.1, 3.2, and 3.3. Those are all dealt with together. That's the River's Edge Neighborhood Structure Plan item. After we complete that, we will move to item 3.4, which we already started, but there is going to likely be a motion to make some changes, and it looks like it's ready, so we will do that once we complete 3.1 through 3.3. Then after 3.4, we'll move over to the Belgravia item, and then the Strathcona item, followed by Grosvenor, Lansdowne, Heritage Valley Town Centre, the Orchards of Ellerslie, Virginia Park, and the Meadows Catchment Arterial Road piece. Realistically, with an hour and 15 minutes to go, we probably don't get much beyond, I'm guessing, the Strathcona item, looking at the number of speakers for our various items. So if you're here for some of those later items, just doing a quick scan, we have a few speakers registered. We have a fairly large amount of speakers for the next item, 3.1, 3.2, 3.3. And then 3.4, we're nearing the end, but realistically, we might not get past Belgravia or even Strathcona. We might not even get to those two. But so if you're here for Grosvenor and beyond, I mean, you're welcome to watch. I can't imagine us getting to you until the Wednesday. So just be aware that what will happen is that anything we don't finish today goes over to the Wednesday meeting, where we will just continue in order starting at 9:30 with whatever's left. But we have a full day scheduled on Wednesday as well to ensure we finish all of the business. So we are doing well on that front. So in the meantime, let's take a recess until 3:45, please. At which point 3.1, 3.2, 3.3 will be next. Okay. Councillor Morgan.
Hello.
Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford.
Hello?
Hello. Councillor Clark.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Tang will not be able to join us. She let me know. Councillor Parmar.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Paquette. Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Stevenson.
Hello.
Councillor Elliott.
Present.
I don't know, I got confused on you. It's the other two I usually get confused on. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I hear...
I am here, Mr. Councillor Principe is here.
I hear Councillor Principe, and I hear another voice. That's that, Councillor Paquette?
Sounds like it to me.
Excellent. I hear we can actually, the amendment for, or the motion and the map amendment is ready for 3.4. So I actually think we can just clean that off the agenda. If Councillor Salvador, are you willing to bring that forward?
I'll bring that forward.
Okay.
Second.
Move to bring forward, seconded by Councillor Stevenson. Just to finish up that last little bit, please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. Councillor Salvador, do you have a motion now?
Yes, I will move that replacement attachment 1, bylaw 21318, Schedule A be added to item 3.4, bylaw 21318 to allow for a range of small to medium scale housing, King Edward Park. And 2, that bylaw 21318 be amended as follows. A, delete small, medium scale transition residential zone, RSM H14, and replace it with small, medium scale transition residential zone, RSM H12, wherever it appears. And B, delete Schedule A and replace it with replacement Schedule A.
Thank you. That was seconded by Councillor Rutherford. You want to take a moment to introduce just quickly?
Sure. Yeah, appreciate the opportunity to put this on the floor. It looks like a lot of words, but really this is just changing the height modifier in the RSM zone from H14 to H12, so a slight height reduction. And the reason I wanted to bring this forward is, we have the opportunity to consider the appropriateness of height modifiers during the public hearing. And I think while the zone itself makes sense given that it is within a primary corridor, I believe that H12 will just allow for a more sensitive transition given the size of the site, given that it is mid-block, and given the current scale of development adjacent to the site. So I will leave it there.
Thank you very much. Any questions on the amendments? Councillor Rutherford?
Is the speaker in favor available?
Yeah, the speakers in favor is available to come back down. Yep, come on back down. Grab their seats and you can go ahead.
Yeah, just my question is there anything, as we see this potential motion and amendment, is there anything you would want council to be aware of as we make the decision on this amendment?
That's okay, Councillor Rutherford. We are pretty much agree to either H12 or to H14, and we're just gonna do some small development there. So H12 should fit for our need as well.
Okay, perfect. That was all my questions.
Thank you. I see no further questions. So we'll make this motion and then we will still do the closure of the public hearing and the 3 readings, just so you're aware. So please vote to make this change and then we would be able to vote on the actual bylaw. Please vote.
Just waiting for one vote. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. At this point, I'll do one final check-in to see if there's any questions of our speakers in favor or administration on new information related to items discussed at this public hearing. Not seeing or hearing any. Councillor Salvador, did you want to move to close the public hearing?
I'll move closure of public hearing.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Morgan. Please vote to close the public hearing.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried. Councillor Salvador, did you want to move first reading?
I'll move first reading.
Thank you. Seconded, Councillor Morgan.
Second.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak? Councillor Salvador to close.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate the support of my colleagues in reducing the height of this application. I do think that that is just a prudent move here in order to help this project integrate more successfully into the surrounding context. You know, I recognize that this, of course, is located within a primary corridor where we would expect to see higher density and intensification over time. And it is close to transit, other amenities, where there's potential to add more neighbors to be able to live some of those transit-oriented, walkable lifestyles that are outlined in the city plan. Maybe we'll just talk a little bit about my move to H12. You know, looking at other contexts where we have supported RSM H14, it's typically been on corner lots or directly adjacent to larger scale developments. In my recollection, this is one of the few RSM H14s that we've seen proposed mid-block and on a smaller lot. You know, this is what appears to be about a 33 wide. It's not a consolidated lot, and in order to support additional height, I would be looking for some of those factors. But given that the H12 has successfully moved forward, I'm comfortable advancing at this time, and would just thank my colleagues for their understanding and support on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please vote for first reading.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. Councillor Salvador.
Second reading.
Thank you. Moved. Seconded by Councillor Morgan.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote on second reading.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That's carried 12-0. Councillor Salvador.
I'll move consideration of third reading.
Consideration moved. Seconded by Councillor Morgan. Please vote for consideration.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. Councillor Salvador.
I'll move third reading of bylaw 21318.
Seconded by Councillor Morgan. Please vote on third and final reading of that bylaw, please.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 12-0. Wonderful. So just at this point, I'm just looking, 3:54. We have 8 speakers at least on or 7 speakers so far at least available for the item we're about to discuss. So even if in a perfect world, it is unlikely we'll get to anything else. I mean, I guess you can hang out just in case, Belgravia folks, but everyone else beyond that from Strathcona on. So if you're here for the Strathcona, Grosvenor, Lansdowne, Heritage Valley Town Center, the Orchards at Ellerslie, Virginia Park, or the Meadows items, I can safely say at this point in time we won't get to you today. You'll be heard on Wednesday. Appreciate that even if somehow we finish early, we now, by me saying that, we can't start those items, but I feel very confident saying we will not get to those items. But hang hang out Belgravia just in case, although I doubt we're going to get to you either. I know that's probably a complete long shot, but just in case we somehow finish with 10 minutes to spare and we could get started, then Ms. Inkpin can't yell at me for starting that particular item. But everyone else, feel free to call it a day. I appreciate that. We have a full day scheduled on Wednesday, 9:30 to 5 again. So what we're going to be going to now is the items 313233, which is the West Henday District Plan, Riverview ASP, and River's Edge NSP. We will get our presentation first. Thank you.
Thank you. This application, excuse me, this application has three components: an amendment to the River's Edge Neighborhood Structure Plan, an amendment to the Riverview Area Structure Plan, and a minor amendment to the West Henday District Plan. Through these amendments, the application proposes to remove the future Grand Isle neighborhood from the Area Structure Plan, redistributing the land between the two abutting planned neighborhoods. This would, in turn, add 105 hectares of land to the River's Edge neighborhood, expanding it to the south, and expand the future White Birch neighborhood, as well as revise policy text to support these changes. This project was originally brought before to a City Council public hearing in 2022 and 2023. It was postponed at each of the public hearings at the applicant's request to work with concerned stakeholders to better refine the land use concept. Next slide, please. The proposed amendment area is centered around 199th Street Northwest, north of Quadrant Avenue, and west of the North Saskatchewan River Valley. Currently, the amendment area is comprised of rural residential housing, agricultural land, and several established natural areas. The amendment area is close to Big Island Provincial Park and adjacent to future Riverview District Park. Lands to the north are part of the River's Edge neighborhood, and lands to the west are part of the Stillwater neighborhood. The two neighborhoods are being developed in close proximity to the amendment area. Each abutting neighborhood is planned to be a complete community with a mixture of commercial space, natural areas, parks, housing, and a range of scales, and a variety of transportation options. Next slide, please. Administration reached out using a broadened engagement approach for this application. This approach included 2 mailed notices, information on the city's webpage, an engaged Edmonton webpage, an in-person public engagement session, and one-on-one communication with stakeholders. Between August 2021 and January 2026, administration has heard from approximately 34 people, with 31 in opposition. Key concerns included the loss of trees or impact on the natural areas, harm to the ecological corridors, impact on rural residential and private landowners, proposed land uses, drainage infrastructure, insufficient planning for Big Island Provincial Park, and unclear planning processes. One respondent supported the range of residential densities. 2 respondents had questions about the project, its impact on their land holdings, and the city's notification process. Next slide, please. Bylaw 21357 proposes to amend the Riverview Area Structure Plan to remove the future Grand Isle neighborhood and redistribute those lands. Lands north of Quadrant Avenue will become part of River's Edge, and lands south will become part of the future White Birch neighborhood. Other changes include reconfiguring the shape of 2 future parks, relocating a proposed stormwater management facility, and expanding the network of natural areas that will be protected with future urban development. Next slide, please. Bylaw 21358 proposes to amend the River's Edge NSP by expanding the neighborhood to the south for those 105 hectares of developable land. The proposed bylaw would also amend the shape of the Riverview District Park, add additional mid-rise and low-rise housing sites near the district park, protect existing natural areas which provide an east-west ecological corridor through the neighborhood, and identify an ecological reserve wetland and associated pollution protection buffer. Next slide, please. The proposed amendments align with District Policy 2.1.1.3, which calls for neighborhood-built form to support environmental health, climate resilience, and ecological functions. By preserving natural areas that connect to the North Saskatchewan River Valley, the proposed amendments help to complement and strengthen ecological networks in the Riverview area. The proposed amendments align with the Riverview ASP by supporting a complete community with a sense of scale, place, and focal points throughout the planned neighborhood. Further, the amendments propose a variety of housing options at different densities in the neighborhood. Finally, the proposal also aligns with the objectives of the River's Edge NSP by planning for a range of household types, residential densities, and parks. Alongside protected natural areas, the amendments will support a unique sense of place in this developing neighborhood. Next slide, please. Administration recommends supporting the application because it will support the ongoing development of the Riverview area and increases connectivity between existing natural areas and establishes additional protections for these areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we'll move on to our speakers in favor. We have 4 speakers in favor. I think 3 of them are remote, and Ms. Duncan is here. Come down. You can come down. We'll go to our first 3 speakers. We have Yolanda Liu, I believe I saw online. You're here.
Good afternoon.
Hello. Holly Mickelson is virtual as well now.
Yes, hello.
Fantastic. Hello. Chris Nicholas is to answer questions only, but you are here as well, I believe.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor.
Fantastic. And Linda Duncan is here. So Yolanda Liu, we'll start with you. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of Council. My name is Yolanda Liu with Stantec Consulting, and I'm here today representing Cameron Communities and NAC Land on 3 applications to amend the West Henday District Plan, the Riverview ASP, and the River's Edge NSP. The application has been prepared in accordance to approve city plans and policies. With me here today are my colleague Holly Mickelson and our client Chris Nicholas from NAC Land. Next slide, please. The applications before you today were initially submitted to the city in 2021. The application, along with supporting technical studies, was reviewed by the city and moved forward to council public hearing with administration support. The week prior to the public hearing, we received concerns from an adjacent landowner. We decided to defer the application from proceeding to public hearing in order to work out the concerns with the landowner. The application was deferred to come back to a date-specific council public hearing in the spring of 2022. However, discussions were still underway with another adjacent landowner, and therefore we asked for the application to be deferred until further work could be completed. Since this time, we have refined the submission with additional servicing studies and geotechnical analysis. Next slide, please. The current approved Riverview ASP was adopted by Council in July 2013 and subsequently amended. The Riverview area is currently under development with several stages completed in the Uplands, Stillwater, and River's Edge neighborhoods. Next slide, please. The Riverview ASP is proposed to be amended to conform with the adjustments proposed to the neighborhood boundaries in the ASP. Oh, next slide, please. Sorry, my slides don't seem to be moving. Thank you. The Riverview ASP amendment includes an adjustment to the number of neighborhoods. There are currently 5 neighborhoods to be developed within the Riverview ASP. The application proposes to reduce the number of neighborhoods to 4. Next slide, please. The application proposes to remove the future Grand Isle neighborhood and move a portion of the lands into the River's Edge neighborhood and a portion into the future White Birch neighborhood. The proposed amendment will facilitate the development of the district park site, providing for the full site and adjacent uses and roads to be included in one neighborhood, while facilitating contiguous development and allowing development to move forward. Next slide, please. The Grand Isle neighborhood is quite small in area, with a large percentage of the neighborhood consisting of existing residential development. This makes it difficult to complete an NSP due to the fractured ownership and high costs. Neighborhoods are typically separated based on existing or proposed future roads or significant natural features such as the river or creeks. The current southern boundary of River's Edge does not follow a road or natural feature and fragments ownership, making it difficult to consolidate lands for the district park site. The new boundary would separate the neighborhoods along existing Quadrant Avenue. Thank you for your time today, and my colleague Holly will now provide you with more details on the River's Edge NSP amendment.
Thank you very much. We'll then go to Holly Mickelson. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of Council. Thank you for your opportunity to speak today. The River's Edge Neighborhood Structure Plan, approved in 2015, is the 3rd neighborhood progressing within the Riverview Area Structure Plan. Should this amendment be approved, the neighborhood will deliver approximately 7,000 housing units and offer services and amenities to more than 17,000 Edmontonians upon full build-out. Your consideration is essential to ensuring a range of diverse housing options in one of Edmonton's rapidly developing districts. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry, could we go 2 slides ahead? Thank you. As my colleague Yolanda introduced, this amendment facilitates contiguous development of the River's Edge neighborhood. This neighborhood is critical to the assembly of the Riverview District Park site and access to the river valley. Next slide, please. In addition to the neighborhood boundary adjustments, our proposed amendment revisits housing mix, area amenities, natural area protection, and servicing and infrastructure efficiency. The addition of medium and high-density residential close to the district park site, natural areas, and roadway network provides easy access to transit and mixed-use and town center services. Relocation of the stormwater management facilities based on technical requirements and topography allows for the protection of a natural tree strand that connects the neighborhood to the river valley. These changes translate into increased density in the River's Edge neighborhood and a maintained density in the Riverview ASP. The proposed amendments align with existing NSP and ASP vision, as well as broader city policy. Next slide, please. As part of this amendment, parks have been reconfigured to increase visibility and access to the community. The district park site and the surrounding roadways are now entirely included in one neighborhood, and the boundary adjusted for easier development of the site. In consultation with the City of Edmonton Open Space Group, the Urban Village Park has been amended from the previously approved configuration to provide additional frontage and visibility. The attempt to retain natural area land use seeks to preserve an existing tree stand, providing ecological connectivity from the east. Next slide, please. Shown outlined in yellow is Wetland 14. The Riverview ASP identified W14 as a natural area based on high-level desktop investigation. This land is within the Grand Isle neighborhood as approved. With this proposed amendment, the land is being shifted into the River's Edge NSP. As with all land within the new boundary, more detailed ecological reporting was required. This feature is on non-participating lands, so the investigation remained at a desktop level, but a potential wetland was identified. It is city practice to identify these features conservatively until the land is ground truth. If these lands or the area within 250 meters of it were to be rezoned, detailed studies will be required to determine the true extent of the feature and the eventual land use designation. The new attempt to retain tree stand is circled in blue. This feature was not identified in the approved ASP, but was added through landowner consultation and further detailed study. Next slide, please. The plan amendment includes the reconfiguration of the collector road network and reclassification of a portion of 199th Street. The changes maintain important neighborhood connectivity while reducing the impact on existing country residential neighborhoods. Next slide, please. Over several years, the application was improved using feedback from city administration and community engagement. Natural areas have been preserved, stormwater management has been updated, and access to both transit and Big Island Park has been reviewed and considered. We made sure to maintain ASP density and increased NSP density, while still considering the needs of the current country residential population and their ongoing enjoyment of their properties. Although the application process took longer than expected, it is thoroughly planned and ready to move forward in an area that is already seeing significant amounts of development. Next slide, please. In summary, this amendment represents a thoughtful process that strengthens the River's Edge neighborhood, Riverview area, and more broadly, the City of Edmonton's ability to expand its housing supply. It aligns with approved city policy, supports efficient servicing and infrastructure, protects key natural features, and enhances access to parks, transit, and community amenities. These changes will help deliver a complete, connected, and resilient neighborhood for more than 17,000 future residents. We respectfully ask for City Council's support in approving this amendment so that River's Edge can continue to progress as a well-planned and vibrant part of Edmonton's growing West End. Thank you again for your time. We're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, and Chris Nicholas is here just for questions. And our final speaker in favor, Linda Duncan, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Your Worship and Council. I'm intervening on behalf of the North Saskatchewan River Valley Conservation Society. I'm Linda Duncan. I'm the Vice President of that organization. We are stating that we're in favor, but only a specific proposal of the new proposal brought forward. We wish at the outset to express our thanks and appreciation to the dedicated efforts of the Howery family to protect this important wildlife corridor. Our organization first intervened in this matter in 2022, concerned with the city drainage proposal to remove a wildlife corridor to build a stormwater management facility. We wrote to council supporting the Howery's request for deferral of the public hearing until such time as alternative options could be considered that would be more consistent with the city's natural areas and River Valley bylaws and policies. The proposal to remove this forest had ignored recommendations in the Phase 2 Ecological Network report on the then neighborhood structure plan that recommended retention of the wildlife corridor, nor had it considered the significance of the ecological connections to Big Island, now a provincial park. I wish to thank both Liam Kachar and Corey Churchill of the city for the time they gave to me to explain the current revised proposal now before council. While the map indicates that this corridor is to be considered a natural reserve, I'm advised that official designation must await either an increase to the natural allotments to the municipal reserve or to the Natural Areas Reserve Fund, both overallocated. The Howeries are understandably pleased with the decision to relocate the stormwater pond outside this precious forest. But I know I share their concerns as to my organization that regrettably in the two new neighborhoods, none of the forest is really to be recovered, although suggestion today before council that there's still assessment to be done and perhaps some of the critical wetlands and forest could be saved and set aside. In closing, it will be important that council and its administration give consideration to the bylaws and policies that commit to giving equal weight in all planning and development decisions to the Natural Connections Strategy Plan 2007, which as I understand is still in place. And it states, in quotes, ensure that natural areas are considered early in the planning process so that can be effectively integrated into structure plans and protected through development. And it is commendable that administration has now given due consideration, at least in part, to this important policy. Both City Policy 20,000 and the recently approved River Valley ARP 2996 state that the city shall pursue ownership of lands outside the boundaries of the ARP having significant environmental features contributing to the River Valley and ravine system through a combination of purchase, reserve dedication, donations, or bequeathments. Consistent with that, we encourage the city, as they're looking forward to future budgets, that they will make significant allocations to the Natural Area Reserve Fund. And we hope that due consideration will be given to protection of the additional wetlands and forested area immediately north of this corridor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those are the speakers in favor. We'll now move to questions for our speakers in favor. I'll check with the ward councillor first, if that's okay. I know it was selected by someone else, but I'll check with our ward councillor, Councillor Parmar. Questions for our speakers at all?
No.
Perfect. That's okay. You don't have to. I just wanted to double check. Any other questions for speakers in favor? Councillor Stevenson, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. Maybe to Speaker Liu or Mickelson, just wonder if you could just help me further understand the need for the integration of the two neighborhoods to achieve some of the outcomes. So my memory is that a lot of the pieces, like, you know, consolidating the district park, that sort of happens at the subdivision level, and that could happen across neighborhoods. Like, just trying to understand that a bit better.
Sorry, we're not together, so it's hard to determine who's going to answer that question. I could start, and Yolanda has anything to add. That is correct, Councillor Stevenson. At subdivision, you would get MR or assemble land for a district park site. But if it is not all in one neighborhood or it's not at the same stage of development, it makes it quite difficult to assemble that land completely. So bringing the district park site into one neighborhood simplifies that process.
And just for my ignorance, can you help me understand why it's difficult? Because again, I think if it's stage of development, you know, plans that are adjacent to each other can both be doing simultaneous subdivision.
The fragmentation in the Grand Isle neighborhood in terms of ownership would mean that a plan may have not been brought forward when the district park site would be needed for the Riverview area. So if there's no NSP for Grand Isle and a portion of the district park site was in Grand Isle, you wouldn't be able to necessarily subdivide that land and assemble the full district park site and the roadway network around it as well.
And Councillor Stevenson, if I could add as well, we wouldn't be able to come forward with a rezoning application. So rezoning needs to conform with an NSP. If there's no NSP in place, the city would not accept a rezoning application.
Okay, that helps clarify. And again, it wouldn't be possible to rezone the portion of the district park within the plan?
That is outside of any existing neighborhood plan.
The piece
No,
that
but
was
the
in
side
Grand
that
Isle.
was in the NSP, yeah.
A portion of it is in Grand Isle, currently as approved. A portion of it is in Grand Isle. A portion of it is in River's Edge. So our amendment brings it all into the River's Edge neighborhood. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
I think
so. I think so.
Yeah.
But the land will be contributed to the district park as subdivision happens.
Yes, it gets dedicated through subdivision.
And so if the lands, I guess I'm just struggling with, like, if the lands aren't being developed, like if the NSP for Grand Isle didn't happen, why is the land?
The NSP for,
Go ahead.
sorry.
No.
If the NSP for Grand Isle didn't happen, so a portion of the district park site, let's call it 40 hectares, is a portion of that is still in the Grand Isle neighborhood. So the city wouldn't be able to assemble the entire district park site for development, because if there is no NSP approved, you couldn't rezone that land. If the land is not rezoned, you wouldn't be able to subdivide that land either.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, I think that helps me understand one thread of this, so appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Palmer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thanks for the presentations. When I first saw this application, I was excited because it is adjacent right to Big Island Provincial Park, which is in Ward CP Weeniwalk. I wanted to understand what the access points, if any, or what the connection is, if you could give some insight to that, if you have any.
Thank you, Councillor Palmer. With our discussions with the city as the application went through the circulation process, we were advised that access was proposed through the northern portion of the district park site through another landowner's property. There's discussions between the city and the province that we weren't privy to as part of the access to Big Lake.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much. There's no further questions for our speakers in favor, so you can grab your seats, Ms. Duncan, and then that gives us a chance to bring down our speakers in opposition. I have 4 speakers in opposition registered. Number 1 is Gerline Mann. You're here, perfect. Please make your way down. The clerks will show you to your space. Andrew Forrest from Solstice Canada is here. Yeah, thank you. Speaker number 3 is Gaurav Mann. Please come on down. And then speaker number 4 was Daryl Howry, and I don't think I've seen Daryl. Oh, Daryl is here. There, very good. Sorry, I had no check mark, so I was confused. Now I get it. Now I see. Please come on in and grab your seats. As you're getting settled, you'll each again have 5 minutes. At which point then we'll ask questions of of you, and then we can go to questions of admin. So at this point, let's give them a chance. Let's give them an extra 42 minutes back, or 42 minutes back. Anyone here for Belgravia, you can call it a day. So to our Belgravia folks, we're not going to get to you today. You don't have to hang out. That includes both the speakers in person, sitting above. We're just making sure you know if you hear me. Mr. Yin and Zhu, we're not going to get to your item today, so you don't have to stay for that. We're not going to do the Belgravia item today, so you're welcome to come back. And similar to Mr. Cairns, Mr. Solstice, and Mr. Taft, you're welcome to take a break for the rest of the day. We'll either start with you on Wednesday, or if we haven't finished this item, we'll finish this item and then move to the Belgravia item after. So. All right, with that in mind, with the little agenda management, let's go to our speakers in opposition. And again, that starts with Gerline Mann. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Hi there. Thank you so much. My name is Gerline, and I am speaking on behalf of our family as landowners who have been dealing with this amendment and zoning process for several years. I want to speak briefly about our experience, not to argue technical details, but to explain what it has been like engaging with city planners, Stantec, and proponent over that time. Approximately 3 years ago, at a town hall hosted by Stantec, the proponent and the city, we were told that the proposed designations on our land were based on the fact that attempts had been made to contact us to obtain on-site access for further studies, but that we were unable to be reached. At the same meeting, we told both Stantec and city planners that they had full permission to access our land and to carry out whatever studies were required to accurately assess our parcels. We waited to be contacted, but we never were. As a result, we hired an independent ecologist to conduct a field-based study ourselves. When we received the results, they were significantly inconsistent with the proposed amendments and characterizations of our land. We shared that study with both city planners and Stantec, but it was largely ignored. City planners advised us to deal directly with Stantec and took a large hands-off approach. When we eventually heard back from Stantec, the study was dismissed. We were told that methods they used were industry standard zoning methods, which directly contradicted the earlier explanation that on-site access had been required to properly assess our land. Despite this, we continued to try and engage with Stantec for several more months. Again, city planners took a hands-off role and we received no substantive response. Eventually, we were contacted roughly a week before Christmas and asked to meet sometime in mid-January, not to address the issue we raised, but to explain the process and why certain decisions had already been made. We were also reportedly told during the process that nothing substantive was really being changed and that if we chose to pursue our own rezoning or amendments in the future, the process would be straightforward. Based on our experience, that has not been the case. We were told that access to our land was required to complete proper studies. When access was provided, no studies were carried out. When we commissioned our land independent study, it was later dismissed without meaningful engagement. What this shows us is that when landowners attempt to rely on the process in good faith, they can still end up ignored, delayed, or told after the fact that the evidence they were encouraged to provide is not acceptable. That is deeply concerning because it suggests that future applications by individual landowners will face the same obstacles regardless of cooperation or evidence. I also want to emphasize the impact this process has on individual landowners. As private landowners, we do not have teams of consultants or planners. We raise these concerns, provide independent studies, and there is an inherent imbalance in how these materials were weighed compared to the proponent's submissions. When evidence provided by landowners is dismissed without meaningful engagement, it reinforces the perception that outcomes are predetermined regardless of what the data shows. From our perspective, this has made the process extremely difficult to navigate. Requirements and explanations have shifted over time. Questions have gone unanswered, and decisions have often felt predetermined rather than collaborative. What we are asking is simple. Fairness, transparency, and a process where evidence is meaningful and considered. A fair planning process should not depend on who has greater resources or influence. It should depend on the strength and the evidence. For these reasons, we respectfully urge Council to not approve this amendment as currently proposed. Thank you for your time and thank you for listening. We have arranged for an ecologist and wetland specialist to conduct the on-site study to provide a short presentation.
Thank you very much. So Andrew Forrest, you are next up, and you have 5 minutes. Councillor Morgan, I'll give you the chair for just a few moments.
I have the chair. And go ahead.
All right, good afternoon. Thank you. As has been mentioned, I'm here speaking on behalf of the Mann family as landowners in the amendment area. So my name is Andrew Forrest. I'm a professional biologist and a wetland authenticating professional. I'm the Ecological Services Manager at Solstice Environmental, and I've been working in the industry for just over a little 20 years. At the time of the independent investigation that's been mentioned, I was, for the record, employed by Spencer Environmental, so I'm reporting on findings at that time. Next slide, please. So as we've just heard, a bit of the background for this presentation, specifically in regards to the matter of Wetland 14 and its additional, identification and inclusion as a land classification in this proposed amendment. Just in terms of the statistics, wetland 14 is currently proposed as 4.4 hectares, and this includes the area originally identified as wetland and a surrounding wetland buffer. As we've heard, there's been some discrepancy over the mapping of the wetland or the interpretation of that. As a professional, I do want to acknowledge that the studies that have been completed to date have acknowledged that no field studies were done, and that there is some consideration for future refinement of the delineation. But again, as we've heard, the Mann family did proceed with an independent investigation, and I'm speaking to that today. This investigation was completed in the summer of 2023, and simply put, the objective at the time was to review the preliminary boundary of wetland 14 as it was previously established through the preliminary Phase 2 Ecological Network report that was being used as the supporting technical study for the NSP at the time. The methodology we undertook at the time involved the comprehensive review of several historical air photographs, as well as several more recent high-resolution photographs from the city of Edmonton. Most specifically and importantly, our investigation did include a field investigation completed on the property on August 25th, 2023. Our investigation was completed in accordance with typical industry standards, in accordance with the Alberta Wetland Identification and Delineation Directive. This looked at the plants and the soils within the property. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry. And again, next slide. Thank you. The results of our field investigation were simply that of the originally identified wetland boundary, which was mapped to measure 2.58 hectares, our investigation found that a single small area within that actually met the definition of a wetland as per provincial directives. And so that single area is shown on the figure in blue. The original desktop delineation is shown in purple. And again, the single small area measured 0.04 hectares, and we classified that area as a temporary shrubby swamp. Next slide, please. So just for a quick sort of, visual representation of what the various areas that we investigated looked like, this is one image from the wetland, the area that we did confirm as wetland, showing a mature willow and mosses on the ground, so typical of a shrubby swamp. Next slide, please. The next several slides will show areas that were included within the original delineation that we assessed to be non-wetland. This is an area along the south edge of the feature, showing a young balsam poplar forest and grassy ground cover. Next slide. Moving a little further north, this is an area dominated by aspen forest along a shallow ravine slope, again confirmed to be non-wetland. Next slide. Moving a little further north, this area was found to comprise a mature shelter belt with balsam poplar and white spruce trees, again confirmed to be non-wetland. Further north again, the north end of the originally mapped feature again supported a young aspen-dominated forest, again confirmed non-wetland. So in conclusion, next slide please. And sorry, thank you. In conclusion, based on the formal wetland delineation process completed in accordance with the Alberta Wetland Identification and Delineation Directive, of the original mapped wetland boundary, which measured 2.5...
Gonna have to stop you there, Mr. Forrest.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. We'll go on to the next one. Next guest, Mr. Garavman.
Thank you. I won't repeat what Andrew has already shown. The visuals make the issue clear. I want to focus on the scale of what is being proposed and why it matters. The field-based delineation confirms a wetland area of approximately 0.04 hectares. That represents roughly 0.25% of the totality of our land parcels. Despite that, The proposed designation and constraints would affect approximately 30% of our land. To put it another way, a confirmed wetland footprint of 0.04 hectares is being used to justify restrictions over an area more than 100 times larger than that, approximately 114 times larger than the confirmed area of the wetland itself. That gap is the issue I want to put before council. This is not a debate about whether wetlands matter. They do. The issue is proportionality, accuracy, and evidence-based decision-making. Across the area, we can point to examples where confirmed high-value wetlands have been altered, reduced, or integrated into development through mitigation and design. That is how the planning system operates in practice. Here, however, a very small field-confirmed wetland is being used to impose constraints far beyond its actual footprint. When the response to a 0.04 hectare feature is to constrain nearly a third of a property, the connection between evidence and outcome breaks down. Planning decisions should follow confirmed data, not preliminary assumptions, generalized buffers, or placeholders that are untethered from what actually exists on the ground. If a feature accounts for 1/4% of the land that can be used to effectively sterilize 30% of it, then the practical result is that private landowners lose meaningful use of their land without a proportionate environmental basis. That is not balance, that is not consistency, and that is not what effective planning is meant to achieve. Taken together, what council has already heard today leads to a clear conclusion. You've seen confirmed field-based evidence showing that only a very, very small portion of this land meets the definition of a wetland. And you've also heard from Gerline about the challenges we faced in trying to have that evidence meaningfully considered through the process. When a preliminary designation applied without site access or field data remains effectively unchanged, even after that evidence is provided, the result is a disconnect between facts, process, and outcome. That is why we are here today. What we are asking for is not the removal of environmental protections, but alignment. Alignment between confirmed evidence and outcomes, and consistency with how similar situations are treated elsewhere. For these reasons, we respectfully urge Council to not approve this amendment as currently proposed, and to require that any designation be revised so that it reflects the actual field-confirmed conditions of the land. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Mann, and I will yield the chair back to Mr. Mayor-Nack.
Thank you very much. Our last speaker in opposition, Daryl Howery. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Appreciate the opportunity to come and speak to you today about this matter. You've heard some of the history as to the changes that have been made to the plan and in large response to some concerns that we had about protecting the tree stand. And I would just like to thank Linda and the organizations that supported us in this effort. Long story short, it seems interesting that so much work had to be gone into protecting a tree stand which was already identified in the city's environmental review as an area that should be retained, but we got there, so thank you for that. And I would like to thank administration for recognizing our concerns and making adjustments to the plan to accommodate that. That's much appreciated on our part. I guess I am here speaking technically in opposition to the proposed plan, but I wasn't given the option of choosing what I really wanted to talk to, and that's basically just my position is that I think it's premature to make a decision about the plan today, and that wasn't an option. I had to pick either opposed or in favor. So I picked opposed because I think probably in its current configuration, it's uncertain as to whether you should approve the plan today. You've just heard one significant area of the planning area that probably needs to be revisited. My understanding from reviewing the drainage reports is that the wetland area is incorporated as a part of the drainage plan, and if the wetland area only exists to some fraction of what it's expected to be, I have a feeling that that probably needs some modifications and at least revisiting the drainage plan to make sure that the drainage plan will accommodate the requirements of the planning area. without the full use of the implied wetland area. But there's a number of other things that probably are known or should be known that are directly affecting this plan area that I don't see to be incorporated in the plan. Particularly, the drainage plan does not make any acknowledgement of proposed school sites. There's 3 schools that are proposed. It looks like the drainage plan is dealing with drainage as if those areas were grass fields, but of course school sites have roofs and parking lots and surfaced areas that require drainage, and I don't see that in the drainage report. Additionally, there is, as has already been mentioned, the establishment of a provincial park, Big Island Provincial Park, right adjacent and adjacent to the plan area, and the Alberta Parks, in conjunction with the City of Edmonton and Enoch, are actually at this point working on implementing programming and planning for the opening of the park. In particular, of relevance to this plan is the ground access to Big Island Provincial Park. These are known things. There is a proposed parking lot for the plan area, which will result in perhaps maybe 100 or 200 parking spots, traffic impacts associated with that, as well as possibly drainage impacts. And it's surprising to me that I don't see any mention of the implications of the land access, ground access to Big Island Provincial Park mentioned in the proposed plan that's in front of you. And finally, I guess related to that topic, is the transportation impact analysis, which was now conducted some time ago. As you heard, the history of this plan, it's been brought forward a few times. The transportation impact analysis was completed several years ago, and at that time, I don't know if it was known that there would be 3 school sites in the plan area. If it was, that was not addressed in the transportation impact plan, and certainly it wouldn't have been possible at the time of the development of that transportation impact analysis to incorporate the land access to Big Island Provincial Park, because it wouldn't have been known as to where that would be, if it were to be at all. So these are all ingredients that need to be incorporated in the conceptualization of the plan. Transportation obviously is an important consideration. Drainage is an important consideration. And obviously, as you heard today, there's some significant issues that may directly affect that. Finally, it's interesting.
Sorry to actually have to cut you off. That is your 5 minutes, but I appreciate that. Thank you. Next, we'll move to questions of our speakers in opposition. I'll check if Councillor Parmar has questions first.
I do.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. And thank you to the speakers. I appreciate it, and I agree that resources should not, predetermine any, or should not be the reason to have more time, more resources. So I appreciate you coming and taking the time and spending this time at public hearing. Can you share with me, so how does this affect, how does the wetland affect maybe your owner and the land ownership, and just is it that because it gets determined like this, it is 20.25% of your land that you currently own? Is that correct?
No. So,
sorry.
Okay. The wetland occupies an area of 0.25%, right? And we have 40 acres there. So basically, I don't know what the math is, 800,000 square feet. Like, you're justifying something that takes up 4,000 square feet, but you're taking away 30% of the 800,000. Like, it's just a grossly overproportioned. And it will just put constraints on the land that shouldn't be there when it's not there.
Okay, and so if we approve this and it's in this map, I guess I would say, then that would affect your land that you currently own as a private owner.
It would affect 30% of the land we own in that area.
Okay, and you have attempted to work with our city administration and with the applicants and have not had any great results?
So the city, as stated in my sister-in-law's speech there, the city took a largely hands-off approach. She's like, oh, just reach out to Stantec, reach out to Stantec. And like I said, 3 years ago, before we had the study done, they wanted on-site access. They kept hitting that part. We needed access. You guys didn't give it to us. And then we were waiting. They never got to us. So we gave them, like, we did the report out of pocket and gave it to them. Because at that point, this was being proposed. And there's already 2 houses already on that encompassed within that wetland. So we knew it wasn't, like, we knew either it wasn't there or what they're proposing is, like, greatly inaccurate.
Okay, and those 2 houses, are they're already built, is that correct?
Yep. One is owner occupied and one is currently empty.
Okay, and is that private land? That must be private land.
Private
then.
land.
Okay, thank you for sharing that. Speaker Darrell, you had one final point there, and so I just want to give you some time to see if you wanted to, if you have anything else to say.
Yeah, thank you. Just very quickly, I think it was Councillor Stevenson asked a question about why the River's Edge NSP is being amalgamated with a portion of the former Grand Isle area NSP, and I may have misheard the answer, so just a point of clarification perhaps, but I thought I heard that it was related to the amalgamation of the district park area, which is in the plan area, and that required these areas to be adjoined. And I recall that the Riverview ASP had a district park area, and I recall that maybe that district park area was modified slightly, but at the time of the Riverview ASP, that's when the NSP area boundaries were defined. So I was left a little bit confused as to the origins of how this was arrived at, and it's related to a question that we asked, I guess several years ago when it started, is why did the drainage pond, the main drainage pond, move from an area adjacent to that district park area down to our land and the land adjacent to us? And I'm not sure we ever really got an answer to that, so my ears perked up when I heard that question, and I wasn't really sure I understood the answer fully. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
Thank you. Councillor Elliott is next.
Yeah, thank you. This is for Speaker 1, I believe it's Ms. Mann. Just out of curiosity, you indicated you provided access to your land, but City and Stantec, I believe, did not attend on your property. Just out of curiosity too, did you ever get a response as to, did they say they did and you're saying they didn't, or what was the explanation for them not attending? Are you able to provide anything like that?
There was a town hall meeting held about 3 years ago, and we all went to it, and then, I can't remember what Stantec said, we made attempts to contact the affected landowners, and then we were told, well, I told them right then and there, hey, you guys have free reign to access whatever you guys need to do. And they never really went from there, and then within a few months, we kind of realized they weren't going to do anything, so we literally got a study done and emailed it to the city, and then the city largely did nothing. They said reach out to Stantec, and again, Stantec largely did nothing. And they pretty much told us, like, they read it, they said that is your study, and you should propose your own amendment. That's what they basically told us.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you very much. I don't see anyone else on the board for questions of our speakers on this, so you can all grab a seat, and then we're going to move to questions of our administration. And I'll start with Councillor Parmar for questions of the administration. Please go ahead.
I think we've heard a couple stories here around the wetland, and I'm wondering if administration has any comments and feedback.
Thank you for the opportunity, Councillor. I think it's unfortunate in this instant that there wasn't a way for the landowners to work together. This was a circumstance where the applicant provided a study that was done at a desktop analysis which supported that the wetland is there historically. Typically speaking, if a landowner is to participate, then they pay into a general fund that is used to then have multiple studies that are all part of the application that are reviewed by us as a whole for the amendment as a whole. And so in this instance, while the secondary study was completed by the landowner, it's only one of the components that would be required to consider removing that particular land use designation. Administration remains happy to work with the applicant on a full application to make that change in the adjustment as more details provided. Tim, I don't know if you want to add more about how we typically 50 participating landowners.
Councillor, it's up to the applicant that we have in front of us today, which was Stantec. They chose not to include the adjacent landowners probably at that time, or they chose not to contribute to that study. Time moves on. They have every right to bring this application forward to you today, as does the adjacent landowner have every right to bring an amendment. And we will look at that study when it comes in, and we will do the adequate technical analysis that goes along with that.
Is that typically how it goes, that we just have to, we hear from each individual landowner for amendments, or wouldn't we do that all together as a whole?
We do try to suggest that they work as much together as possible, but the city isn't in a place where we typically compel people to include land that isn't theirs, and except to make sure that we're not orphaning them and making it so that they're not developable. So in this case, because the translation from the area structure plan land uses down to the NSP were consistent, there was no additional studies required because there was no significant changes being made within that. And again, administration remains open to future applications to further refine and provide additional detail that would change that situation.
Okay, a question around private landowners. When I look at this NSP, is there not designation where, you know, there are different owners of land in an NSP, or is that not where I would find that? Where would I find that?
Yeah, sorry, I think you're asking about, for example, the colors on the map that say houses go here, commercial goes there, park goes here.
Yes.
Yeah, so those do cover a broad range of landowners, some of which are participating, some of which aren't. And again, we take that desktop level at the area structure plan, and then we bring that down, provide more detail. When we're looking at that more detail, we do have to make sure that all the components of that complete community are going to be able to be accommodated. And so, for example, in this case, we needed to make sure prior to permitting the applicant to move forward with development on their lands that they provided an adequate or serviceable solution for the lands that were non-participating, so that they didn't get left behind in the future if they decide that they would like to actually move forward with development. Is that helpful?
It is helpful. Sorry, to go back to the wetlands then. So what was provided to administration to carve out that area?
Yeah, it would have been a phase 2 ENR, ecological network report. I'm sorry, I can't ever say that word properly. And again, that would have been provided with the application, and it would have been further to the original studies that were done with the area structure plan.
And what do we do when we have, you know, two experts saying different things?
Again, in this case, the applicant provided the information, and that was reviewed by our technical experts. And so we looked to see, can we validate this information? Do the assumptions that are being made make sense to our technical experts? So we have biologists, we have engineers, we have a variety of professionals that are working on that. If another more detailed analysis comes in that has something different to say, again, we will accept that as new information with more detail, and we would review that as part of a future application.
Okay. I have just a few seconds. The urban village park, is that just green space, or what is an urban village park?
I'm sorry, I've forgotten at the moment. I was thinking about ecology.
Sorry.
I'll come back for it.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you so much. I think I have some questions back on the wetland piece as well, but just wanted to start at a higher level. So just as a general process, as we're looking at our growth management framework, if we initiate a new NSP, new NSPs typically require an integrated infrastructure management plan.
That's correct.
And is sort of the pre-authorization of a new plan, is that also where we would set expectations for, you know, the units per net residential hectare, which I think is now sort of at that 45 level expectation?
Sorry, at which stage?
At the pre-author, I'm just thinking of like the Kettle Lakes, for example. That's a pre-authorization stage, and that's where it's stated that they're aiming for the 45.
New plans would be expected to follow those.
New plans.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And so I think I am struggling a little bit just in terms of this having been a plan amendment rather than a new plan. I appreciate some of the rationale that was provided by the applicants, and you know, after hearing from them, you know, just went back to look at the visuals, and it seems to me that the bulk of the district parkland is in the River's Edge NSP?
Yes, it is.
So again, I'm just struggling with the rationale for it to be an amendment rather than a new NSP, given that it's a considerable portion of what was supposed to be that neighborhood.
For sure, and those discussions were had, and that decision was one that was taken much thought to come to. But in order to do the new neighborhood structure plan on such a small area where the participating landowners were fundamentally in this northern portion, it really made more sense to add it to the existing. So it's a very small area. I think Grand Isle, if I remember correctly, was under 200 hectares. To begin with, 193. River's Edge was at 315. And so these were very small communities anyhow. And so in order to do a new IMP would have fundamentally redo what was already historically completed and where significant community amenities already existed. So tying that in would have been challenging, especially to add such a relatively small amount of very constrained land. I just want to add, like, the component that's being added, approximately 25%, I think it's just a little under there, is already country residential, plus you've got the additional park space, plus you've got the environmental reserves. And so the actual amount of developable land was small and very oddly shaped. And so I think the ability to have any meaningful change on what the outcome was going to be versus the amount of input going into that just wouldn't have made sense.
Councillor, if I can just add as well, it would be very, very difficult to get a group of owners together in Grand Isle to prepare a plan. Essentially, that area would stay sterile for a very long time because the land holdings are different. There's more country residential. This just provides us an opportunity to bring some land on that's pretty well ready to go in terms of servicing, extension of services. The area to the south is just nowhere near ready at this time.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that raises a broader question about how the area as a whole is operating with non-participating landowners. But going back to this question of the IIMP, again, I believe that there was one done for the Riverview ASP in 2013, sorry. So, that was 13 years ago. I can appreciate, the comment around just the scale of maybe a new NSP, but just wondering if if administration gave any consideration to updating the ASP IIMP. Apologies.
The short answer is it's a challenging exercise to go back and redo once it's been done, and especially because so much changes in that amount of time.
Well, and I think that's precisely the question, is that quite a bit does change. I think looking at it was looking at $11 million per fire station. By 2030, hitting the 50% expected population, which came with it, the need for a large rec center. There's no consideration of playgrounds, play equipment, and so for me, it's the city obligations in that public investment to make these viable neighborhoods that is a bit of an outstanding question for me. But I haven't left time for a response, so I will come back.
That's correct. Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. And maybe just I'll pick up right there, because I had similar questions about what scale of an amendment would trigger an update to the IIMP. Do we have a defined process or policy around when any sort of update would be considered?
I mean, I would suggest when it's a fully new neighborhood. Again, this is one of the smallest pieces that we would see. I think the West 240 is around, oh my goodness, I've lost my numbers, I'm sorry. The West 240 is one of the smaller ones. I think, again, if we were looking at 200 to 300 hectares, that would be more likely. And again, if the servicing tie-ins weren't kind of logically pushing us towards this area. So right now, the way it was working, the drainage infrastructure and the transportation infrastructure made sense to tie into the existing basins.
Councillor, if I can just add, a new IAMP for the whole area would be pretty well meaningless because a large portion of it has now been built out. The pipes have already been put in. We're starting to see the park sites be developed. A lot of it is developer driven. I'm not sure you could actually go back and and get any meaningful numbers on a partially developed area.
Right, and I guess I wouldn't be suggesting sort of a full-scale redo. It would be, I guess I'm interested to see if we have done in the past, or is there value in doing an update when these types of changes and opportunities come forward, to just ensure that we have full understanding, full knowledge and information when we're making these kinds of decisions.
Again, I'm not sure where you would start to do something like that. It would be difficult. I'm sure you could look at what's being built, look at what's remaining. But again, it would be a long, drawn-out exercise. For a new neighborhood, yes, definitely. Like Kendall, we just did one, and then the numbers were quite favorable because, you know, we're at higher densities. The numbers here, we're seeing higher densities being built than what was originally approved anyway. So I think it would be a good exercise and difficult.
Just to add to that, in terms of comparisons with Kendall, the neighborhood is already with the approved plans. About approximately a third of it has already been built out in terms of the single detached lot absorption. So this is really a logical continuation that makes sense in this instance.
Councillors, just to add, it's Travis here around the IAMP. So the IAMP was not only done with the Rivers Edge NSP, but as well as the Riverview ASP. So as we look through these different types of amendments that come forward, those rationalizing of those neighborhood boundaries to take advantage of some of those servicing advantages in terms of excess capacity and how it clicks into it. So the fundamental question is does this amendment deviate significantly from that ASP IMP? And the answer is no. The only actual part that would deviate it from is the increase in density, which then begs the question as to what does that do for those knock-on effects. So when we look at those IAMP numbers, it'll actually become more favorable in terms of the revenues generated versus the costs outlaid for the city infrastructure. So there was a judgment call here in terms of maintaining, or in terms of creating a new IMP just for this small portion of the amendment area versus the larger exercise of the IMP for both of those two existing plans in place. The judgment there is that we wouldn't gain any significant or meaningful knowledge out of out of a new IMP amendment because of the information that we already have and what is being proposed here.
Was there someone else who wanted to?
I was just going to point out that we have changed boundaries of neighborhoods before. We've done that in Dakota with Charlesworth, and then also in Ellerslie with the orchards. And so it is something that happens when we get into a little bit more knowledge in terms of servicing and what is logical in terms of providing those services and the amenities to neighborhoods.
Okay, I really appreciate all of those answers and information. I did have another one, but I don't think I'm going to have time for a response, so I'll likely come back. Thanks.
Thank you. And we're at 4:57, so not enough time for a 5-minute round for Councillor Paquette. So what we will do is we'll just go through the agenda one more time in terms of what's happening next. So starting Wednesday at 9:30 a.m., we will continue on with this item that is on the agenda. We will finish, once that item is finished, we will move on to item 3.7, which is the Belgravia item, followed by 3.8, which is the Strathcona item, 3.11, which is the Grosvenor item, then 3.12, which is Lansdowne, 3.13 and 3.14 are the Heritage Valley Town Centre, 3.15 through 3.17 are the Orchards at Ellerslie, 3.18 and 3.19 is the Virginia Park item, and then finally 3.20, which is the Meadows Catchment Arterial Roads item. We will work our way through those in order. We will do our best to make them through. We have a full day scheduled on Wednesday, so we'll come ready to finish up as much as we can going into that. So we are on recess then until 9:30 on Wednesday morning. Thank you, everyone.